and remains a terrific example of pre-K to third grade learning model. It is truly a smart model for helping students get proficient in the English language, reclass faster, and closing the achievement gap, the record or closing achievement gap by fourth grade. And it supports students' future development for dual language and biliteracy. And as one of the examples, as we collect best practices, this is a shining star in that regard. We are moving forward, again, the first state to integrate ELA and ELD standards, and we saw that in action at this school. We're also pleased to note on the English learner front, Californians Together and CABE were there with us looking at how we can implement the ELD, ELA program even in a greater fashion. We're pleased that in the budget this year, the governor has proposed 3 positions that we will be able to use to help English learners get the courses they need to be successful and again, be proficient as soon as possible. Another bit of good news in here for English learners. Again, the stress on biliteracy this year, more than ever, we've had high school graduates with the diploma of biliteracy. That's 32,000 young people graduated this year with that degree, with that special honor and recognition. The other school I visited was Samueli Academy down in Orange County in Santa Ana. Does special work with foster kids, one of our other targeted populations. It's an incredible program. They're going to be building a residential capacity on their campus, but these foster kids who have many, many, many challenges in their lives are thriving there. It's phenomenal. Their graduation rates are high. Their college-going rates are incredible. They have an engineering pathway and design pathway. It's a career tech school taking part in our overall career tech partnership pathways program. In fact, one of their design classes designed a T-shirt that the Ducks used, the hockey team used for their logo, and printed that, and it became known all over Los Angeles and the state of California. Some good news on the front of expulsions and suspensions. Just a quick report. Wednesday, our department released the new data showing a 13.9% decline in the number of students expelled during the last year, 14-15 academic year, and suspensions dropped 12.8%. This marks the 3rd year in a row of significant declines since 2011-12, when CDE began collecting and reporting this detailed data. Suspensions have dropped 33.5% and expulsions 40%. So again, it shows when you put your mind to something and set goals and work together, you can get great results. One other thing I'd like to share in terms of a piece of good news, you probably have already figured this out and have congratulated him, but Tom Adams has been named as the Deputy Superintendent of the Instruction and Learning Support Branch and brings 18 years of experience in the department and sort of the inside-outside look. He's also a school board member in Davis, so we get the benefit of all of that. And let's congratulate Tom Adams. Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, okay. All right. Now we're ready for the item, and this is something that the board has not really heard before about the Workforce Investment Opportunity Act and our role of this board and K-12 in that. And so Russ will present, and then we will also have 2 guest presenters, Tim Rainey, who is the Executive Director of the California Workforce Investment Board, and Daniel Rounds, who is the Deputy Executive Director of that board, and they are responsible for the overall effort. This is one of the governor's major investments and initiatives. He's put over $1 billion in this effort at all levels of education and training. Go ahead.
Good morning, President First, Superintendent Torkelson, and members of the board. My name is Russ Weichel. I'm Director of the Career and College Transition Division here at the California Department of Ed. And I do appreciate this opportunity to speak to the board about the new state plan required as part of the Federal Workforce Innovations and Opportunity Act. The Federal Workforce Innovations and Opportunity Act, commonly known now as WIOA, requires that the governor, via the California Workforce Development Board, in cooperation with other WIOA-funded programs administered by the CDE, the Employment Development Department, and the Department of Rehabilitation, submit a unified state plan to the United States Department of Labor and the United States Department of Education. The California Workforce Development Board and the WIOA core programs collaboratively developed this draft plan, California's Strategic Workforce Development Plan, Skills Attainment for Upward Mobility, Aligned Services for Shared Prosperity, as California's Workforce Development Plan under the WIOA. This draft state plan reflects the following. First, it outlines a comprehensive four-year strategy for the investment of federal workforce training and employment services in a manner that truly aligns and coordinates, when appropriate, and integrates service delivery for the 6 core programs funded under WIOA. These 6 programs include Title I, which includes adult education, dislocated worker, and youth programs. Title II, adult basic education and basic skills programs. Title III, employment services. And Title IV, vocational rehabilitation services. It also provides a framework for aligning other relevant state and federally funded workforce, education, and human services programs. This plan initiates the expansion of the partnership beyond the core programs, such as expanding into Carl D. Perkins, K-12-14 CTE programs, and adult basic education block grant, or state dollars. I look at this really as a whole different plan than we've ever seen. It's really a plan that brings together many, many state agencies to provide coordinated services throughout our state, not only to meet the federal requirement, but also on the state dollar side of the issue. So there's 4 divisions within CDE that have program responsibilities associated directly or indirectly with WIOA. These include the the Career and College Transition Division, my own, Special Education Division, English Language Learner Support Division, and Coordinated Student Support Division. And all of these divisions have actually had input into this draft plan. This draft plan currently is in the process of public comment until about the middle of this month. And based on that public comment, the plan may be slightly revised. We look at anything like that as being a real slight technical change to our plan. The final version of this plan must be submitted to the United States Department of Labor by March 3rd of 2016. The State Board has approved annual revisions to the California State Plan for previous federal funded programs under the Workforce Investment Act, commonly referred to as WIA. And the most recent approval was in last May of 2015 when the State Board of Education approved the WIOA transition plan, which was required as a 1-year extension of the plan through June 30th of this year. Adult education and literacy activities in California include adult basic education, English language acquisition, adult secondary education, that's high school diploma and high school equivalency certificates, integrated education and training, correctional institution education, and integrated English literacy and civics education. Agencies who provide services to adult learners around California, such as school districts, county offices of education, community colleges, adult charter schools, libraries, State Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and community-based organizations are all eligible to receive WIOA funds to supplement their current services. Failure to approve this draft state plan may result in the loss or delay of an estimated $86 million in WIOA funding, specifically to address Title II, Adult Education and Family Literacy Funds. I would also like to state that yesterday we received an unexpected visit by the Assistant Secretary of Adult and Career Technical Education from the U.S. Office of Education, Johan Uven. Mr. Uven met with members of the CDE and the Chancellor's Office, who provided him with a very brief description of our plan and explained really the progress of adult education, even the state-funded adult education programs over the last few years. He stated that he was very impressed to hear what was happening in this state and was very excited to hear that what is happening with state dollars really directly now aligns with this new WIOA plan, and stated that he believes that California can actually be an example for the rest of the nation. So at this time, to give you further background and information detailing the plan and provide the State Board with insight into the intensive collaboration effort from multiple state agencies and other stakeholders in this effort. I'd like to introduce Tim Rainey, Executive Director of the California Workforce Investment Board.
Good morning. President Kerr, Superintendent Torkelson, members, thank you very much for this opportunity. I wanted to provide a little bit of background on the thinking that went behind the plan. If I could, and Daniel Rounds will come up and talk about the content of the plan very quickly, go through sort of what is in the plan to give you a sense of what's before you. Before I start, Russ mentioned being at an event yesterday. Congressman George Miller was also there, former Congressman George Miller. It was exciting for us. Dan and I did a presentation on the plan yesterday at a youth conference, and Congressman Miller, as you know, has been very engaged in the Workforce Investment Act, the prior iterations of the law, and also WIOA, and he was very complimentary on what the content of the plan was. So that was a good day for us, a good moment for us to actually have a chance to talk to him at length. So the background, very quickly, is we invest annually about $4 billion in California in workforce education and employment services. New substantial resources, as you know, have been invested in career pathways in schools. Thank you very much. We're aligning with that with our workforce boards around the state of California, I think, in very meaningful ways. In Sacramento, this $4 billion investment, however, goes through 8 different state departments and 30-odd programs. So it's all siloed up, if you will. I don't think that's exactly a word, but it's all you know what I mean. Before it ever gets down to the local level, and it's sort of on the shoulders of the local folks and regional folks to try to untangle the sort of requirements that we put on different funding streams in different ways in Sacramento around service strategies, service cultures, performance requirements, the way we collect data. So we're not lacking necessarily in new programs or enough programs, but what we do lack in is scale. So a single program, for example, that serves at-risk youth locally can do really well by that particular youth. In fact, it can change a life. But if we could have multiple programs at the local level working together in an integrated way with a common purpose, a common vision, common strategies and goals that are sort of embedded in a regional strategy that's connected to employers driving regional employment, that doesn't change one life, that can change communities. So this plan, as Russ said, was developed by all the partners in Sacramento with guidance, high-level guidance from Chairman Mike Rossi, who's the chair of the State Workforce Board, who, as you know, is also the Governor's Senior Jobs Advisor, Secretary Lanier, the Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development Agency, and it represents, as Russ said, again, a common purpose. And this is the first time in my 17 years of doing this work that all of the departments came together and got on the same page in terms of what the state's goal is and vision is longer term for this broader workforce system. The WIOA work group met, that was our work group with all the partners at the table, all these core programs, met several times over the last year to literally write this plan. We did a lot of process work with each of the departments, went deep into each department, found that even inside a department, there are sort of siloed work going on where people across the office don't necessarily talk to each other. So we started to sort of untangle that at the state level in a way that facilitates the work that has to happen locally. So the State Board of Education was well represented on our WIOA work group. Thank you, Patricia. Russ for the Department of Education, and Chris. We had the Chancellor's Office of the Community Colleges there. Von Ton Quinlivan was the co-chair of the work group. The Employment Training Panel, the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, the Employment Development Department, I'm going to miss some, I hope I don't, Department of Social Services, Department of Rehab, Corrections, all of the partners were at the table and developed this plan together. So it really does represent a common collective approach to this work. We can't drive this stuff from Sacramento, as you know. California's far too complex. So our intent is that regional leadership coordinated by local workforce boards around the state works to align these largely fragmented programs, get alignment behind, as I said, a common vision, goals, strategies for every region of the state. in ways that connect people who are receiving services, and that has to happen locally, to the industry sectors and employers in those sectors that are driving regional employment. So we create real bridges from our programs, so we're getting real employment outcomes and jobs for the people we're trying to serve. In short, our plan is not an operations manual. It doesn't have a great deal of detail, and it shouldn't, although there are appendices that are about 150 to 200 pages long, required by the federal government, that does have a lot of detail. But the core of the plan is really a framework that allows maximum flexibility, creativity at the local level where this work really needs to happen. So we're facilitating as much as we can regional local work by removing administrative barriers in Sacramento and allowing as much flexibility as possible, because you can't drive this stuff from Sacramento. So WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, it is a skills agenda. Our plan is a skills agenda. Again, getting people relevant skills to connect them to the sectors they're driving regional employment via work-based learning, apprenticeship, expanded apprenticeship, on-the-job training, career pathways, and quality credentials. And why do we do this? This is, again, the thinking behind the plan. Income mobility. I think I'm supposed to advance some slides here. There it is. Income mobility and regional prosperity, we think, are inextricably linked. If we do this right, succeed on the skills agenda, companies in target sectors, they get stronger, they get the skilled workers they need. The stronger companies are more competitive, they grow, they create more jobs, more people have access, direct access to jobs. They have money because they're earning now, money in their pockets. They spend that money in the community, it primes the pump. So it's really a connection of income mobility and regional prosperity, and this is where we think the workforce development and education really lines up nicely with economic development. Want to mention very quickly, Dan will talk about this a little bit more. We do have a big stretch goal of creating or increasing the number of folks in California that are receiving industry-valued skills credentials by 1 million over the next 10 years, and this is very consistent with the Chancellor's Strong Workforce Task Force, which I co-chaired. We are, however, not just interested in numbers. We're not interested in credential mills around the state of California. We're more interested in quality. If you do this skills agenda work right, and you're calibrating supply and demand, again, with those industry sectors and employers that are driving regional employment, so the credentials are products that those employers actually want to buy, then the credential becomes a great proxy for income mobility. At this point, I think I'll hand it over to Mr. Rounds to take you briefly through the content of the state plan, and I promise it will be brief.
Thank you. There's about 35 slides. I'll go through them really quickly. If you want me to stop and talk about something in particular detail, I can do that as well. So thank you for having us. We had a very productive last 12 months. Thank you to the State Board of Education staff and the CDE staff for working with us in work groups. It was really exciting to get people around a table and talk about the elements of our programs where we saw opportunities to build partnership. The planning process was driven by a focus on building value-added partnerships. The idea here of aligning programs is not about creating one-size-fits-all programs, but rather to build partnerships based on the specific competencies of the partners around the table. So everybody brings something to the table and has something to contribute to building a better and more aligned system, and I think we've put together a plan that reflects that. So how do I advance through this? Is there a...
Arrow.
Arrow, okay. There we go. So I'm going
Let me get you IT training.
okay. Can you give me a glass of water? So can everybody hear me? Yeah, okay. So and do you have is this like on your screen in front of you? Okay. This slide here is kind of an overview of the content of the state plan. The plan begins with kind of a preface that talks about the process that we engage to develop the content. It kind of talks a little bit about the federal and state mandates to which we need to respond in the plan. And then it kind of lays out the programmatic vision for service delivery, thank you, and the kind of strategies that we're going to engage in. Oh, that's really nice. Tim, I want one of these in my office. So there's kind of a high-level overview in the first few sections, and then there are 9 chapters, which we call the Unified Plan. The new federal law requires that the 4 core programs develop a unified plan which speaks to how they're going to coordinate at the local and regional level. So those first 9 chapters are that unified plan. And then there's 8 appendices. The entire plan is about 500 pages. The unified plan is about 100 pages. And so I'm going to take you through those first 9 chapters. I'm going to briefly talk a little bit about what's in the appendices. There's a lot of very rich detail in the appendices. The appendices were, a lot of the content in the appendices were written by the core programs in response to specific requirements issued by the federal government. So the first 2 chapters are background chapters. The first chapter is kind of an overview of California's economy, its labor market. The second chapter is kind of an overview of all the programs and services that are delivered under the broad system as a whole. And that second chapter talks about the strengths and weaknesses of the various partner programs. And then in the third chapter, we really start getting into the strategic policy direction of the plan. The fourth chapter talks about the State Workforce Development Board's roles and responsibilities under the new federal law. The fifth chapter is kind of the nuts and bolts of the state plan. And that talks a little bit about how we envision partnership happening at the local and regional level. We tell folks all the time when we do this presentation that the state plan is not an operations manual. It is it's a conceptual and strategic framework for building local and regional partnerships. And that's how we're thinking about it. The sixth chapter talks about data sharing opportunities, performance accountability systems. And then at that point, chapters 7 and 8 become very compliance-oriented, responding to specific questions and policies that are posed to us by the federal government. So what's in the executive summary? The executive summary is built around kind of a big stretch goal, 3 policy objectives, and 7 policy strategies, and it lays out kind of a bifurcated vision for service delivery where there are 2 components, a regional planning process and a regional vision for coordination and partnership, and then a vision for local service delivery and local coordination. So the big stretch goal is a 1 million industry recognized credentials, post-secondary, middle skill credentials. That's a lot, so I'll unpack that a little bit for you. What does that mean? A middle skill post-secondary credential is a credential with demonstrable labor market value that requires more than a high school education but less than a 4-year degree. We think that this is a really important bridge between K-12 and higher ed. Our position is that people should get as much education and training as they can. We think if we do this right, we build an integrated system from top to bottom. So what are the 3 policy objectives and what are the 7 program strategies we're emphasizing in the state plan? The 3 policy objectives are fostering demand-driven skills attainment, enabling upward mobility for populations with barriers to employment, and doing alignment at the regional and local level. What do I mean when I say demand-driven skills attainment? That's kind of workforce speak for saying our programs and services should be calibrated to the needs of the labor market if we're trying to build programs that help people get jobs. The other 2 objectives are pretty self-explanatory. How do we envision doing that? We have 7 policy strategies that are emphasized both in the federal law but also in state legislation. California is a little bit ahead of the curve on implementing this. A lot of the content of the federal law has, over the last 4 or 5 years, thanks to the leadership of the state legislature, has been put into the State Workforce Act. And so we have a little bit of a jump on the rest of the country in many of these areas. I also like to say the reason why we emphasize these strategies is we have a mandate from the state government that tells us that our programs need to be data-driven and evidence-based. So I want to say that all 7 of these strategies have a wealth of research literature behind them that supports them, that shows that they help people succeed. When I get into Chapter 3, I'll go into detail for each of these 7 strategies. And so when we think about the state plan, there's kind of, I mentioned this bifurcated service delivery structure. We're really thinking about it on two levels. We're thinking about regional partnerships and we're thinking about local service delivery. So the regional partnerships and the vision for building regional partnerships is around building a tightly knit workforce and education training pipeline that maps onto the dynamics of the regional labor market. So what we envision happening is at the regional level, partners will come together. They will build strategic agreements about how to feed people into a workforce and education pipeline that maps onto the needs of the regional labor market. However, people who get services don't experience the world at the regional level. They experience it concretely in their day-to-day lives at the local level, and they interface with service providers at the local level. So we are not attempting to supplant local service delivery with a regional approach. We say that local service delivery is nested within a broader regional focus. And so we see access to that workforce and education pipeline being built at the local level through local partnerships. So I say this in every presentation of the state plan. If we could put the entire state plan on one PowerPoint slide, this is what it would look like. On the left side is the vision for the regional partnerships. It's built primarily around the triangle. On the lower left-hand side, you have the regionally organized local workforce investment boards. Under the new federal law, the local workforce investment boards are required to develop regional plans, and they're required to coordinate with each other regionally. On the lower right-hand side is the training and education partners. This would include K-12 partners, community college partners, adult education block grant consortia, all of the training education providers in that region who want to play. At the top of the triangle are regional industry sector leaders. We feel that engaging with employers is really key to building programs and services that work. If we can calibrate our programming to what's happening in the economy, we can really get a lot of traction. And if we do it right and if we package services right, we can get people who are having a hard time thriving in the labor market to actually get into not just jobs, but into jobs with upward mobility. On the other side of the slide is our vision for local service delivery. We call this the pinwheel. And so you can see there's at the center of the pinwheel are the American Job Centers of California. These are operated primarily by the WIO Title I partners, the local workforce investment boards, and the folks with whom they contract to provide services. That's the hub through which many of the populations with barriers to employment access social services and use federal Title I money to get access to training and education. And so we see folks coming in to the AJCCs and then getting referred out to local programs that can provide them with the services that they need to succeed. And every individual is different. Everybody who comes into the system is not going to have the same sorts of needs and services. So what we're telling our local partners, the local workforce investment boards, is that when they build their local plans and when they build their local partnerships, they have to do it in a way that is customer-centered, so that the partnerships can, or the way resources are braided or shared at the local level is flexible enough to allow them to serve a broad, diverse population with various different sets of needs. So that's kind of the big conceptual overview driving the plan. Now I'm just going to run through the 9 chapters and the appendices fairly quickly. There's a lot of detail in here that we don't necessarily need to discuss. If you want to dig into the meat of the state plan, it is posted on the State Workforce Development Board's website. Public comment is open for one more day. Chapter 1 is the overview of California's labor market. These bullet points on this slide are essentially the headings that we use to structure the chapter. We make some points about the state's economy being big and growing. We make some points about it being diverse. Regional labor markets are very different in California. That's why it's important to have regional planning and not expect the state plan to create a one-size-fits-all menu of services. We need to be responsive to what the regional labor markets look like. This chapter talks about economic recovery in the state. It kind of details how the recovery has been uneven. The state still has marked inequality. The inequality is both demographic in nature and regional in nature. And we finish the chapter with the policy implications. So this next slide kind of talks or covers what is at the end of the chapter. It discusses how the recovery has been uneven, and then it makes the point that we need to invest in skills attainment, and that if we do this right, if we invest in the right skills in the right regions, not only will we enable upward mobility, but we will also be providing our employer community with a skilled workforce, which will enable them to compete in the global economy. Chapter 2 is the overview of the system. Chapter 2 essentially also provides strengths and weaknesses of the system. All of our partners who contributed to the plan did their own self-assessment of their programs in terms of the strengths and weaknesses. One of the points that we try to make in this chapter is we do have a really big, sprawling, decentralized, even in some instances, a fragmented system. And so the way that we see moving forward to kind of overcome the fragmentation while still preserving the ability for locals and regions to drive their own policy is through these local and regional partnerships. Chapter 3 is the overview of the 7 policy strategies. The first 3 strategies that the chapter talks about are sector strategies, career pathways, and organizing regionally. And we kind of, in our regional approach to regional planning, we collapse those 3 policy strategies into what we call regional sector pathways. So the first of those 3 component parts of regional sector pathways is sector strategies, which is organizing with industry, doing an assessment of an industry's workforce and education needs, and then building program around that. Why is it important? We say this all the time. If you have training and education programs whose specific purpose is to get people into jobs, and we recognize that not all education programs are specifically designed to get people into jobs, but if that's what the content of those programs is for, then it better have some kind of tie into what's happening in the real economy. And the way to learn if it does is to actually talk to employers. Career pathways is a pillar of the state plan. This is something that's been emphasized in California for the last 5 to 10 years. I don't have to talk at length about this. I'm sure you're familiar with it. The flexibility in career pathways, the multiple entry and exit points, allows folks to get into a career pathway where it's most appropriate for them to get in, to exit when they want to exit and work, and actually go back in so people can engage in a process of lifelong learning. Earn and learn policies. Not everybody can go to school full-time, and so we felt it was important to put a policy into the state plan that also recognized that people can develop skills on the job or through apprenticeship programs. This is a really important way to help folks who may not be able to attend to actually skill up and increase their wage levels. This one's self-explanatory. So over the years, the social stratification research has shown pretty consistently that people who complete programs do better in the labor market than those people who start programs and don't complete programs. And the research has also shown that there are a set of services or a number of different types of services that you can provide to people who have barriers to employment to help them complete programs. We group those together under the kind of umbrella category of supportive services. Some of these are subsidized childcare, subsidized transportation. You can provide people who are in training and education programs vouchers so they can get on the bus and go to school. There are a couple of pools of money that are covered by the state plan that allow the provision of supportive services to workers and students. One is the We Owe It Title I money, and another one is the TANF money. So we think it's really important at the local level for the partners to think about how they can use these resources to help people complete programs and get their degrees, get their credentials. This is the one that I see this slide and I get scared. The federal government has some really great policy direction that they provided in terms of sharing of data, there's two kinds of data that they want us to use really in a kind of an in-depth way. One is what we call the performance data, so measuring outcomes of programs in order to see if we're actually having an impact on people's ability to get jobs and retain jobs. The other is labor market data and learning about what's happening in the economy as we design our programs. The federal government has a vision for the WIOA programs that would like, over the long run, for us to start using common intake systems and case management systems. Of course, this is not as easy to do in the state of California as it is in the state of Rhode Island. We have 58 county offices of education. We have 48 local workforce investment boards. We have 8 departments providing these sorts of programs. So meeting the federal requirements, this is going to be on a challenge. The state board is committed to developing a data sharing framework that works for all of the partners, and we don't know what that looks like yet. And if you have any ideas about what it looks like, I'd love to talk to you. The 7th strategy that we focus on in the state plan is integrating service delivery and braiding resources. A lot of our Title I partners at the local level have experience doing this through the development of the one-stops. We would like those one-stop American Job Centers of California to have broader partnerships at the local level. We think that if folks are talking together at the local level, there's a lot of opportunities for partnership that haven't been taken advantage of in the past that we should be utilizing. And there's lots of reasons to do this. Nobody has enough money to do what their program's supposed to do. But if we put it all together and strategically use it in ways to package services, we can get a lot more leverage at the local level than we are if everybody's working separately. So this is about getting people at the local level moving in the same direction. Again, not collapsing programs or doing away with the expertise of particular programs, but building partnerships around what those various programs bring to the table. Chapter 4 is really uninteresting unless you work for the State Workforce Board. This section on the executive director, I had fun with that, but then I edited it before I showed it to Tim. Chapter 5 is really I would say it is the guts of the framework of the state plan. It is, I'm a trained sociologist, so I'm going to drop a sociological term here. It kind of expresses or articulates the functional division of labor contained in the state plan, and there's 2 sections. The first section is kind of the functional division of labor among the various departments and agencies that we envision happening at the regional level in building the triangle. So who does what, when, and how to make that triangle work. And then the second half of the chapter is who does what, when, and how to make the pinwheel happen. And the content of this chapter reflects the content of the partner agreements that we developed through the work group process. The language for all of those agreements is in Appendix H of the state plan. We worked very closely with our partners. I was in several meetings with Russ and Chris and Carolyn, and we developed partnership language around aligning Title II programs with local workforce investment board plans, and the language around the adult education block grant consortia participating in the regional sector pathways programs. That's all in Appendix H. I would encourage you to take a look at that. So we talk a lot in the state plan about regional planning. We were required by the feds to carve up the state into regions. These are the regions that we arrived at. In theory, these regions should map pretty closely onto regional labor markets. We have to build the regional boundaries out of local workforce investment board boundaries. Some of those local board boundaries straddle labor markets. So we made modifications to address that issue. I will say that these regions that we're using are very closely aligned with the community college regions. They're about 85% overlap. And we have, we've also been working with CDE to talk about how the regional boundaries can better serve K-12 partnerships. So I'm just going to skip a couple slides and show you what the language of Chapter 5 sort of looks like. It kind of delineates who's responsible for which functions of making the state plan content work. So there's a lot of language like this. The state board will do X, the local boards will do Y, the local educational agencies will do this or that. It's fairly general, and it's a map for building those local partnerships. So it's not super prescriptive. Rather, it talks more about the roles in developing the local and regional plans. So I'm almost done. I know this stuff is really exciting. I was going to bring a lightsaber and wave it around because I know that's on everybody's mind, but on second thought, I thought it might be inappropriate. Chapter 6 talks about performance accountability systems and labor market systems and how we, what our plan is for meeting the federal requirements for sharing data and reporting performance data to the federal government. Much of the content in this chapter is focused on how we do performance for the Title I program, but I don't know if you know this or not, but under the new federal law, all 4 of the core partner programs are subject to the same performance metrics.
Could you expand on exactly? We have a Title I and you have a Title I, so your Title I isn't ours. So can you?
Under the State Workforce Act, or under the Federal Workforce Act, there are 4 titles. The first title are the adult, dislocated worker, and out of school youth funding streams. And that money flows down to the local workforce investment boards through formulas based on the demographic characteristics of the local workforce investment areas. Title II under the federal WIOA is the adult education programming that is funded by the federal government. Title III is the Wagner-Pizer Employment Services Program operated by the Employment Development Department. It's employment services. It's helping people do, it's kind of staff-assisted job placement services. Title IV is Voc Rehab in California. That's operated by the Department of Rehabilitation. So those are the 4 title programs. Under the new federal law, they're all subject to the same performance metrics, which include things like measuring of the people who go through the programs, how many are employed 6 months after they exit the program, and then how long do they retain that employment. Other things that are measured under this are did they finish a program? Was there a measurable skills gain? Did they get a degree or a credential? So for all of the programs, we have to measure outcomes the same way under the new federal law. And the indications that we are getting from Washington are this same performance metric system is going to be put in place for the TANF programs and also for Carl Perkins programs. So there's a real move from the federal government to get everybody measured and using the same metrics rather than creating different systems, different metrics for different systems or different programs. So this chapter kind of lays out in a kind of schematic way how we intend to meet those federal requirements. And again, if you read it and the light bulb goes off, or you wake up in the middle of the night and say, Eureka, please call me. So chapter 7 is where it starts to get fairly compliant. The plan gets fairly compliance oriented. There's very specific questions that we have to answer in our state plan. Chapter 7 is one of the areas where we do that. The appendices are the other areas where we do that. Chapter 8 talks about how the federal money moves through the state. And then chapter 9 is the summary and concluding chapter. I'm sure many of you took first year English composition courses where they tell you if you want to tell somebody something, you start with an introduction that tells them what you're going to tell them. Then you tell them what you're going to tell them, and then you tell them what you told them. Chapter 9 is where we tell you what we told you, and it is essentially the same content as the executive summary. So that's kind of the content of the unified plan. There are 8 appendices that follow. This is very dry compliance-oriented stuff. If you have insomnia like me, you can get up and you can reach over to your table next to your bed and you can get out the state plan and you can start reading it and your insomnia is solved. The first 4 appendices are the program-specific requirements and assurances for the 4 WIOA title programs. And then there are 2 appendices that talk about labor market data. One of those provides a fairly in-depth overview of the industries and occupations that are driving employment in the 14 different regions. There's also demographic information in those regional labor market profiles. We have breakouts of educational attainment by the populations split up into demographic categories, and that it's really rich. It was put together by EDD's Labor Market Information Division. They did a really good job. I would encourage everybody to take a look at that. And then the last appendix is the state plan partnership agreements, which kind of drive the content of the state plan. So that is the state plan, and we would love your feedback.
Okay, thank you for that overview. Russ, you'll make some more comments and maybe relate some of the programs that CDE and the board administer in this.
What's that?
Maybe you could relate some of the programs that the board and CDE have a role in.
Yeah, so the first one would be adult basic education. So students who may or may not have a high school diploma or lack the education necessary to get employment. Also, English language acquisition programs, so ESL programs for adults with immigrants coming into the country who are of adult age and have no knowledge of English language. They get those services through adult education. And certainly adult secondary education, that's a GED and getting equivalent to a high school diploma. And then integrated education and training where you actually get some academics and some technical training at the same time so that you're employable not only with the knowledge but with the skills necessary to obtain that knowledge. So that's what we really look at with Title II. I think the other thing that I wanted to state is that this plan is really unique over any other plan we've seen under WIOA, and I think that's important for the board to know, is that under WIOA, the only title of this whole act that you ever saw was Title II. And we, CDE, designed and built that Title II plan in isolation of these other state agencies. And in fact, when we submitted that to the federal government, we submitted that only to the U.S. Office of Education. The other three titles were put together by those other state agencies, oftentimes in isolation, with very little cooperation, I would say. They had some was required because some of them share some title, but those documents then were shipped off to the U.S. Department of Labor. So even at the federal level, the federal government never saw a unified plan. The Department of Labor never saw Title II, and the Department of Education never saw Titles 1, 3, and 4. So I think it's important to note that with this unified plan, what happens is not only have we had this huge collaborative effort in the state now, and we've got all these state agencies working together on this initiative, but now when the final plan is sent to the federal government, the whole plan is sent both to the Department of Labor and the Department of Education, so they get to read the whole unified plan. So I think that's important to understand, unlike any previous plan. So with all of that, the CDE does recommend that the State Board of Education approve our draft California Strategic Workforce Development Plan under the Workforce Innovations and Opportunity Act for programs years 2016-2020. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to try to answer those for you.
Right. So we'll start with board member questions, and I'll come back at the end with some interests. I'm actually writing a book now called Higher Education in a High-Tech Economy about the 7-county Bay Area in terms of post-secondary education. So,
Great.
And we're almost done. So I have some specific questions, but let me get the board members.
I'd be happy to answer those questions for you if you'll reference my name in your book.
Okay. I'll do that. Yeah. Okay, board member Rucker.
Well, Russ, first of all, thank you for organizing this item and preparing it for presentation to the board today. I would love to tell you I read the whole plan, but I did read the executive summary, and I did read the summary chapter. And what I did appreciate was the clear explanation and development of coherence among all the departments that did the work to develop the plan. And so it helped me to understand better what the workforce development plan for the state is and its linkages to all the different education segments. There was a term of art used in the plan, and when I ask you this, you're going to say, okay, that is linked to a separate project that you're also overseeing, and that term of art was career pathways.
Correct.
And so one of the things I was curious about, because when we talk about career pathways as a program in the K-12, it has a different meaning and even application what the focus and the priorities are in those programs for K-12 students. And so what I would like to understand, particularly because there is a career pathway that is vocational in those programs, what is the linkage for students who are going through those programs toward industry certification or badging that becomes an option for developing those programs as they become certifiable? That's not the correct word. I also made that up. But how the plan doesn't articulate that. It's not required to. And the current funded grants for career pathways in K-12 doesn't actually explain what those linkages are. So we have literally two career pathway projects on two different pathways, even though the intent is for the K-12 programs to somehow link to this work. I'm not really sure if there's an idea in your division how that linkage is eventually going to happen. That's not something that can be resolved today by approving this item, but this plan clearly identifies what the purposes of the career pathways function is in the post-secondary adult education training. And there's this idea or this vision for K-12 career pathway programs that in some way it contributes to the workforce development in these regional areas and these regional plans and some of the partnership and collaboration that's supposed to happen. But these are two very different purposes and focuses. So I just wanted to identify or at least be thoughtful on what we're doing to try to bridge that, since there is clear intent to do that, but it's never been addressed in either way. So that's just something I wanted to bring up.
So I think that will become very, very clear once the Carl D. Perkins legislation is reauthorized. It's my understanding that Congress has actually had a couple of meetings already about that, and they may move forward this year with reauthorization of Perkins, if not this year, certainly next year. It's our intent to make that alignment. That's why I was really thrilled to be part of this whole WIO effort, because it really does align. And while our career pathways in K-12 may not seem to align with the pathways as defined in WIOA, I think certainly our intent is to make that happen. And I would suspect that within the new Perkins legislation, we're going to see a commonality between what's in not only ESSA, but also WIOA. And I think the federal government has finally got their mind collectively together, and we're going to see that when Perkins is reauthorized.
And I'm glad you brought that point up, because that does lead me to my second question. With ESEA, there was purposeful intent when under Perkins that they made some specific requirements that align requirements in ESEA and requirements in Perkins.
Correct.
I heard the presenter talk about the accountability requirements for the programs, particularly for Perkins, would be aligned to these accountability requirements. Does that mean that we could possibly see two accountability systems for our K-12 Perkins programs? Or is there going to be some attempt to do some meshing of those requirements so that we don't have those two distinct responsibilities?
I think what we'll see is a direct alignment with not only some of the requirements in WIOA. In fact, Dan referenced students who have employment 6 months out after leaving the program. We have that same requirement now in Perkins. I expect that to stay within Perkins. But I also see alignment on the academic side, the academic measures in Perkins aligning with the new Elementary Secondary Act. And in fact, the current language in Perkins does align the academic accountability measures with federal ESSA. And in fact, as those indicators change at the federal level, that has a direct impact on the data that we collect through Perkins.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other questions? Yes, Board Member Sandoval.
Well, first, congratulations. This is wonderful work, and it's amazing
They
that
did most of the work.
yeah, it really is. I work with primarily Native American populations on a day-to-day basis, and it's just wonderful to see see the alignment of different agencies and departments coming together, because it's often a challenge for us, especially with high unemployment rates, especially with young people ages 16 to 25, and to see the different options here presented. There's so much good information here. And then also the focus on transition services for students with disabilities. It's very important to focus on that. I have a quick question. I live in the central coast of California, where regional occupation programs are just part of the fabric of our high schools. So where does that fit in with this?
Well, as you know, there's no longer state funding for regional occupational programs, but many of those are still maintaining their efforts, either through contract services, contracting out services to their local member districts. Some of the county-run ROCPs are still choosing to use some county funds to keep their ROCPs in operation, and many of those ROCPs also serve adult students. And so those adult students that are served through those programs certainly will align with the new WIOA.
State Superintendent. Okay.
Just a couple of things. I'm one of the liaisons to this project, and I've been trying to wrap my head around implementation of something so massive and grand and involves so many different agencies. So first of all, as far as aligning the regional areas and the career pathways and all that, what organization would be in charge of coordinating all of that?
I don't think there's any one state agency that's necessarily in charge of all that. It's really through our collective efforts, and I think that's I think the main way that will happen is not necessarily at the local level as much as more at the regional level. And that's, I think, the important thing about WIOA. It really focuses these efforts in convincing districts that they should not do this alone, that they should do this collectively to meet the needs of business and industry. And I think we'll see a lot of that happening really at that regional level with those local agencies.
Well, let me follow up on that. Who's in charge at the regional level? I mean, you created these regionals, and so who's organizing workforce development efforts? We have county offices.
That's Tim's area.
Yeah, who's in charge here regionally? I can't. What entity is?
I'll give it. Well, this is not. There's no easy answer to this because we don't have structures regionally to do this alignment per se. The plan talks about local workforce boards. We have 48 in the state. We don't have 48 regions, but multiple boards in a particular region working together to help align kind of the broader partnership. All the components of the workforce system, for the most part, are represented on local workforce boards. So we're really pushing them, and this is what the WIOA envisions, pushing them to really do this alignment regionally. But we also understand we're investing state discretionary money, thanks to Mike Rossi and his vision about how to pull this stuff together regionally, investing what we're calling slingshot programs to fund and facilitate the alignment of these partners at the regional level. So sometimes with Slingshot, it's an economic development agency or multiple economic development agencies taking the lead on this regional coordination. Sometimes it's multiple boards. Sometimes colleges are taking the lead. So it depends on the region of the state. So it's kind of taking form in different ways in each of the 14 regions of California. And by the way, Slingshot is an odd, maybe a misnomer. It's about partnership, and you don't take a slingshot to a partnership meeting necessarily. But it's a recognition this is already happening around the state. We're not inventing new stuff here. There's already organic sort of organization regionally among partners, and the idea is to invest some money to kind of slingshot that forward. So it's acceleration.
Go ahead.
Okay. Then the second part of my question is then this also spans as far as specific to the board and the department's responsibilities. It seems like it will go across divisions within the department as well. So how will the department work on coordinating just within CDE to provide the support?
So
He's standing right there. It's Russ. Everything.
maybe I'll ask Chris Nelson to come up because he's the administrator for the adult ed office and he's working with those other divisions. So.
And as he's coming up, I thought I'd also mention, answering the president's question and yours, that there are, it's fragmented in one hand, but there's building partnerships and connections happening. For instance, on adult ed, pursuant to the legislation of a few years ago, there are 70 consortia across the state, and there's coordination now in those 70 regions with the community colleges, the local employers, looking at how best to help prepare those, what course offerings would make sense. And also the career pathways have created these rich partnerships which essentially require connection between high school, community college, and the employers in the region, sort of looking at the regional economy. So that's driven a lot of coordination that hadn't been there before. And on the pathway incentives that we'll have next on our agenda is another investment that we can frame some of that investment so it does align and connect to these other entities. Chris?
So you were asking about within the department. So we're coordinating with a number of the divisions here. We're coordinating with coordinated student support, with the English learner division, and we're also coordinating with the with special education. And we've had that. We've had this long before I actually even started here at the CDE. We started having meetings on a regular basis to talk about how we can better coordinate our services. How do you transition special ed students into adult education? How do we work with the English learner programs, working with the parents and trying to get them involved in our adult education programs. So we've had some good conversations around that. And as we've developed the plan together, we've continued to have this, and we will continue to do so.
Let me follow up. There's many more, the superintendent's comment as well, there's many more adult ed regions, right, than there are these regions under WIOA. I think you used the term 70 or something?
70 consortia, yeah.
Yeah. So how are those going to align? If you drive around the Bay Area, you find people are moving around there across their adult ed regions, so are these things that we've formed on adult ed too micro, not big enough for a regional perspective?
So yes, there are 70 regional consortia. They're based upon the community college district boundaries. So those are how the consortia have been developed originally. And that was out of AB 86, which was a bill for 3 years ago for planning for adult education, and now AB 104, which is moving this along into the implementation phase, working with consortia. So those were set up in legislation, but there's coordination even at a higher level. Many of the consortia are starting to have bigger conversations around the regions and looking at the WIOA region, saying, hey, that makes more sense for us to look at the bigger picture, especially in terms of employment and that kind of thing.
And in those 70 consortia, the plans and the funding has been released, and the controller's getting ready to write the checks to almost all of them that have completed it. There's a goal in there of avoiding duplication, of coordinating, not competing, so that one adult ed program, just for example, in Los Angeles School District has 17,000 students ready. They want to get into adult ed programs. They desperately need these skills. Francisco Rodriguez and the LA Community College are, looking at starting a program that would dovetail with the basic English development programs, and they would have more of a college-ready English, higher level of English preparedness for community college. So you could create pipelines. So the idea of the law and what we hope has worked out as the money has been now distributed is, again, some coordination so that you don't have a duplication of services, and it's aligned for pipeline opportunities.
Well, I'll just say over some point, I'm not sure regional boundaries around community colleges make a lot of sense, and they certainly don't in the Bay Area, which I study, because they're not coterminous with how the economy's structured and how people are moving. So if at some point I think the legislature ought to look at that, I think this regional approach is the right way to go, and so we have structures in our purview that are not aligned with that theory, and so I would never build a workforce approach in the Bay Area on the community college regions. They were not established with that in mind. Many of the community colleges are up in the hills, and the people that need what you're talking about are down in the flats, and the bus service stinks, and so it's
There is
you just can't get there from here. You're laying old structures on new structures.
Yes, there is flexibility in AB 104 that allows the superintendent and the chancellor to look at different regions if the regions choose to do so. So if a region wanted to combine with another region, they could do that in the law. So they have that flexibility in AB 104.
Okay, I didn't interrupt. All right, Board Member Rucker.
And related to your comment about the study you're making on the Bay Area, in the subdivision where I live in Placer County, a high percentage of my neighbors commute to the workforce in the Bay Area. And so in looking at the map that you created and to identify the divisions based on the workforce economies and the priorities that were developed, one of the things I noticed is it really didn't consider those types of commuter patterns, even those type of workforce decisions, because in my community, which I looked to see which region I was placed in my community, a lot of the folks where I live would not benefit from any of the plans you have, because even their children are watching their parents go to another area to do their work, and that's the model those kids have about workforce decisions and about career decisions. So it's interesting, the plan really can't consider that either.
So these 14 regions, we started with a map that EDD developed that had 8 regions, and commute patterns were factored into where they drew the boundaries for those 8 regions. For example, the Bay Area was 1 region, and now it's 3 regions. There are 14 local workforce development boards in the Bay Area. We thought putting them all in 1 region was operationally wasn't going to facilitate the kind of in-depth conversation. It would have been more surface level than was needed. So commute patterns are figured into this, but there were some operational considerations. There were also some considerations around local workforce investment board jurisdictions that crossed labor market areas. So we did the best we could, given the constraints that we were operating under. And we did, this map was put out for public comment, and we did make a few adjustments based on the public comment. For example, Mendocino County was originally grouped with Humboldt County. We moved it down into the North Bay area because of commute patterns, 1. 2, there are existing planning relationships between community colleges and local workforce boards that seem to indicate that making that boundary switch made sense. We see these boundaries as being organic and living, because as economies change, the boundaries of labor markets will change too. Of course, if you're changing these all the time, it becomes an operational and bureaucratic nightmare. So these are relatively set for now, but the state board is willing to take a look at moving those boundaries in the future when it seems to make sense.
If I could add one more thought to that, the community colleges have emerged in the Career Pathways Trust Grant Program as key players in terms of bridge building between our high schools, adult ed, and employers. So I wanted to point out that they've really stepped up and provided leadership, and perhaps Russ could comment further on it. And with Chris Holden's bill last year on dual enrollment, I think we're going to see a lot more of our high school students who begin to get in their mind what they want to do for the rest of their life, or what they want to do career-wise to get ready for independent living, that they'll be enrolling in our community colleges and earning credits and getting AAs as they graduate from high school or halfway to an AA degree. So I think that's another way to look at it, that there is also some choice that students could have based on what is offered at the community college or the community adult ed program run by the community college, so that individuals can move where the service is. They don't have to stay in the boundaries of their own community college district. I don't know if you want to comment further on that.
Yeah, I would say that we've had recent state initiatives, certainly Career Pathways Trust, that really focus on this regionalization, and whether it's purposefully or coincidentally, The feds are doing the same thing. They're pushing towards states to regionalize in the delivery system. And I think this whole regional concept, we really need to think that we're in the infancy of this regionalization, that many of the districts that are starting the regionalization efforts have come to the table because that's the way the money's been put out. But now they're realizing the benefit of those regional partnerships, and they're starting to work more collaboratively. And even when some of that money may go away, I think their heart will still be in this effort. And so, yes, there are maps that we can all look at that may or may not align right now, but as we grow up from infancy into early childhood and hopefully someday adulthood with this whole regional concept, I think we'll get all of that straightened out. But I think certainly it's the important thing to note is that that's where the focus is now, not only in K-12, but in adult education, community college, and on the workforce side. So I think that's important to note.
Yeah, I would just point out in our study of the 7-county Bay Area, there are 375 institutions of post-secondary education. 375. There is one public research university, the University of California. There are only 3 Cal State universities for over 7 million people. If we were running a state, I doubt we'd have just 3 located in old sections, and there are 22 community colleges. There is a vast non-government sector out there, for-profit, non-profit, which is filling in the gaps. The demand for education, post-secondary education in the 7-county Bay Area exceeds the supply by multiples. So there's nowhere near enough supply. So the private sector is entering for-profit, non-profit, and is a major factor filling in these gaps. And a bottom line of the study, which the president of a local CSU summed up pretty well. He said, this economy in the Bay Area changes exponentially. Public higher ed, with its constraints and folkways of the faculty and so on, can only change incrementally. And so the general view you get is of a dynamic economy creating and destroying industries at a rapid pace, and a public education post-secondary system that can move very, very slowly. So that's some of the bottom lines, but stay tuned and we'll have more for you soon.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, any other questions on this? I think we need some public comment and then a motion.
Just one brief question for Russ and our good other team members, and congratulations for the work. Middle skills job, just define, we sort of know what that is, but define it a little bit and give us a couple of examples. So you're looking at that target of 1 million to get those middle school skills certificates.
Yeah, so I would define those jobs that those are jobs that require less than a baccalaureate degree, but certainly higher than a high school education. So it may not, LVN, licensed vocational nursing, certified nursing, those kind of things. They do require either a state license. Both of those occupations do require state license, passing a test, and so forth to get that license. But then also there's many, there are some jobs within the high-tech industry that may not require four-year college education, but certainly a lot of the technician jobs in computer services now require some education, some training beyond high school, whether that's through an adult education training institution, a community college, or a private post-secondary. It does require education beyond high school. And oftentimes they pay certainly a sustainable family wage.
Yeah, less than high school is all over healthcare. Less than college, four-year college,
Right.
I'm sorry, is all over healthcare now,
Yeah,
and growing extremely rapidly. So, and there's jobs in the Bay Area.
And most
that
of those
are
do
going
require
on
some
themselves.
kind of an industry-based certification.
Yeah. So we should have some public comment, I think, because the public had some
Yes.
concerns about.
Liz Guillen, Ernie Silva, Leticia Garcia, and Susan from Sac City. If you'd step forward.
Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson and members of the board and staff. I'm Ernie Silva from Sciatech. And I want to suggest two improvements to this plan. The federal law, WIOA, mentions out-of-school youth 14 times. It provides 75% of the money is going to be spent on youth. California is ahead of the curve on this. Years ago, California adopted Education Code 47612.1, which allows schools that partner with Department of Labor and Conservation Corps programs, the same WIO programs we're talking about today, to serve opportunity youth at an increased age, 16 to 24. Sciatech's one of those schools. We are a California distinguished school. We have a dropout recovery program in partnership with Department of Labor. We provide an A through G curriculum to these former dropout students, and we've graduated over 9,000 students with a fully accredited WASC diploma. So the two improvements are, one, the 47612.1 programs are never mentioned in the plan. I really think we ought to include them and include schools like ours in the consultation and strategy development at the local levels as well. The community colleges are involved, some others are involved, but not programs like ours that are doing this very work today. And the second, this has been kind of, and I apologize, I've confused people. The second is the issue of a WASC diploma. The high school diploma attainment is a primary indicator of performance in the federal law for out-of-school youth. What I'm asking for is that we recognize in our plan that a WASC-accredited high school diploma is the preferred diploma, not the only diploma, not the only credential, but where, because the federal law requires diplomas to be a credential, where we're going to issue a diploma, it ought to be a WASC-accredited diploma. That means that the California state standards are met. It means that we're using measurable academic growth. So those are the two issues that I really hope you'll consider and Tim and the staff will consider in moving forward to the final plan. Thank you.
Good morning. Leticia Garcia on behalf of Riverside County Office of Education. Riverside County Office of Education operates the Comeback Kids Charter School. It is a charter that offers prevention and intervention services to 800 students currently, ages 16 to 24. And this program is growing. We offer it at 25 different school sites, this particular program is focused on re-enrolling these students in an educational program. The charter school utilizes a pedagogy that allows students to move at an accelerated pace to complete a meaningful education in sequence with career training. Unfortunately, the draft plan before you impacts the charter school, the Comeback Kids, in the two ways that my colleague from Sciatech mentioned. It doesn't allow us to be at the table at the local level when all of these local, regional, and local entities are developing these coordinated programs. So we want a seat at that table as someone who is offering these programs. And then also the impact of competing with programs that are not accredited by WASC, that are often outside of the state. And while they are accredited in their home state or headquartered state, they're not accredited in the state they're operating in California. We believe that this is a grave disservice to the very students that WIO is trying to serve. So we thank you for your time and for the opportunity to make these suggestions.
Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Sue Gilmore. I'm Director of Adult Ed for Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm also the current president of the California Adult Education Association. And we are in favor of this plan and urge you to approve it. It would be wonderful if the regional consortia created for adult ed and the regional workforce investment boards do come together and match. And I think down the line they will, because there is the opportunity to make changes. Right now with Los Rios, which is the consortia that I'm in, it's huge, and it includes Yolo County, Sacramento County, El Dorado County, and Calaveras County, or Amador County. And there are multiple workforce boards. So when it says that our consortium plan needs to be approved by the Workforce Investment Board, do we need to show it to all 4 of them, or can we just show it to one? Anyway, but we do urge your approval.
Okay, that concludes the public testimony. So Russ or Tim Rennie, do you want to comment on the first 2 presenters at all?
Yeah, thank you. We actually have, as Dan mentioned, tomorrow is the deadline for public comment on the plan. We've taken comment volumes of comment that we're going to. So Secretary Lanier characterized the plan as a living document. When we submit the plan to the federal government on March 3rd, which is our deadline so we don't lose funding, the federal government's going to kick it back to us, and we're going to make modifications. So we have a chance to consider the public comment now and build in what's should be built into the plan, and then bring it back to you guys, bring it back to our State Workforce Investment Board, and then kind of resubmit it to the feds, a final plan, which continues to be a living document. There isn't anything in the plan, however, that precludes all partners, including charter schools, to participate in the local and regional planning processes. When we do our regional and local planning guidance, that's the place where we can kind of insert language to ensure that the right partners are at the table in the development of the regional plan. So I think that's where we have another opportunity to sort of engage other partners who feel like they may be left out of a process. I don't think the state plan at this point, although we're going to consider the public comment. We actually have comments from Mr. Silva. I'm not sure the state plan is the right place to call out specific partners. We don't do that. Again, it's a general framework. But in the regional and local planning guidance, that might be a more appropriate place.
Do you involve the private non-government sector in your planning at all? Regional planning?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. It's the private sector is required to be part of the regional planning process and the local planning process. Each of the local workforce investment boards, by the way, are 51% mandated private sector. They're supposed to, the employers on the local boards are required to represent the industry sectors that are targeted regionally, again, those that are driving regional employment. We also in state statute have a requirement that there are 15% labor organization represented on the local workforce investment board. So it's kind of built into the structure of the board as well.
Okay, so Board Member Holliday.
It's amazing job, wonderful plan, and I know we're going to get it moving right away. I do think there are some interesting charter schools in the state that are helping these sorts of young people in very powerful ways. And I also think that it is a bit disconcerting. I don't know exactly what Mr. Silva is talking about in terms of out-of-state diplomas being offered versus the preferred in-state diploma. But I certainly hope it's something that we will look at and make sure that our California young people are getting the absolute best education possible, and often that does mean WASC accreditation.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. In fact, I met with Mr. Silva and toured a program in South Sacramento that's connected to Job Corps. I was really impressed with the push to not just get a GED, but rather diplomas, and that the education, the academic piece of it is contextualized with the training programs that are at Job Corps. So I think it's a beautiful model, and I'd like to see that and other models really built into the regional planning process, so it's a key component of the educational piece.
Board Member Williams.
And I just want to support Member Holliday on that. I'm not as familiar with all the nuances and the details of all of this, but just on the face of it, for kids that are at risk, behind in credits, have dropped out or coming back, for all of those that could get a WASC accredited credential that indicates that they've met standards in California, that feels to me like that would be just a real bonus for them and worth the effort for them to get that as opposed to a GED type credit. So I support Member Holliday in encouraging you guys to take a look at that, whether it's coming from charter schools or traditional public schools or other kinds of sources.
Thank you.
Board Member Sun.
So clearly, we have a lot more to work to get the implementation going, but I think this is a great plan. I want to make sure that the State Board and the Department of Education is fulfilling our responsibilities to this plan. So it would be helpful to get maybe an update as the baby starts to walk and becomes a toddler and all that. It would be really helpful for us to get some regular updates on how we're doing and how the department's coordinating that. So with that, I would like to move the staff recommendation.
Is there second by Board Member Strauss? Is there any public comment on the recommendation and or approval of this? If not, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much for coming. Do we want to take a break now? And yes, we're going to be okay because we can't start the public hearing till 11:30. So as I look at the items we have, let's come back at around 10:10. So the board will reconvene and take up item 13, the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant. Both Russ Weichel and Ian Johnson from the Department of Finance will be presenting on this item. This is grant approvals that we are being made for quite a bit of money. So this is a major program. It's not long. It's a transition program. So there's a lot of money here, we look forward to the testimony and to your presentation.
Great, thank you. Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and State Board members. I'm Russ Weichel, Director of the Career and College Transition Division. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this morning. And this time, I'm speaking to the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant. Education Code Section 53074 requires that the CDE must submit a list of recommended grant recipients to the State Board of Education for review and approval. Today, I'm asking for your approval of our recommended list of first-round Career Technical Education Incentive Grant recipients. The Career Technical Education Incentive Grant Program was established as part of the 2015-16 state budget. This grant was created as a state education, economic, and workforce development initiative with the goal of providing students with the knowledge and skills necessary to transition to employment and to post-secondary education. The purpose of the grant is to encourage the development of new career technical education programs and enhance and maintain current CTE programs during the implementation of the local control funding formula. I really like to think of this grant as a bridge for secondary schools to develop and improve career technical education programs while the LCFF is being implemented. So it's really think of it as a bridge funding, so it's a limited term funding. The Career Technical Education Incentive Grant offers LEAs with grant funds for 3 fiscal years. $400 million for the first round of grants, $300 million for the second year, and $200 million for the third year. 1% of the allocation is allocated each year to the CDE to provide technical assistance, professional development, and monitoring of grant recipients. And I must note that these are Prop 98 funds, so while the department doesn't receive those funds directly, we're contracting out to county offices to do that. We've actually done an alignment, a state map, dividing the state into 7 regions, mega regions for this purpose, and all of the workforce development regions that you saw earlier on Tim's map are encompassed within our 7 mega regions. We're not cutting any workforce region in half or in part. We've brought them in. And we also have taken into consideration for those grants to the county offices the California Community Colleges districts. And again, we don't cut any community college district really in half. So that's why we came up with 7 for those. Eligible recipients for these funds include school districts, county offices of education, charter schools, and regional occupation centers and programs operated through a joint powers authority. The focus of this grant is specifically on the delivery and sustainability of high-quality career technical education programs. Grant recipients are expected to implement and maintain CTE programs meeting the elements of a high-quality CTE program as defined in Education Code Section 53071C. I'd also like to point out that this criteria aligns directly with the elements of a high-quality career technical education program as defined in our current state plan for career technical education. In addition, these minimum requirements for this grant require LEAs to provide a proportional actual dollar-for-dollar match. The design and implementation of this grant is a result of a collaborative effort between the CDE, the State Board Office, and the Department of Finance. In fact, the Department of Finance and State Board Office were instrumental in helping to develop the funding formula for this grant. The CDE established an internal working group, which included members from my office, the California Community College Chancellor's Office, the California Workforce Development Board, the State Board Office, the Department of Finance, and representative from the LA Chamber. This internal work group began meeting shortly after the budget was signed by our governor, holding its first meeting July 17th, 2015. The work group also held several meetings with stakeholders to explain the grant and receive input into the actual development of the application. Stakeholders included the Education Coalition, SECESA, AXA, Get Real, charter schools, the Linked Learning Alliance, public advocates, and the regional occupational centers and programs. The CTIG program offers funds for 3 fiscal years, as I stated earlier, $400 million in the first year, $300 million the second, and $200 million the third year. The total grant appropriation is divided into 3 subcategories each year. So this year, there's a total of $400 million. 1% off of that leaves $396 million to go out for local grants. And that's those funds are divided into 3 categories. They go to LEAs with grades 7, 12 ADA up to 140 students. LEAs looking at 7, 12 ADA from 141 to 550. And then LEAs with 7, 12 ADA who are above 550. The grant also requires grant recipients to provide a match for any funds received from this grant. For the first funding term, the match requirement is a $1 to $1 match received from this program. In the second funding term, the match requirement is a 1.5 to 1 match. And in the third funding year, the match requirement is a 2 to 1 match. It's important to note that this match requirement increases, the actual grant allocations will decrease. $400 million the first year, $300 million the second year, $200 million. So in theory, the LEA's required match really stays somewhat consistent. So for example, if this year an LEA's allocation was $100,000, they would have to match $100,000, dollar for dollar match. By year three, when we only have half as much money, the allocation is probably going to be half of the $100,000, which will be $50,000. But the district has to match that 2 to 1, so their match will be $100,000. So the match provided by the district in dollar amount pretty well stays consistent, but proportional to the grant, it increases. So I think that's important to note. Allocations for this grant have been determined using a funding formula developed by the Department of Finance and the State Board Office in collaboration with CDE. For each of the 3 funding subdivisions, each recipient will receive a base grant, and they will receive their proportional share based on their 712 ADA. This base grant equates to 70% of the available funds for each of the 3 subdivisions. The remaining 30% of the funds in each subdivision is allocated to the recipients based on their proportional share of the following: LEAs who previously have not offered CTE programs get a proportional share, the unduplicated count of students who qualify as economically disadvantaged English language learners and foster youth, the percentage of dropouts in that district, the county unemployment rate, the existing student participation rate in CTE, whether those agencies are involved in regional collaboration efforts, and rural LEAs. It's important to note that these factors are specifically called out in the legislation as areas which require special consideration in this grant. The results of this first round, your board packet includes a list of recommended LEAs to be funded. The CDE received 102 applications in this round and are recommending funding 99 of those applications. So there's only 3 that we're recommending denial. We have contacted those 3 agencies and informed them not only why their application was denied, but how they might improve that application for next year, and they can reapply next year. Within this list are 7 grants in the 0 to 140 ADA subdivision. There are 18 grants in the 141 to 550 category and 74 grant recipients from agencies who have an 712 ADA above the 550. 19 of these applications are comprised of consortiums, and those consortiums represent 91 individual LEAs. So the second round of grant will close on January 19th, and it's anticipated that I'll be before you again at the March meeting, and we have the possibility of looking at 285 additional applicants for this year's funding. So once again, I ask for your approval of our recommended list of the first round CTE incentive grant recipients. That really completes my presentation, and welcome any questions.
Yeah, I think we ought to have Ian Johnson from Department of Finance present as next. And then we'll have the questions.
Good morning, President Kirst and board members. I'm Ian Johnson. I'm with the Department of Finance. To follow up on Director Weichel's very comprehensive presentation, I'd just like to briefly follow up with some of the context about the principles that support not only the administration's approach to career technical education during the transition that we're in currently to the local control funding formula, but then also the ways in which the architecture of the program that you're hearing about now support those approaches. So the first principle to mention really is that preparing students for college and careers and responding to workforce needs throughout the entire state and then also in very specific areas of the state are very important to the administration. Second, funding allocated to districts through the local control funding formula should pay for a broad array of educational costs, and school districts are in the best position to make decisions about the educational programs that they offer through the local control and accountability plan process. Third, the administration recognizes that a transition to local decisions can be difficult when the costs for certain programs are disproportionate and often sporadic, which is often the case with career technical education. So therefore, last year, the administration proposed, and the budget includes, short-term transition funding, as Director Weichel mentioned, recognizing those districts opting to make investments in career technical education with their local resources. The design of the program is consistent with the administration's CTE principles that I just mentioned in really three sort of major ways. First, as Director Weichel mentioned, the program provides short-term funding to assist with a portion of the upfront and extraordinary costs commonly associated with high-quality career technical education programs. Second, the amount of funding that districts can expect for the program will decrease over time as local control funding formula resources are increasing, consistent with the expectation that school districts must ultimately decide at the local level to support career technical education with their LCFF resources. And then third, the funding will be allocated on partly on a student and district characteristic basis, which is obviously consistent with the way LCFF funding is allocated to districts. So as the name implies, this program is a CTE incentive, with districts opting into the program's sort of baseline conditions. And the fact that based on the participation that we've seen thus far and the fact that this board is expected to fully allocate all of the funding that was approved in the budget, we think is very encouraging, and it's a sign that local school districts concur with the administration's priorities for career technical education programs, and that students will continue to have meaningful benefits from these sorts of programs. So.
Yeah, quick question for you. Could you, cover again for the board how the old CTE categorical programs were folded into LCFF and into the higher pupil weighting for grades 9 through 12?
Correct.
Because that's the part of the underlying rationale of this. You're getting this money, but it's that you got before, but it's coming in through. You're getting the CTE money you're getting before, but it's coming in through a weight at the grades 9 through 12. So.
That's correct. So when the former regional occupational program was subsumed into the broader formula, it was done so in the form of a 2.5% add-on to how much school districts receive for students in grades 9 through 12. That funding through the old categorical program was not spread evenly throughout all school districts, whereas now under LCFF, it is being spread out evenly. And so what you've heard from certain school districts is that perhaps particularly in these relatively early years of our transition to the local control funding formula, they're receiving a little bit less from that funding than they used to under the old program that had its restrictive uses. Clearly, LCFF represents unprecedented flexibility with the entire amount of funding that school districts receive, and so they now have the flexibility to invest as much as their locals are willing to approve and choose to prioritize in career technical education. But as I mentioned, one of the principles for the administration is behind this program is a recognition that, again, we're in the relatively early years of LCFF implementation. We're clearly not where we want to be in terms of the funding level for school districts, and so this program, again, is an incentive to keep these programs going and to also incentivize new high-quality programs to sprout up.
Okay, good. All right, let's see. Are there questions for either Russ Weichel or Mr. Johnson? Board Member Burr.
Well, first, I appreciate President Kirst you asking the question because it helps to clarify where this matching money comes from. And the reason for the match was because additional funding was provided at the high school, grades 9 through 12, to the extent they want to use it in this manner, they can. If they have other needs at their local level, consistent with LCFF, they can do that as well. So I'm just sort of trying to sort out the money and the allocation. So I'm not sure if this is for you, Ian, or for Russ, but I'll ask the question and you can figure out who should answer. There's $400 million in the first fiscal year, and this list is for about $92 million. And it's retroactive for this fiscal year, is that right? And then when will we absorb or make decisions about the rest of the money? Will we allocate all $400 million this year?
Depending on how granular you want to get in terms of the specific funding amounts, I'd have to turn it over.
No, I'm actually just want to know the total, whether that's the plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, it's retroactive to July 1st, and actually we do plan to give out the total $400 million this year.
Okay.
And being that it's somewhat of a competitive grant, and we've kind of divided this into two presentations, one this month in January to capture those districts who are really in need of the money immediately this year, and then again in March for the other districts, partly to allow districts more time to complete the application if they wanted to, so that's why we're coming again in March. But when it's all said and done, the whole $400 million will be allocated. And that's why, as you see in the chart that we presented with the list, it says preliminary allocation.
Okay.
Because as districts are denied or their application is not approved, that money goes back into the pot and is redistributed. And we won't know that until after that March board meeting. So I would anticipate that sometime after the March board meeting, we will send out an adjusted final allocation to the approved grant recipients.
Okay. And Ian, this may sound like a trick question, but I think I don't mean it to be. But it sort of goes back to Nikki's question earlier about ROPs, because in some ways, and I recall when we were trying to do the initial cut at LCFF, there was a lot of concern about pulling in the ROP money, which was a big categorical program. But is $400 million roughly the amount that we were funding the ROPs prior to LCFF? Do you know?
I believe the amount that was folded in from the former ROP program was about $450 million.
Okay.
It's somewhere right in that.
So it would be equivalent to the grant plus and then there was a lot of additional money put into the.
Yeah,
just so people.
The total of this $950 million, isn't it?
But just to sort of.
900 over 3 years. But what I will offer you is that $400 million was not in the first year was not selected based off of the former ROP program. Right. It was really, like many decisions in the budget are, as you know, a supply side sort of decision.
Right.
It was the amount of funding that we proposed and that the legislature ultimately adopted that we felt was a priority for this purpose, and it joins the $6 billion of LCFF money that went out as well. Right. So it's always a balancing act there.
Okay. And then finally, and this sort of goes to a conversation we had yesterday, but I'm trying to put this in context with our prior agenda item. And if I read the agenda item right, the federal government contributes about $86 million for Title II. And our contribution just for CTE is over 3 years, $900 million, but just for 1 year, $400 million. So again, just think it's important for us to think about what the state's contributing to this work, and consistent with Member Sun's conversation or comments earlier, I believe that this investment will have a lot more impact in a shorter period of time than all of the hard work that you're doing on behalf of the federal government. Thank you.
Other questions for our two presenters at this point? Or okay, hearing none, I think we're ready for public comment.
Liz Guillen.
Good morning. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. One of the other purposes of this funding that was stated in the statute is the long-term sustainability of career tech education. That's a different way of saying bridge funding. So the message then is that districts now have LCFF funding to maintain and expand their career tech programs. And of course, we support the goal of ensuring that high-quality career tech ed is what is ultimately delivered and provided to students. Including to the extent districts include LCFF supplemental and concentration grant funds as matching funds, it'll be really important that they articulate how those services will be effective to improve equity compared to the services provided to all students. What we are seeing and what our parents and students in the community have expressed to us is that very often school districts are not really including a very sufficient description of unduplicated students' needs, separate and apart from other students, and how funding is principally directed to serving their needs and meeting the goals that the district sets for them, and whether or not those services are effective. So it will be very important, I believe, for the board and the department to monitor that we actually meet the goals of high-quality career tech ed programs. Otherwise, a fear is that the LCFF funding, the bridge and the career tech incentive grant funding becomes just another resource to build a low track. Thank you.
Okay, any other testimony? Any comment on that? There are 10 quality elements of that these grants must meet, so maybe you could describe those and that'll respond somewhat.
Yeah, so there are within the state plan of career technical education and spelled out within the specific legislation 10 elements of high quality career technical education. And the first one of those is that district is offering high quality curriculum and instruction aligned with the California CTE model curriculum standards. And as this board knows, those model curriculum standards have been directly aligned with our state standards, and so the state academic standards. So we have a direct and oftentimes an indirect alignment with those academic standards. They also have to provide high quality career exploration and guidance, so the students have proper direction in choosing a career and the education necessary to attain that employment. They also have to provide student support services, including not only counseling services, but provide leadership education for students. So whether that's through a career technical education student organization, which is what we would advocate for, or taught through the curriculum, they still have to provide those leadership skills to students. They also have to provide for system alignment, coherence, and articulation, including developing regional and local partnerships with post-secondary institutions and actually documenting any formal written agreements for articulation and so forth. So they're required to do that. They have to actually form ongoing and structured industry and labor partnerships, and we would hope that those partnerships would develop into mentorships, internships, externships for the teachers, those kind of things. They need to also provide opportunities for pupils to participate in after-school, extended day, or out-of-school internships, competitions, and work-based learning opportunities. Nowadays, there's not a, when we look at, when I grew up, I worked when I went to high school. You don't see many high school kids having that experience. In fact, many adults today exit high school, go to a four-year college, and their first opportunity in the workplace is after they've earned a baccalaureate degree. So this is a way to get students out into the actual workplace and have those experiences even prior to making some decisions about their future. So these grants also have to reflect, or the LEAs who receive these grants have to use regional and local labor market demands and focus on current emerging high-skill, high-wage, and high-demand occupations, so not focused on low-paying jobs and those occupations. There's another quality criteria that says they must lead to industry-recognized credentials, certificates, or appropriate post-secondary training and employment. So really focused on the students having a piece of paper that says, I'm qualified to be employed. And then they also have to be staffed by skilled teachers or faculty that provide, and those skilled teachers and faculty are provided professional development opportunities as they progress through their career. And they are also required to report certain data elements to us as far as program participation rates and an evaluation of those programs. So those are pretty much the 10 quality criteria.
Okay. Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
In my other life, I oversee a college career readiness program geared at Latino students. And so I know the benefits of it and really giving students that real world experience and the skills, soft skills and hard skills that they need to be marketable. But I understand the concern that folks have about recreating a tracking system that we've had previously. So I want to ask a question about the reporting. How often do we report? Is the evaluation an external evaluation? Who looks at the data and looks at the data to see what the impact is? Who is benefiting? What are the outcomes? Who are the students that are participating? That level of data or information.
So all that data is reported to us annually in an end-of-year report from these agencies who receive these funds. And that report really will tell us whether we want to fund them or whether they qualify for continue funding. Because what could happen over the next couple of years is that an agency who was not successful this year or an agency who simply did not apply this year can apply in year two. On the opposite side of that coin is somebody who applied this year that are not meeting these 10 high-quality elements could be denied funding in the second year or the third year. And so we are using that end-of-year report as really the application for subsequent funding. And allowing districts to show us that they're making progress towards meeting these 10 high-quality elements, and if they're not, they could. That language in the piece of legislation actually says not only will they could receive no future funding, we can ask for funding back. So the language in the Act is very specific about that. It's very specific that it's expected that these agencies meet these 10, and if they're making no effort towards meeting those 10, they could be paying money back as well. It's not the CDE's intent at all to develop a tracking system for students. We look at it as one freeway with all students on that freeway with many off-ramps and on-ramps. And there's not the haves and the have-nots. We don't look at it that way. And in fact, what we've done with many of our initiatives over the last year, and in fact, if you look at our CTE standards, the intent of the CTE standards is to increase the rigor of academics within our CTE programs. That's our full intent.
Hey, pardon? Pat Rucker.
Russ, thank you for doing this work and bringing back and presenting this. You and I have had conversations about these topics and this criteria for quite some time. One of the questions that continues to be, or at least continues to create tension in this criteria and in defining these high-quality programs, is about the supply or the pool of the educators who are doing the work. At this exact moment, California is facing a type of teacher shortage. But in talking about the teacher shortage, we look at the workforce in general, and people have these ideas about recruitment and retention. But when it comes to this particular program, there's a different issue about the shortage, because it's not just having an educator in the class, it's also as it relates to those vocational classes that receive funding or support from Perkins, they have to have a particular type of certification.
Right.
So we have expertise in the workforce right now that's beginning to retire out. And the recruitment incentive for those people who can qualify for that type of a certification is a little bit different. So how are districts, or how are these programs addressing, or what kind of flexibility do they have for addressing that certification and those qualification issues, particularly to fund those classes with Perkins funding?
Yeah, I think certainly we're at a crisis stage with the need for credentialed teachers, certainly within career technical education. We have 15 different industry sectors, and the one industry sector that's been able to meet that need consistently over many years has been agriculture.
Right.
This last year they were short by 13 teachers throughout the state. So the first time ever ag was short on teachers. Last year the four-year colleges produced one teacher to teach industrial technology, so auto shop, welding, engineering, manufacturing. One teacher in the state was produced. But fortunately enough, this state has what they call designated subjects credential. Right. And we're able to look at those people who have that industry experience, may not have the pedagogy training in education to be an educator, but certainly have the industry experience, and they can obtain those credentials. We do use part of our SB 70 dollars to initiate a program called CTE Teach. So CTE Teach takes those people with a designated subject credential and helps to give them at least the first stage of that pedagogy training that they need so that they're able to be effective in the classroom from day one. So I think that's a benefit on the career technical side, that we have those designated subjects, where other single subject areas, math, science, for instance, that also are experiencing shortages, may not have. There's also an opportunity for, say, a science teacher who has a knowledge or experience in the field as a health educator to get either pass an assessment and get an authorization to teach career technical education, or in fact, if they have enough hours in the workplace, to get that designated subject. So what we're seeing now is many of the teachers that districts are recruiting, they're having to look for that designated subjects rather than that single subjects with a baccalaureate degree.
I think one of the greater advantages from the signing of ESSA is by the removal of the highly qualified teacher requirement, because many of these courses have been given credit for students to move on to college or fit the core academic subjects definition. It also restores the options that we have for recruiting people from industry to get those designated subjects credentials, because the previous requirements changed that. How has that message been communicated, or how has that been clarified? Since the HQT requirements will stay in place for a little while longer,
right.
But has it been clarified for folks who are considering education as a second career, which is, I'm happy to say Michael has said that that's one of his plans down the road, that education would be a second career. But for those folks, how is that, for that information, how is that being communicated, and how is that being written or given by your division to address that?
Well, I think since that legislation just passed, we haven't done a whole lot there, but we are looking, in fact, we're in development of a contract right now, at least a contract concept, to look at how we might help feed that pipeline and get people interested in teaching, particularly in my division, in career technical education. So we're looking at that.
Okay, and then the last point I want to make on that, there was work done by the EDD and a couple of other sponsors to create a bill to refine or look at ways that when teachers are laid off and they start collecting unemployment, it forces them to go actively seek employment in other ways, and we lose those educators. From time to time, the superintendent is allowed to actually identify shortage areas or areas of certification that are identifiable shortage. The EDD worked with a couple of legislators to identify options for teachers who are laid off or who have become unemployed to actively seek training for recertification in those shortage areas, and they're eligible to continue collecting their unemployment. We may need to look at, if there's that type of severe shortage in ag and in other vocational subjects, work with the superintendent to look at how we expand that list or identify those as shortage areas as well.
That's a very good point.
And every time we have this conversation, I forget, there are 4 university programs that result in career technical certification. So it's ag, industrial arts, home economics. What's the 4th?
Business.
Business. I always forget. For my business
And we
folks,
can't,
I forget.
And we, for many years, cannot find a business teacher with a single subject credential coming out of college right now. They're all going into the
MBAs, yeah. Wouldn't you?
Very
Okay.
difficult.
Okay.
State Superintendent.
I appreciate the discussion, and thank you, Patricia, for bringing the shortage issue up. And we are working on that. It's one of our top priorities. We're working with Linda Darling Hammond and the CTC. What I think might be appropriate is for us to put together some of the best thinking we've already threaded together, and then we're really looking at a dynamic and multidimensional strategy, because the shortage is great, even into the arts. We know science and math and special ed, but a number of these career tech programs exist because there's, yesterday, again, was down in Orange County, there was someone who had 18 years of experience in the private sector as an engineer, and he shifted, careers. He wanted to spend the last 10, 15 years of his working life helping kids, and he's a dynamic teacher, but when he leaves, what? And these other programs I visit around the state, there may be 1 or 2 people, and when they are complete, and they're retiring out, as you say, we have this huge need. So we'll bring back, if it's appropriate, I think it might be a good discussion for us all to look at the teacher shortage and alternatives and comment on that.
And I'm glad to know that that conversation is going on, but with respect, let me just again say, the aspects and dimensions about certifying vocational teachers is different from certifying subject matter teachers. And my concern has been the conversation when it comes to staffing these programs that receive Perkins funding. A lot of the ideas are to suppress or even reduce the standards for certification so that a teacher with academic subject matter competence and a certification in an academic subject can do a summer internship in a business in the community and then receive certification that will meet the requirement for Perkins funding. That waters down the expertise that should be in those classes and really doesn't address the recruitment issue to bring second career employees from industry into those classrooms. So as the conversation about recruiting high school special education teachers or recruiting teachers from multiple subject credentials to work in middle schools, as that conversation goes forward, it's a different conversation about recruiting people to work in those very specific career pathways in CTE courses. So I'm hoping that that conversation is separate and distinct from the work that's happening right now.
I think it's important to note that students who are enrolled in a 4-year college in a baccalaureate degree in any of these high-tech areas, business, engineering, agriculture, health education, are faced with a decision once they receive their baccalaureate degree. I can go to work and make a lot of money, or I can stick around for another year of college, get into another year of college debt, and to make less money. And that's what we're seeing, I think, is particularly in these career technical education credentialed teachers, that once they complete their baccalaureate degree, those occupations outside of education are very attractive to them without having to spend a 5th year and more money to get that teaching credential.
And that's the advantage of what happened in the plan we discussed in the previous item. That plan really does an analysis of what the workforce pipeline is. There has never really been, and I think Dr. Kirsch, you should work with one of your graduate students to talk about this, to look at what really is the teacher certification pipeline, because the pipeline has some decisions that students are impacted on. First, it's the quality of their educational experience, and then it is this very decision about career and salary that informs and shapes our pipeline, and that has never really been looked at. Instead, the pipeline looks at how do you make it easier to get initial certification, and what do you do to train and support them, and then blame them when everything fails. So that's what our pipeline looks like, but we have never really done an analysis of what what informs a student's decision to pursue that certification, and then what are the barriers. I think that that's an understanding that you did very well in the state plan in the item we just looked at, but we still don't have that idea, particularly when it comes to career tech certification.
Well, Russ's comment, the fifth-year requirement for teacher training here goes back to the late Congressman Leo Ryan in 1966. That is a long time ago, and that has never been changed. And that was maybe an interesting idea in 1966, but as the sole way to do things in this era, I think that's an issue for the legislature, because there are mixed models permitted now where you can start in undergraduate, but you have to still do the fifth year. I spoke at a graduation of a major school of education, and virtually none of the faculty there knew about or were using the undergraduate as a part of the area. So this loading it into the fifth year, this is a California thing, and maybe we ought to talk about.
Well, I earned my certification in a blended program, so I finished in 4 years. So it is doable. It's difficult, and for some people it can be very expensive, but it is doable. But we have to start looking at that again. And
at the 4 year, that's my point.
For this item, and that's not the work of this body. But we need to raise that conversation and make people be aware that the decisions that are made by other bodies have an impact on the work that we're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, I haven't seen any legislative action on that. We might discuss that.
But it is something. We were at a meeting with Linda Darling Hammond, and she just put a paper together about I think a 30-page action plan on all these subjects, and starting the teaching credentialing process in the first 4 years makes a lot of sense. So it's something we need to look at and have a discussion here, and we'll be spending a lot of time.
The issue is, does everybody need a fifth year? That's really, I mean, maybe they're doing it wrong, but Arizona does all 4 years, and we do all 5 years. So is there any, for different subjects like CTE, you can, maybe there's some other model, you can start there. We're not requiring. Board Member Sun.
We're really getting off topic, but it's true, and I think it's becoming harder to squeeze all of those requirements in that fifth year. That is a huge issue, and so it is something that I think needs to be discussed, and it sounds like some of the work that this body is working with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing and Linda Darling Hammond is hopefully this will raise some awareness around that.
So I'm glad to share and follow up as liaison to CTC in my liaison report about our discussion and our desire to look at that. That'd be helpful.
Good.
And I think the CTE area is a good one to pose it in. That maybe dealing with some of the most unusual rather than going at elementary or something.
Yeah.
So I would like to publicly thank Ian Johnson and the Department of Finance, and also Patricia DeCoste and the State Board Office for their collaborative effort in making this grant what it is today. Without their effort, it would have been a more difficult task. So I do appreciate their help in doing this. I also appreciate the Governor and Legislature for putting $250 million a couple of years ago for Career Pathways Trust, then another $250 million the second year, and now $900 million, because it's earned me the moniker of the billion-dollar man nationwide. So I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
$1.5 billion, man.
I'm thinking. I was going to change my picture on my CDEID to just a dollar sign.
Yeah, dollar, yeah.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. A lot of zeros.
So I think we're ready for a motion. Is there a motion to accept?
I will move to approve the grantee list.
Okay, is there any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, good. Now we're ready for Bob and the item on SES. Yeah, we're down to item 14.
Item 14. Good morning, Board President Kirst, Superintendent Torlickson, members of the board. I'm Bob Storelli, Director of the Improvement and Accountability Division. Just wanted to make a few comments before I introduce the item. Yesterday, you heard Julia Martin talk on item 1 about ESSA, Every Student Succeeds Act, and how that impacts Title I. One of the things that she mentioned was about SES and that going away, and as part of that item, the board also authorized an SES waiver to be submitted to the U.S. Department of Ed, which we're working on. What item 14 does today is takes you back to the requirements of NCLB. And so what this item is about, we're asking the board to approve our recommendation to remove 14 providers from the SES list for failure to complete the accountability report or either meet the 75% contract participation rate or have a 51% growth of students that were actually in the program. We also have one provider that we're recommending for termination. They failed to provide documentation of valid ownership of a business in California. So breaking it down, we have 10 providers of the 14 that didn't provide a completed online application or report as to what they did. We tried to contact them half a dozen times to continue participation, but ultimately this is the list that we're providing for today. The action that we're asking is that you approve the termination recommendation.
Okay, any board member questions on this before we move to public comment? Done these before. Are there any public comment on this? Yeah. Okay. Any further board discussion? I'm ready for a motion if there isn't. Any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're item 15, the NCLB assignment of corrective action.
Good morning again. Bob Storelli, Improvement and Accountability Division. So item 15, again, takes us back to the requirements of NCLB. And so what this item does is we're asking the board to approve the moving forward of 14 LEAs into corrective action, which would be our cohort 9, and assignment of corrective action 7, which assigns $50,000 to each of the PI schools within each of those LEAs. This is an action that we generally take forward this time of year. Like I said, this is cohort 9, so this is the 9th consecutive time. What the money can be used for, each of the LEAs is still required to put a 10% set aside, which is because they're in PI. The $50,000 is what the board approved back in November of 2013, considered a light performance type issue, but it's some money that they can use for additional resources. 11 of the 14 LEAs that are moving into PI year 3 have at least one school that are in PI. So we have a total of 38 schools times 50,000, which is 1.9 million. So the schools that are receiving the correction action fund may use the money, additional resources for technical assistance, analyze the needs of its schools, if perhaps review and revise LEA plan if necessary, access professional development to improve academic achievement in students, and continue the implementation of standards-based, standards-aligned instructions and materials. So at this time, we're asking the board to approve our recommendation.
Okay, board member comments? Board member Burr.
So I just want to try to tie this back to our conversation yesterday about the changes in ESSA. First, just as Bob emphasized, this is cohort 9. of this statewide body identifying schools who need assistance. We heard a lot of excitement yesterday about ESSA, that there was something new in ESSA that would require the board to do that. So I want to make sure my understanding of this is similar, that this is the kind of work we've been doing for many, many years. It will look very different, I hope, with multiple measures, et cetera. But it's not unusual for this board to be identifying schools that need additional assistance and helping LEAs understand what that assistance looks like. So just wanted to point that out to people. But then I wanted to help understand our action yesterday where we authorized the department to seek a waiver. And with that, and what interaction does that have with this item? If we got a waiver, would these folks be relieved of those obligations?
So as I understand it, those that are currently in PI would remain frozen in PI. We wouldn't be having this conversation next year with anybody advancing into PI.
Any public comment on this item? None? Okay, ready for a motion? Okay, moved and seconded. Public comment on the motion? All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that is approved, and we're on to item 16, United States Senate Youth Program. Diane.
Dina Fong is here to give us a little background on it, and I'll introduce the 4 recipients. When you look at the resume, and you'll hear a little bit about these youth, you'll have your optimism renewed about how well things are going in California schools and what bright students we have. They are the future.
Good morning, Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, and board members. My name is Dina Fong, and I am the United States Senate Youth Coordinator for the California Department of Education. The United States Senate Youth Program is sponsored by the United States Senate and funded and administered by the William Randolph Hearst Foundation. Now in its 54th year, the program provides an opportunity to selected students to gain an in-depth view of the Senate and the federal government, as well as provide a foundation for those considering a future in public service on the local, state, or national level. High school juniors and seniors are nominated by their principal to apply for this highly competitive merit-based program. To qualify, students must hold student body office or another elected or appointed position in their communities and show academic interest and aptitude in government, history, and politics. Our students have gone through a rigorous application process through a selection committee with the State Superintendent of Public Instruction making the final selection. The last phase of the program is to formally present to you our 2016 U.S. Senate Youth Delegates and Alternates. These students are among the best of the best in their school, community, and the state. Our 2 delegates will represent California during an all-expenses-paid trip this March in Washington, D.C., where they will see national government in action and hear from senators, cabinet members, and other officials. They will each receive a $5,000 college scholarship for undergraduate studies with encouragement to study coursework in political science or history. Now I invite Superintendent Torlakson to introduce you to our outstanding students and tell you a little bit about them, after which we will do photos. Thank you.
I want to thank Ms. Fong and the readers who helped with this project and everybody who's been participating. We want to thank the parents of these students because without that parent support, they couldn't have made it as far as they have. So I'm very pleased to just give you a little short bio on each of the students we're going to honor today and point 2 of them again as delegates who will go to Washington and 2 alternates. Emily Liu of Santa Rosa, Sonoma County, is a junior with a grade point average of 4.8 at Maria Carrillo High School in the Santa Rosa School District. She is the chair of the Junior Commission Project, which is affiliated with the California Status of Women Commission. She is a founder and president of the Team HBV school chapter, which advocates awareness of hepatitis B, and has been president for the past 3 years of the school's academic decathlon and president of the math club. She's also the founder and president of Student for Student, a nonprofit organization dedicated to connecting high school students worldwide to promote education. During her high school career, Emily has so far dedicated more than 800 hours in community service, and she served as a summer intern for State Senator Mike McGuire. So, Emily, here she is. Congratulations. Yes. And we have a certificate, and you can stand by because we'll introduce the other three, and then President Kirst will come down and we'll take a photo. Okay. Who has the certificates to hand? I'm going to hand them now. Dina? And this is congratulations for incredible, outstanding, inspiring work. Thank you. And next we have Zena Meyer. Please come up. Zena of Irvine, Orange County, is a junior carrying a 4.8 grade point average at Orange County School of the Arts in the Santa Ana Unified School District. She is her school's regional senator for the Southern California Junior State of America, as well as the school's chapter co-president. She is a contributor to the Los Angeles Times High School Insider. Zena is with her community service coordinator for the school's National Honor Society, and she is a volunteer at the Pacific Marine Mammals Center. She is a volunteer coach for the South Irvine Dolphins swim team. And finally, Zena is director of the outreach for girls program School Girls Up Club. So congratulations for your outstanding work. Congratulations. Thank you. And we're very fortunate to have two incredibly outstanding alternates to help us if needed. And again, representing high school students in California, Joseph Rowley from Glendora. Joseph? Good to meet you. He's a senior with a 4.8 grade point average at Glendora High School. He's president of the school's Scholastic Federation, California Scholastic Federation organization, and is editor-in-chief of the Tartan Shield newspaper. Throughout his high school career, he's been involved in the academic decathlon, of which this year he is president of that organization at his school. He is also co-president of the California Scholarship Federation, among other school clubs and activities. Throughout his high school career, Joseph has been an active volunteer, donating hundreds of hours of service to such activities as the Glendora Public Library, the Sierra Service Project, the Sowing of Seeds of Life Food Bank, and the Cold Weather Homeless Shelter. So thank you, Joseph, and we have a certificate for you as well. And finally, Jade Wong from Hacienda Heights, Los Angeles County. Congratulations. She holds the rank of 5th in her class of 435 students at Glenn A. Wilson High School in the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. The high school senior is the district governor of the California, Nevada, Hawaii Kiwin Club, which is associated with the Key Club, which is associated with Kiwanis. I'm a Kiwanis member. I had a breakfast at 7 a.m. Tuesday with a group of young people from the Kiwanis clubs in Antioch, so a great representative of that organization. She is also senior editor-in-chief of the school yearbook, captain of the varsity tennis team, and president of the school's American Red Cross Club. Jade has spent hundreds of hours volunteering. She has done this at the City of Hope Hospital, the California State University at Fullerton, and has worked for U.S. Representative Ed Royce. Again, another outstanding leader for the state of California, and may we have the certificate for you as well. Congratulations. Let's hear it for these outstanding leaders. And President Kirst, could you join us for a photo? The best and the brightest, and so dedicated to public service, too, making the world better. And who's got the camera? Right here. How would you like us to line up? I think right here. Well, Mike and I can do that.
You? Okay.
We can, yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, there you go. Great. We'll see you at, we're going to see them at lunch.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. We'll do one-on-one, so stand by. We'll be at one with Emily first. Okay. We'll put the rose between the thorns.
Yeah, here, we come in the middle of it. Hold up your certificate.
I bet that's mom and dad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You got paparazzi now, see? Okay, June? Great. Great job, Zena. Okay, sir? That's your dad?
Probably, yeah.
Great, thank you. And June? Great. Excellent.
Okay, good, all right.
Thank you. Let's hear it one more time for their parents and them.
Okay, that concludes our business before we need to begin the public hearing. So the board will adjourn for lunch and reconvene promptly at 11:30.
Test 1 2 1 2 test 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 test. Nothing. Test 1 2 1 2 test.
Okay, the board will reconvene, and we will now start with the charter item on Prepa Tech as our first item. So if you'll come up from CDE, we're on item 17, and we'll have presentation by the department, and then we'll open the public hearing.
Good morning, President Kearse, Chief Deputy Superintendent Price, and members of the board. I'm Cindy Chan, Director of the Charter Schools Division with the California Department of Education. Item 17 is an appeal by the Prepa Tech Los Angeles High School, or Prepa Tech, to establish a new charter school which was denied by the Los Angeles Unified School District on March 10th, 2015, and the Los Angeles County Board of Education on May 19th, 2015. Pursuant to statute, petitioners for a charter school that have been denied at the local level may petition the State Board of Education for approval. The Prepa Tech Petitioners submitted an appeal to the SBE on October 15, 2015. The CDE staff reviewed the petition documents, and based on this review, the CDE is recommending that the SBE hold a public hearing and thereafter conditionally approve with 2 conditions and 8 technical amendments the request to establish the Prepatech Los Angeles High School under the oversight of the State Board of Education for a 5-year term. Inherent to this recommendation, the CDE proposes the following conditions. Prepatech must revise its petition, Element 4, governance, to reflect that the 3 parent representative board members, which shall include a Prepatech parent, are each active with a current membership term. And Prepatech must revise its petition to include a comprehensive description of a school site council, including the council's composition, role, and responsibilities. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools considered the Prepatech petition at its December 2, 2015 meeting and voted to accept the CDE recommendation to approve the charter petition by a vote of 7-0 with 1 recusal. Prepatech is proposing to serve approximately 168 pupils in grade 9 in the first year of operation, expanding to 672 pupils in grade 9 through grade 12 by year 5. Prepatech will predominantly serve the low-income Latino communities of Southeast Los Angeles. Prepatech will be operated by Alta Public Schools, a private nonprofit public benefit corporation. Alta Public Schools currently operates 2 charter schools authorized by the Los Angeles Unified School District, Academia Moderna, that serves kindergarten through grade 5, and Prepatech Middle School, that serves grades 6 through grade 8. For petitions submitted on appeal to the SBE, CDE staff independently perform a review of the petition and all of the documents that are submitted to the SBE that were submitted to the local district and county. CDE provides a full analysis of the petition, which we refer to as the CDE staff review, and you can find that in the December ACCS agenda as attachment 1 of item 4. A summary of this review is contained in this item on pages 4 and 5. CDE staff have reviewed the Prepatech appeal documents, which include the petition, the appendices, attachments, budget information, educational and demographic data of the surrounding schools, as well as board agendas and minutes from the district and the county board regarding the denial of the petition, as well as the petitioner's responses to the county and district findings. Based on this review, the CDE finds that the Prepatech petition is consistent with sound educational practice and that the budget and multi-year fiscal plan is sustainable and fiscally viable, and enrollment projections appear reasonable. Further, the CDE finds that the petitioner is demonstrably likely to implement the program set forth in the petition, and that the petition provides a reasonably comprehensive description for the required elements, noting that some require technical amendment. Therefore, the CDE recommends that the SBE hold a public hearing to approve, with the conditions and technical amendments as proposed, the petition to establish the Prepatech Los Angeles High School under the oversight of the State Board of Education. CDE staff can answer questions that you may have, and I believe the petitioner is here to address the board as well. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions, technical questions for the CDE at this point, or seeing none? Okay, then I will open the public hearing. So I'm going to open the public hearing and take testimony for 10 minutes each side, both those in favor of the CDE recommendation to approve the charter and those opposed. And then I will close the public hearing, and we will have board member questions, and then we will have more public comment. So I will start with a group that supports the CDE recommendation for approving the charter. So you have 10 minutes, and the public hearing is open.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Javier Reyes. I am the lead petitioner and voice for the hundreds of families that could not be here today to voice their own gratitude for the staff's recommendation to approve this high school. As the staff has recommended with technical amendments and conditions to the petition, we are demonstrably likely to successfully implement the Prepatech program. We also believe this. We have over 20 years' experience in successfully developing and administrating charter schools. The charter petition is consistent with sound educational practices. Our financials are strong. Both of our schools, Academia Moderna and Prepatech Middle, have positive fund balances. Our petition has a comprehensive description of the school's educational program, as well as stating the measurable pupil outcomes and annual goals. On the governance concern, this is what we've done with guidance from LUSD. As a matter of fact, there was a vote on Tuesday with some of these amendments already for the other schools on the governance piece. We fully described and will align the petition with our bylaws to include a full description on parent participation on the board. Our board will soon take the issue to vote to change our bylaws to allow parent participation per school on the board. And two, a full description of key personnel and the school site council has already been offered to LUSD and the SBE.
Good morning. My name is Spencer Stiles, and I'm the president and CEO of Charter Impact, and we've been the business management firm for Alta Public Schools for the last 6 years. Although you have in your packets, and I'm sure you've reviewed the financial projections both for the school under review now as well as the existing schools, I wanted to provide maybe some highlights just on kind of currently where the existing schools stand financially. Both schools, I'm happy to say, have met and exceeded actually their budgeted 88 targets for this year. So financially, they're looking very, very strong. On a combined basis, the schools are serving an average daily attendance of 810 students. For Academia Moderna, the existing elementary school, we're projecting a surplus this year of just over $600,000 and an ending fund balance equal to 27% of annual operating expenses. So the elementary school, of course, is very, very strong financially. In the past, there was financial concerns raised about Prepatech Middle School, primarily because of the slow start in terms of enrollment in its first year of operations. I'm happy to say once again that the middle school has exceeded the enrollment expectations and is currently serving 359 students in terms of average daily attendance, and is projecting a $200,000 surplus this year, ending in a positive fund balance of just over 2%. So again, as noted previously, there were some concerns about a negative fund balance for the school historically, but I'm happy to say that the school is now projected to end the year with a positive fund balance. If any of you have any other detailed questions or would like to get into any more analysis, I'm at your disposal.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Chavez. I'm going to be the funding principal for Prepatech High School. So currently we are using the NWEA as our internal resource for benchmarks, which pretty much it replicates what the Smarter Balance test is. And if we look at our data for the middle school from last year, we would pretty much have achieved from the year 2014, if we looked at that as if it was our API, from 749, we have gone up to 811. So we know that we're actually moving towards the right direction. Also, as far as our reclassification rate for this year, we're expected to reclassify about 44% of our students in the middle school. As of last year, we pretty much have increased it almost 13%. As of last year, we only reclassified 31%. So then again, we can see that we're moving forward with our middle school, which is exactly what we want to do for the high school. Also, we can see that according to our reclassification rate from the year 2013-2014, we've actually exceeded the district, county, and state total by 15% in each category, which is really important because you can see that within our schools, we're achieving excellence with our students, and especially with our EL population. I used to be an EL student myself. I definitely have a great amount of passion for EL students because it's gotten me where I am standing in front of you today. So that to me is extremely important. I am very pleased to also inform that Prepatech High School has received approval for the El Dorado SELPA. So another thing that obviously is going to be extremely important is for us to comply with state and federal laws for all of our special needs population. Within that, we will include a full inclusion model for our students in which our teachers will meet bi-weekly with our inclusion specialist for co-teaching and planning. Also, we will hire qualified staff that will deliver services such as speech therapists, physical psychologists, behavioral therapists, et cetera, et cetera. Also, we will comply with identifying and assessments and IEP implementation, and we will make sure that all of our staff will get trained properly and constantly. All of our students will have access to all of the curriculum and instructional resources. Also, when we talk about the high school, we also have to pay attention to our A through G requirements, which are extremely important. So aside from having our IB program and our IB diploma, our students will also have the benefit to either get a California State diploma and also have full access to A through G requirements that will allow them to attend UCs and CSU schools and just have them be successful in college. We want all of our students to attend four-year universities, and we intend to graduate all those students and make sure that they are successful, not just to go to college, but make sure that we track them down to be successful to finish college. Lastly, this school is extremely important for our parents and for our students. Right now, coming from our elementary, our students go and feed into our middle school, and they have the experience of the IB program, and we would like to complete that full experience for our students, and we want to make sure that not only they go through the program, but they actually live and breathe everything. And in order for them to complete that full experience, we need the high school. And with your support, we would love to have our students have all this plethora of opportunities that they would receive with the IB program, along with A through G and everything else that we could potentially offer. So it's extremely important for our students, and it's extremely important for our parents, and obviously for us, because we consider our kids home, and they're important.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Steve Brown. I'm the IB coordinator for Prepatech. And I'd like to speak to you a little bit more about the continuum that Ms. Jarvis just talked about. As she said, we have a IB PYP primary years program already at our Academia Moderna campus. We have our middle school is going for authorization for the middle years program in April of this year. We want our students to be able to continue on the 5-year path of a middle school. As you know, the middle years program internationally is a 5-year program, and here at Prepatech at the moment we're only able to offer 3 of those years. So offering the full 5-year program gives our students an opportunity to complete the IB middle years program and graduate from that program with an IB certificate and record of achievement. The biggest deal about all of this, though, ladies and gentlemen, is that it sets them up very well for the high school, especially those that are going to go down the AP or the IB pathway, which, as Ms. Chavez said, won't be for everybody. Both of those programs are extremely rigorous and extremely challenging. We recognise that, and that's why we're offering the high school diploma pathway as well. Having said that, it's really the program we're offering is going to be flexible for our high school students, and that students who have a particular strength in any one area, for example, arts, can take certificates in the IB in those subjects and still maintain their pathway through A through G and through the CSU and UC pathway.
Time.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes the 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so you will have to come back then during the public comment section if you want to make further comments. So we'll now have 10 minutes for the opponents to the CDE recommendation.
Do we have opponents? Yeah, anyone from LA District, LAUSD District or County?
LA County.
No one?
Apparently no one, okay. Then I will close the public hearing and pause now for board member comments or questions after hearing the public hearing. And then we will go to public comment floor is open for board discussion at this point, if any. Okay, seeing none, then do you have a list of people who want public comment?
Yes.
Go ahead, call the list, please.
Okay, please organize
2 minutes.
We have many. 30, 40 names on the list. We're trying to see if they were organizing, but we didn't have a response. So here are the names: Percy Duran, Alex Munoz, Tessie Garcia, Kimberly Garcia, Chandra Garosa, Christian Calderon, Brandon Alvarez, Martha Barajas.
Yeah, they have 2 minutes.
Okay, please begin.
Go ahead. Please identify yourself as you come up. Thank you.
Okay,
We have translators here as well.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tessie Garcia. I'm a mother of 2 students, and this is my story. And I'm really excited to be here and letting you know how important it is for us to have a charter schools, because we don't have charter schools, and I believe kids at school, the kids need this kind of schools because they're a good choice for our families. The waiting list for those schools are very long. Small classes help so much to succeed in their academic lives. My kids came from a traditional charter school. Unfortunately, they were hurt from the Miramonte case when they lost their dreams and they got so scared of school and teachers. We find Prepa Tech as a beautiful, nice place where now they can sit and face their fears. Prepa Techs and teachers are very qualified to help students to not give up on the school and see themselves in the future going to the college and earning more than minimum wage. In specific, my son is autistic. In traditional school, his grades always were very low. On the past June, he graduated from Prepa Tech Middle School with excellent grades. Now he's waiting for Prepa Tech School, Prepa Tech High School, to continue feeling happy, as he did before in the Prepa Tech. Please say yes at this school, and thank you for listening my story.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Garcia, and today we are here to fight for our future school that can show students great opportunities. Prepa Tech is a wonderful school that gives students hope and a brighter future. Since I've been here, there have been a lot of changes in my life. I've made new friends, met new teachers and staff that show support for us in our education and with our everyday lives. We are more than just friends. We are like a family that sticks together through thick and thin, and I don't want that to change. I want to go to Prepa Tech High School to graduate and show people who had brought others down and told them that they couldn't do what we thought that we couldn't do, and they showed us that we could achieve our dreams and see greater goals. And please vote yes for Prepa Tech High School. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, President Christ, board members, and Superintendent Torkelson in absentia. My name is Percy Duran, Chairman of the U.S. Commission of Civil Rights Advisory Board and President of the Youth Policy Institute. Parents and students have traveled from Southern California from the city of Huntington Park, a Mexican-American community in the southeast Los Angeles County. Prepa Tech has a middle-class school, which, as the studies of Stanford and Berkeley have shown, middle-class charter schools do better than public schools as a whole. The reason being that the parents are involved, the teachers are involved, and the students are involved. For these reasons, A petition for the establishment of Prepa Tech High School has been submitted for your review and approval, which we support. The parents and students will now address you and give you an overview of why they feel that a charter high school in the east side of Los Angeles should be established for these students. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Alejandro Munoz, and I've been a member of the Huntington Park community for almost 50 years. I'm also a former elementary, junior high, high school, and adult school teacher in the same area. And I'm here for two reasons. First, to share that our community, Huntington Park, can be characterized by the very unique circumstances that justify the very existence of a charter school. It's a population that continues to grow and grow, making the challenges of education and preparing students for an economy that's becoming more global and more technological, even more difficult. Secondly, to share that the creation of a high school is a logical conclusion for an entire generation of parents and teachers that have been dedicated to the growth and development of their children. If education at this level is a three-step process that begins with elementary, continues on to middle school, and completes itself with high school graduation and college admissions, then the Prepa Tech High School is something that I ask you to please listen to the voices of the parents and join them in their vision to continue to transform the future of the community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carolina Galloso. I don't speak English, but I want to try to do this in English. I came today to support my son's schools because when he went to the traditional public school, he was a victim for a crime. And for a moment, he lost his dreams. He didn't know when to back to school. So we decided to change him to Prepa Tech. And now I want to share how much he liked to love the school. His grades went up considerably and began searching for his lost dreams. He started to talk about how much he likes to go to school and his decision to go to the college. I want to dream with my son. Why stop their dreams? They say dreams don't live, but without them, we could not live. Please vote yes for Prepa Tech High School for young people as my son to follow the path to college and success. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, my name is Christian Calderon, and today I'll tell you why you should accept the Prepa Tech High School. One reason is because the teachers are so nice and help you whenever you need help, and the school helped me follow my dreams, because when I went to a traditional school, I lost them, and when I went to Prepa Tech, the teachers helped me follow my dreams again. That could happen to other kids if you could approve the high school, and they'll also help me because it'll help me become a computer technician because of the technology teacher they'll hire. If you can agree on opening the high school, it'll be the best thing ever. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Brandon Alvarez, and I am currently a student at Prepa Tech. The reason why I want a Prepa Tech high school is because of the bad experience I have had with public schools. At Prepa Tech, they have shown me that they care about my education and that I will succeed in life. I need this high school. My future depends on it. I want to be a successful businessman, and with the help of Prepa Tech High School, I know I will succeed in life and accomplish my dreams. Please approve Prepa Tech High School. Thank you for your time.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Gracias por la oportunidad de estar aquí.
Thank you for giving me the chance to be here.
Mi nombre es Marta Barajas.
My name is Marta Barajas.
Es mi familia.
This is my family.
Tengo 3 hijos.
I have 3 children.
Mi experiencia en una escuela tradicional con mi hijo mayor.
My experience in a traditional school with my eldest son.
Él asistió a la escuela Jordan High School en la ciudad de Long Beach.
He went to Jordan High School on Long Beach,
con 1,724 estudiantes.
where there were 1,724 students.
Su experiencia fue muy difícil, la mía también.
His experience was very hard, and it was hard for me too.
Él fue expuesto a drogas y pandillas.
He was exposed to drugs and gangs.
Y logré que se graduara con mucho trabajo.
And with considerable effort, I managed to get him to graduate.
Él no ha podido llegar al colegio.
He hasn't been able to go to college.
Mis otros dos hijos menores
My two younger children,
están atendiendo a Prepa Tech
they are going to Prepa Tech
y Academia Moderna.
and to Academia Moderna.
Mi experiencia ha sido muy diferente.
And that experience has been very different.
Yo necesito una escuela pequeña
I need a small school
para que mis hijos no sean expuestos a drogas y pandillas.
so that my children won't be exposed to drugs and gangs,
Y así puedan llegar a la universidad.
and so that they can get to college.
Por eso yo les pido, por favor,
And that is why I'm urging you
que apoyen la proposición de Prepatec.
to support the Prepa Tech petition.
Gracias por su apoyo.
Thank you for your support.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Sergio Sánchez.
Good morning. My name is Sergio Sanchez,
Quiero darle las gracias por darme la oportunidad
and I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity
de decir la necesidad de nuestros hijos, de todos nosotros.
to tell you about the needs of my children and all of us.
Tengo una hija en Propetech,
I have a daughter in Prepa Tech,
mi hijo en Academia Moderna.
and I have a son in Academia Moderna,
Me siento muy orgulloso
and I feel very proud.
por todo lo que han aprendido a su corta edad.
And I feel very proud of everything they have learned despite their brief age.
Por eso les pedimos de favor, nos apoyen con una Propetech.
And that's why we're asking you, please, for your support for Prepa Tech.
Gracias por su tiempo.
And thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Giovanni Sanchez, and I have a little sister that goes to Prepa Tech and a little brother that is in Academia Moderna. I myself went to a high school with a lot of different students, and I would not like them to go through what I have been through. I want to see them attend college and university. So again, I am here asking for your support for Prepa Tech High School. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alexis Sanchez. Today I come here to fight for my future school, Prepa Tech Los Angeles High School. But there is one small problem. We don't have a high school yet. I have been attending every year since kinder. I don't want to stop going to Prepa Tech in 8th grade. I want to graduate from Prepa Tech High School. My dream is to be a veterinarian. With the help of our IB program, International Baccalaureate, I will be able to succeed. I have passion for animals. The learner attributes and profiles teach me how to be in touch with animals. I hope you see how much my school really means to me. I ask all of you to vote now for my Prepa Tech High School. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Jose Sanchez and I go to Academia Moderna. I would like to have a high school so when I get bigger I can go to that high school. Please approve the high school. Thank you for your time.
If additional people could also line up, Sandra Acevedo, Mary Magyana, Fatima Vasquez, Monica Teneo, Jesus Bravo, Guillermo Bravo, Nathan Delgado, Anna Perez, Samantha Rodriguez, Scarlett Marine, Kimberly Rivera, Inez Fuentes.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mari Carmen Magaña. Muchísimas gracias por darme la oportunidad de venirles a hablar a todos ustedes de nuestra maravillosa familia Prepa Tech.
Good afternoon. My name is Mari Carmen Magaña, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address you and talk about this marvelous Prepa Tech family.
Donde contamos con un personal altamente calificado.
where the staff is highly qualified,
que realmente le dan a nuestros hijos la importancia
and they really provide our children the importance
que ellos merecen
that they deserve.
y les preocupa el bienestar de ellos.
And they're concerned about their welfare.
En esta escuela no solamente se les educa,
It's not just education that they get at this school.
también se les habla y se les enseña de moral e ética.
They're also taught about morals and ethics.
Aquí mis hijos han aprendido a tomar riesgos,
Here, my children have learned to take risks,
a tener equilibrios,
to be balanced,
a ser reflectivos,
to reflect,
a estar informados, a tener mentes abiertas,
and to be informed and keep an open mind,
a ser mejores seres humanos,
to be better human beings
mejores ciudadanos
and better citizens.
y sueñan con tener un mundo más pacífico.
And they dream of a more peaceful world.
Si es posible que nuestros hijos
If possible, we want our children
sigan soñando con este ideal,
to go on dreaming about this ideal.
por favor, apoyen a abrir nuestras puertas
So please give support so that the doors can be opened
a una nueva Prepa Tech High School.
to a new Prepatech High School.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por su atención.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Buenos días, estimada audiencia.
Good morning, general public.
Mi nombre es Fátima Vázquez.
My name is Fatima Vázquez.
Tengo dos hijos de 12 y 9 años.
I have two children aged 12 and 9 years.
Mi hija terminó sexto grado
My daughter completed 6th grade
en una escuela regular de LSUSD
in a regular LAUSD school
de 1,150 estudiantes.
with a population of 1,150 students.
Busqué para ella una diferente opción
I searched for a different option for her,
de oportunidades académicas
providing different academic opportunities,
y encontré a Prepa Tech Middle School,
and I found Prepatech Middle School.
una escuela que no me pidió vivir en el área de Huntington Park
This was a school that didn't require me to live in Huntington Park
para que ella pudiera asistir.
in order for her to go to that school.
Es una escuela que ofrece a mi hija motivación
This is a school that provides my daughter with motivation
y guía para seguir aprendiendo,
and guidance to continue learning,
a superarse
to get ahead
en esta nueva generación tecnológica.
for this new technological generation.
Me gustaría la creación de Prepa Tech High School
I would like Prepatech High School to be created
para poder continuar fortaleciendo
in order to continue strengthening
esta excelente base académica
this excellent academic grounding
para así un día poder tener hijos graduados de la universidad.
so that one day I may have children who have graduated from college.
Los padres del sureste de Los Ángeles,
The parents from Southeast Los Angeles
les pedimos por favor su apoyo
request your support.
y muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Antes de comenzar, quiero agradecer por la gentileza de escuchar nuestras necesidades como padres y de nuestros futuros líderes.
Good morning, and before I start, I would like to thank you for the courtesy of listening to our needs as parents and future leaders.
Mi nombre es Sandra Acevedo.
My name is Sandra Acevedo.
Vivo en Huntington Park.
I live in Huntington Park,
Tengo dos niños en la Escuela Academia Moderna y en Prepatech.
and I have two children in Academia Moderna and Prepatech.
Mi sueño es que los niños tengan mejores oportunidades de educación
My dream is for my children to have better educational opportunities.
y hasta este momento se tienen excelentes resultados por cuanto con 13 años y 9 años ya son bilingües.
And so far, they have done excellently well. Since at age 13 and 9, they are already bilingual.
Y reciben clases de mandarín que solo podría ofrecer una escuela privada a muy alto costo.
And they're also attending Mandarin classes, which they could only achieve at a very expensive private school.
Que si no fuera por la escuela y sus excelentes programas, nunca sería posible acceder a estos lujos.
These luxuries would be inaccessible if it weren't for this excellent school.
Mis niños, a su corta edad y gracias a la maravillosa formación y apoyo de su escuela,
My children, despite the young age, but thanks to the wonderful support and formation from the school,
ellos ya sueñan con ser profesionales. El niño quiere ser doctor cirujano y la niña quiere ser veterinaria.
they're already dreaming of being professionals. My son would like to be a surgeon, and my daughter would like to be a veterinarian.
Yo no recuerdo que a esta edad yo tuviera esos pensamientos y siento que es necesario que esta escuela tenga su high school para que estos sueños no lleguen a ser hermosas realidades.
I don't recall having at that age those thoughts, and I feel that it is necessary for this school to achieve its high school in order for these dreams to become a wonderful reality.
Les pedimos, por favor, apoyen a proposición de Prepatec.
We ask you please to support Prepatec.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Mónica Tamayo. Estoy aquí para decirles que Prepatec le ha enseñado a mi hijo a creer en él.
Good morning, my name is Monica Tamayo, and I'm here to tell you that Prepatec has taught my son that they believe in him.
Y saber que él puede llegar tan alto como se lo proponga y graduarse de la universidad y más.
And to know that he can reach whatever goals he proposes and to graduate from college and even more.
Cuando en una escuela convencional era una cifra más y era una cifra más.
In a conventional school, he was just another student.
Y lo único que él necesitaba era un poco de atención.
All he needed was a little bit of attention.
Ahora tiene uno de los mejores promedios de la escuela.
And now he has among the best average grade point averages in the school.
Gracias al staff. Por favor, apóyenos con Prepatec
And this is thanks to the staff. Please support us with Prepatec
High School y no duden que el día de mañana tendrán mejores ciudadanos.
Support us with Prepatec High School, and don't forget that one day you will have better citizens
Y más jóvenes graduados de la universidad.
and more young people who have graduated from college.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you for your attention.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Guillermo Bravo.
Good morning, my name is Guillermo Bravo.
Tengo un hijo en la escuela charter
I have a son who is in a charter school,
y él estuvo en otras escuelas tradicionales
and he was in other conventional schools,
que él no podía salir de ahí, que no le gustaba la escuela.
and he wasn't about to graduate from there. He didn't like going to school.
Mi esposa lo cambió a Prepatec
My wife changed him over to Prepatec,
y ahí fue donde surgieron los sueños que tanto nosotros deseábamos para él.
and that's where those dreams came about that we so wished for him.
Y ahora es un joven con excelente conocimiento,
And now he's a young man with an excellent fund of knowledge,
gracias al staff de la escuela Prepatec.
thanks to the Prepatec staff.
Les pido por favor que nos den la oportunidad de abrir una escuela para que ellos sigan estudiando y tengan mejores ciudadanos.
And I beg you please to give us a chance to open this school so that our children can get ahead with their studies and become better citizens.
Para todo California y les pido que nos apoyen y muchas gracias por todo.
For all of California, and I ask you for your support and thank you for everything.
Thank you for this opportunity. Hey, my name is Jesus Bravo. I'm an 8th grader at Prepatec Los Angeles. I live in South Central LA where there's a lot of drug use and gang activity. There also lots of vandalism. When I first went to Prepatec, I felt in a comfortable environment. For me, Prepatec is everything. It's a good school because the teachers take time from their schedule to help me when I'm baffled with the classwork and homework. Well, the IB program had helped me to become a better person. I'm also learning Mandarin, Ni Hao, which means which means high in Mandarin. Please support our school so I can continue to learn this beautiful language, which is Mandarin. And thank you, and please support Prepa Tech. Thank you for your attention.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Ana Pérez.
Good morning, my name is Ana Perez.
Gracias a toda la audiencia por permitirnos estar aquí.
And I want to thank all of the audience for allowing us to be here.
Soy madre soltera de 4 hijos.
I'm a single mother with 4 children.
Y tengo un hijo en las Fuerzas Armadas y él está muy contento por todo lo que ha hecho Prepatec por su hermana.
And I have a son who's in the Army, and he's very pleased with everything that Prepatec has done to help his sister.
Mi hija fue víctima de bullying y me gusta que Prepatec tiene 0 tolerancia de bullying.
My daughter was a victim of bullying, and I like the fact that Prepatec has a 0 tolerance policy towards bullying.
Y por eso siento la necesidad de una high school.
That's why I feel that a high school is necessary.
Gracias a la familia Prepatec que nos adoptó para un mejor futuro académico de nuestros hijos.
And I would like to thank the Prepatec family who adopted us for a better academic future for our children.
Que de ahí saldrán presidentes, gobernadores, abogados, etcétera, etcétera.
From there, we will graduate future presidents, governors, attorneys, and so on and so on.
Y los maestros están capacitados académicamente para el futuro de nuestros hijos.
And the teachers are academically prepared for the future of our children.
Muchas gracias a todos. Gracias por su apoyo.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your support.
Hello, my name is Samantha Rodriguez. Prepatec is a very good school for me because when I came to Prepatec, I was not doing very well in my classes. Now that I'm in Prepatec, I am an A and B student. I started off going to Prepatec in middle school. Now I want to move on to high school. It is very important for me to have a better future and to move on to the university. Thank you for your support and vote for Prepatec.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Rivera. I am a 6th grader at Prepatec. The reason why I would like a high school is because since we are a charter school, kids get more attention. Since we are a small school, there is not that much bullying. Thanks to all our staff, a lot of kids see their future a different way. And us as a Prepatec family, it is very important to keep our family together. And that's what this high school is going to do. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Edna Fuentes, and I am a student of Prepatec. I am here to support Prepatec to have the high school. I really want this charter high school. In traditional public schools, there's lots of bullying. I was a victim of bullying. In Prepatec, I haven't been bullied, and I doubt that I would ever be bullied in Prepatec. Lots of schools have students in gangs and that do drugs. In Prepatec, I am challenged. I learned so many things that I would have probably not learned in traditional public schools. I would have never imagined myself being in a class learning to speak Mandarin. Prepatec is a family where we care about one another, where we respect others. Please approve LA Prepatec High School. Thank you.
If the next group can line up as well, Carmen Velasquez, Oscar Lopez, Donovan Lopez, Flora Camareno, Javier Contreras, Raina Contreras, Jeanette Santana.
Good afternoon. My name is Donovan Lopez. I'm fighting for Academia Moderna High School because in my future, if the Academia Moderna High School was not made, I would be struggling. So vote for Prepatec. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Reina. I go to Academia Moderna. I learn Mandarin. I love my school Please support Prepa Tech High School because they need it and I will need it soon. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Javier and I am attending Prepa Tech. When I was in a traditional school, I did not have the attention that Prepa Tech gives me. Today I am especially doing well in the subject of science and I would like to be an aeronautical engineer. I would like you to approve Prepa Tech High School because I know that they could help me achieve my goals and everyone else. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren, and I am in second grade. I would love to follow my brother's footsteps. That is why I am here. I ask you to please help us get the high school, please, because I love our school and teachers and staff. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Joseph, and I believe our school is strong because we never gave up, and we will continue to strive for a better education, a better future for all of us. Our teacher motivates us by being there for us and not giving up, which makes us special because we are a united family. Not only have teachers been there for me, but also staff, office, and the lunch lady. Everyone is there to make sure we are safe and gain more knowledge by the second. I believe that Mr. Reyes has led us to a bright future and will continue to lead us to an even brighter future. Therefore, I ask you to please don't turn out the lights on us. Remember, we are the future. We are your future. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Sanchez and I am in 6th grade. Prepa Tech has helped me with ELA and math the most. I have been in Prepa Tech for half a year only, but I have seen changes in this year. The teachers help me with things I don't get and they pay more attention to you. And in my benchmarks, I got proficient because of how I learned in Prepa Tech. Please open the high school because I want it to be the high school that I graduate in. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Mia Mesa and I am in 8th grade. I'm also student body president. The staff and the students get along like family. This school has made a difference in everybody's life. This school is everything that will help kids get into a good college. This school has made me who I am today. I've been here for 7 years and don't want to stop now. This school is teaching kids to grow into amazing, educated children. Please approve this high school, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Brianna Mesa, and I would like to share why I love this school. This is where all of us grew up. This is a place where we made new friends, best friends, even brothers and sisters, because this is a school that has a bond that no other school has. They provide us with opportunities in life. Why should we stop now? Why should we stop at a middle school? We need your yes. We need a safe environment so we feel comfortable. So please help us get our high school. Thank you and have a good day.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raymond Meza, and I ask that you please approve us to build our new high school. This high school will change the minds of students to do great things and possibly change the world. Coming to this school has made me love school, and I want to become an architect. So I pray for you to open your hearts and say yes to the Prepa Tech High School. Thank you.
Okay, if that ends the public testimony, then we're ready for board member discussion. Go ahead. Board member Holliday will start.
So this is, I think, a school that is going to carry on the tradition of the other two schools that this organization runs. I'm pleased that they are offering a couple of different paths for their educational program, the IB program as well as the A through G program. Financially, the organization is sound, and they've been able to turn around a bit of a dip in the financials of the middle school, and that's being turned around. So it's obviously a school that the families are committed to, and the kids are absolutely lovely, and we certainly, I certainly would like them to have a high school to go to that is in the tradition of their other two schools that they've been attending. ACCS voted unanimously for this, and the CDE recommends it. So if there's no more discussion, I'm ready to make the motion.
More discussion by anybody on the board? Okay, you may make your motion.
I move the staff recommendation.
And I second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. It's approved unanimously. Thank you. You got it. Okay, now we're ready for item 18, which is the Ross Valley Charter School. CDE will present and give us a framing of this issue.
Mr. President, could we?
Yeah, do we want to adjourn for 5 minutes or so?
Yes.
Yeah, just let the change. Okay, the board will adjourn for 5 minutes.
You know, I watched it live, so you can ask Bruce these questions too, but are you asking if LA came? As far as I know, they did not. And don't forget that Art Delgado is on the board. And
Board will reconvene, and now we will begin with a CDE presentation on the Ross Charter School.
Good afternoon. Again, this is Cindy Chan, Director of the Charter Schools Division at the California Department of Education. Item 18 is an appeal by the Ross Valley Charter to establish a new charter school, which was denied by the Ross Valley School District on August 18th, 2015, and the Marin County Board of Education on October 13th, 2015. Pursuant to current law, petitioners for a charter school that have been denied at the local level may petition the State Board of Education for approval. The Ross Valley Charter petitioner submitted an appeal to the SBE on October 15, 2015. The CDE staff have reviewed the appeal documents, and based on this review, the CD recommends that the SBE hold a public hearing and thereafter conditionally approve, with one condition and 8 technical amendments, the request to establish the Ross Valley Charter under the oversight of the SBE. So I'd like to note that the item actually says 7 technical amendments, and there are 8. Inherent to this recommendation, the CD proposes the following condition. Ross Valley Charter must revise its petition, element 4 governance and its bylaws, to reconcile the organizational conflict by delineating what discussion and or decision that the teacher board member can and cannot participate in. The revision should also include a provision that the teacher board member will recuse himself or herself from any discussion and or decision relating to any personnel actions. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools considered the Ross Valley Charter petition at its December 2nd, 2015 meeting and voted to accept the CD recommendation to approve the petition by a vote of 7-1. Ross Valley Charter is proposing to serve approximately 220 pupils in transitional kindergarten through grade 5 in its first year of operation. The educational philosophy of Ross Valley Charter will grow from the 19-year history and experience developed by parents, teachers, and supporters of the Ross Valley School District's multi-age program, which is referred to as MAP. For petitions submitted on appeal to the State Board of Education, CD staff independently review the petition and all documents that were submitted to the local district and the county. A summary of the CDE staff analysis is on pages 3 and 4 of the item. The full review is on the ACCS item as attachment 1 of item 3. CDE staff have reviewed the Ross Valley Charter appeal documents that include the petition, appendices, attachments, budget information, educational and demographic data of the surrounding schools, as well as the board agendas and minutes from the district and the county board regarding the denial of the petition, along with the petitioner's responses to the district and county findings. Based on this review, the CD finds that the Ross Valley Charter petition is consistent with sound educational practice and that the budget and multi-year fiscal plan is sustainable and fiscally viable, and enrollment projections appear reasonable. Further, the CD finds that the petitioner is demonstrably likely to implement the intended program set forth in the petition, and that the petition provides a reasonably comprehensive description for the required elements, noting that some require a technical amendment. Therefore, the CD recommends that the SBE hold a public hearing to approve the petition to establish the Ross Valley Charter under the oversight of the SBE for a 5-year term, with the condition and the technical amendments as proposed by the CDE. CDE can answer any questions that you have. The Ross Valley petitioner is here to address the board, and I believe that there are representatives from the school district here as well. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on this? Board Member Williams.
If the board does not currently have questions for Cindy, President Kirst has asked me to give just a little bit of context and background for the presentations that you're going to hear. Just to make it clear, Cindy alluded to it, but Ross Valley School District has had a program, a model within its school, within the Manor Elementary School, called the Multi-Age Program, or MAP, and you'll hear that referred to often. That program is in existence this year for the 2015-16 year. It's its 20th year. The petitioners are petitioning to create a new startup charter school in Ross Valley.
And what can make it a little bit confusing, that's Ross Valley Charter. Ross Valley Charter would, if authorized, would start in 2016-17. What made it a little bit confusing with at the beginning with ACCS is that all of the teachers from the current existing MAP program are working with some parents of the existing MAP program and some parents that were on a wait list for the MAP program to put together this charter petition. So what we have before us is a petition to start a new charter called Ross Valley Charter. In the presentations, there may be some back and forth that you will hear, which happened at the ACCS. Just to be clear, I was not present at the ACCS, but I watched the entire proceedings of that day at home. And in addition, I have read every document that has been submitted to us and even done some of my own research and worked with staff to make sure that I was familiar with the details. Where I'm not familiar with a particular number or something and you ask me, I can turn to staff and they will know it. So what may be a little bit confusing is that there will be conversation that goes back and forth between things that were said or happened at MAP versus the Ross Valley Charter and what's being proposed. So to be clear, what the state board's authority and charge is, this is an appeal coming to the board for a new charter school. And our authority is to have the staff review the charter petition, share it with make a recommendation to the ACCS. The ACCS does the same thing and conducts its own public hearing, like this one. And then we do our own public hearing. But we are to make a decision on the evidence presented to us about the petition for the new charter school, not about MAP, which is an existing program at the school district. So, yes?
Just to clarify, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of this, the MAP existing program, which is part of an elementary that you're explaining, has applied to become a new charter school. It's that group. No,
you need to distinguish that because the MAP program, the entire program, did not apply to do that. It's that some parents and the teachers are want to leave the district and start an autonomous independent charter school. Whether or not there continues to exist a charter school under the district, a MAP school under the district is really up to the district. But this is a group that is petitioning to start a new charter school. Any other questions? This is the part that's a little bit, yeah. For example, they do not know how many students or parents may come or not come with the new charter school should it be authorized. The teachers have committed to going.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions throughout.
Okay. No other board comments then? I'll open the public hearing. The public hearing, each side has 10 minutes to make its case. And then at the end of that, those 10-minute sessions, I will close the public hearing and we'll have more public comment. I understand we have 58 people. So if any of you are saying the same thing, if you could get together and say it as a group, that might expedite matters a bit. So I now open the public hearing. And let me open up with 10 minutes for the side that supports the CDE recommendation to approve the charter.
Hi. I'm Chris Lyons. I'm a 20-year veteran teacher and one of the lead petitioners for Ross Valley Charter School. We'd like to thank the Department of Education staff for thoroughly reviewing our petition and also thank the state board members for the opportunity to tell you about our new proposed school. We are happy to work with CDE staff to address all of the recommended conditions and technical amendments. Since the December ACCS meeting, our startup grant application has successfully passed the peer review process, and we have been invited to join the El Dorado Charter SELPA, 2 more milestones on our journey to create a new school. RVC has been developed by a group of teachers, parents, and community members. 4 of us will present to you today. I will start with RVC's educational program. RVC will blend elements of time-tested progressive education along with newer Common Core standards. We will teach our students in multi-age classrooms, which prioritize social-emotional learning and strong relationships between students and their teacher during their 2 years together. RVC students will be highly engaged in their learning for several reasons. Our units of study will integrate many subject areas and will include hands-on projects and activities. We will provide regular opportunities for our students to do art, music, and performances, and will facilitate students pursuing their individual interests. They will work collaboratively with others, practicing teamwork, problem-solving, and critical thinking. They will have opportunities for choice and to express their creativity. RVC will emphasize community, and we will hold students to high academic standards. RVC's 6 founding teachers, who are here today, have a combined 140 years of teaching experience, and we are all longtime CTA members. We have nearly 70 total years working in the multi-age program, MAP, within the Ross Valley School District. Our vision for RVC grows from this 20-year successful alternative program. Last year, our 5th grade MAP students' test scores show that our students develop strong academic skills. 82% of them met or exceeded standards in math, and 87% in English language arts. This snapshot from a year ago shows that 88% of former MAP students had at least a 3.0 GPA at the district's middle school. Almost 98% of MAP students stay in the program from year to year. Here are 3 goals that we will accomplish by creating Ross Valley Charter. Meet the demand for educational choice in our community, create a more diverse school community, and create a culture of collaborative self-governance to empower all stakeholders. My colleagues will speak to these goals.
Thanks. My name's Christy Kimball. I'm a local parent. I'm a board member of Ross Valley Charter School, and I also work in education philanthropy. I want to tell you about demand for public school choice in our community. First, more than 50 parents have traveled here today to show support for Ross Valley Charter School. I'd like to ask everyone in the room who's here supporting the school to stand, please. Thank you. The MAP program, which was the inspiration for Ross Valley Charter School, has a history of being oversubscribed. In 4 of the last 5 years, as you can see on this slide, at least 45 or more students have applied for only 20 to 21 slots each year in the kindergarten class. That is more than 2 applicants for every open seat on average, year after year. The wait list is typically about 100 students. That's almost enough to double the size of the program. My own children are both on the wait list today. I also want to be clear that we have strong signs of parent interest in Ross Valley Charter School. As part of the petition process, we collected forms for 222 students who are interested in enrolling. This is just 8 students short of 230 to fill the school. About 100 letters of support were submitted to the County Board of Education, the AACS, and to the State Board directly in recent months. Also, the application window for Ross Valley Charter School opened 10 days ago on January 4th. I want to be clear that we made clear to all applicants that they should also apply to their local district school as well. But already we have 157 enrollment application forms submitted, just in 10 days' time. That is enough to fill 70% of the seats in this new school. And more applications are coming in every day. Next slide. I also want to point out that Marin County is sorely lacking in public school choices today. As you can see on this slide, Marin County's image is the farthest to the left. Charter schools today serve only 1.5% of all students in Marin. In comparison, charters serve about 8% of students in all other counties of the Bay Area on average. It's a huge difference in choice available to Marin students. Next slide. Just leave you with the thought, most families in Marin today, for them, private school is the only available alternative to the local public school to which they are assigned. That's not real choice for low-income or middle-income families. Thank you.
I'm Andrea Summits. I'm a parent of 3. This is my 7th year of active involvement in the multi-age program, and I'm on the governing board of Ross Valley Charter. The second goal of Ross Valley Charter is to create a school with diversity, and actually more diversity than Ross Valley School District has. Unfortunately, Ross Valley is lacking in diversity. 8% of Ross Valley School District students are Hispanic or Latino, less than 4% are Asian, and only 1.5% are African American. Only 3.9% of district students are English learners. Next slide. Ross Valley Charter set a goal of enrolling at least 6% English learners. 5% of the applications we have received to date are English learners. And approximately 10% of the interested in enrolling forms that we've received in our petition appendix were from families who speak Spanish in the home. Ross Valley School District averages 10% free and reduced price lunch students. Ross Valley Charter set a goal of enrolling at least 12%. And as of last night, we're up to 6% of the applications received falling into that category. And we're confident that we will reach our goal. 17% of our interested in enrolling forms were, in fact, from free and reduced price lunch families. We hope to actually exceed the goals in our petition. We learned from our experience in MAP that when you live in a community with very little diversity, it takes consistent and concerted outreach to recruit low-income and English learner students into a progressive educational program that may look very different to them. Proactive outreach and engagement with diverse families will be essential to creating a diverse school and to supporting those families once they are at the school. We have already begun working very hard on this front. We have begun conducting outreach to the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center, which is the only Title V low-income child care center funded by CDE, located in the Ross Valley School District. The Children's Center accommodates 70 K-5 age school children. 98% of those are receiving subsidized child care, and 56% are from homes that speak Spanish. We have written our enrollment policy so that in the event a lottery is required for a grade level, a preference is given to in-district English learners and free and reduced price lunch applicants over other in-district students. Not yet, sorry. And 38 of the Children's Center parents signed forms indicating they were interested in enrolling in Ross Valley Charter. We will have a paid Spanish-speaking family outreach support coordinator to support our EL and low-income families. And we'll also have a credentialed ELD, English language development teacher, intervention teacher, and special ed teacher on Ross Valley Charter staff. The petition commits the staff to ongoing professional development and improvement of cultural competency, and we're committed to CLAD certification for all Ross Valley Charter teachers. Ross Valley Charter will welcome people of all colors, English learners, special ed students, and low-income families, and we want them to join us at this school. We look forward to the opportunity to have the autonomy and flexibility and, in fact, the obligation, based on the commitments we've made in our petition, to conduct extensive and consistent outreach to ensure a diverse student population. As stated in our petition, by adopting standards, policies, practices, and attitudes that support cultural competence, RVC intends to create a community that genuinely embraces diversity and values difference.
My name is Con Hickey. I'm a retired IT executive and a former Ross Valley School District trustee. I'm interested in public education reform, and I have volunteered to serve as the RVC Development Coordinator and its CFO. MAP has, from its inception, been a district program co-located on the district's Manor Elementary School, now constituting 1/3 of the school student body. One principal has always administered both programs, and MAP teachers have always had to follow the meeting schedule, policies, and procedures of all other district teachers. This is a new charter school.
Yeah, your 10 minutes is up, so okay. You can come back during the public.
Thank you very much.
But you'll have 2 minutes there. Okay. Thank you. Okay, now we have 10 minutes for the opponents of the CDE recommendation to approve the charter school with conditions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rick Bagley. I'm the superintendent of the Ross Valley School District, proud superintendent of the Ross Valley School District, and I am actually not here today to spend a lot of time talking specifically about this charter petition. I think we've said and written and presented all that we need to say in terms of our position on this matter. And instead today what I'd like to do is take a little bit different approach and focus on process and talk to you a little bit about that. And I apologize in advance for reading some of this to you, but I want to make sure I stick within my time frame and don't go off of it. So in this room, and I'm sure you will hear a little bit more about that today, there is a deep difference of opinion, both in this room and actually back in our community, about this particular charter and whether the Ross Valley wants, needs, or should even have this charter school. As much as this has become a polarizing issue for us, perhaps there is at least one thing that everyone in this room can agree on. This has been a long, a complex, a confusing, a time-consuming, and a very costly journey for everyone. I think we can all agree on that. Ours is a small school district. We're not LA Unified. We're 2,300 students. And for us, the charter petition review process from start to finish, even with the expert guidance and support of a very experienced and highly skilled attorney, felt overly complicated, unnecessarily ambiguous, and unduly burdensome. The process of the percentage of district, county, and CDE staff time spent on this process far exceeds 10% of our student enrollment, which is projected to be served by this charter. I'm also deeply troubled by the fact that after spending all this time, so many bright and experienced educators at the district level, county level, and the CDE staff level seem to have interpreted this process and their roles in it in different ways. What this tells me is that something in the process isn't working as it should. Now, when I became superintendent of the Ross Valley School District, I never envisioned that I would be in the middle of a charter debate because, after all, our district is located in the middle of Marin County, which is one of the most affluent and one of the most high-performing school or counties in all of the state of California. Our county has an average household income, for example, according to the 2010 census, that is 49% higher than the rest of our state as a whole. And the percentage of our residents with college degrees is 78% higher. Crime rates and the unemployment rate in Marin County are among the lowest in the state. Home prices, in case you ever want to move there, the home prices are off the charts. And from an educational standpoint, our community is rich, and I underline and underscore that word, rich, in high-performing public, private, and parochial schools. So compared to the rest of California, students who lack choice and equity and so many other things that we heard about in the last presentation, Marin County is truly a galaxy far, far away, and I promise that's the only reference to Star Wars that I'll make. George Lucas is a Marin County person. According to EdSource, Ross Valley School District's 2015 CASP scores rank us 50th in the state of California in English language arts and 41st in mathematics. Our elementary schools currently have class sizes of 20.5 to 1 in K through 3, 24 to 1 in 4th and 5th, with all fully credentialed, CLAD certified, highly qualified teachers. Voters in our community support a parcel tax, a local bond measure to modernize our school facilities, and most recently the re-election of 2 incumbent board members who soundly defeated a pro-charter candidate. Parents in our district give generously to our Yes Foundation, which helps in turn provide the robust and acclaimed programs that we have in art, in music, in poetry, and STEAM. Our students matriculate into our local high school district, and this number is staggering to me. We're virtually 100% of students graduate from high school. And of those 100%, 84% go on to college. So the words chronically underperforming, thankfully, do not apply to us. Yet we're part of a state where 55%, I know you know this already, 55% of our students in grades 3 through 11 in the state of California are not meeting standards in ELA. And 66% are not meeting standards in math. So we're part of a state where many students have limited or no educational options. And the achievement gap between them and students in districts like ours grows wider every single day. So if we as educators and policymakers truly believe that charter schools are part of the solution to bridging this rather massive educational gap, then shouldn't we be investing all of our charter resources there? In their 2010 policy brief, Choice Without Equity, researchers Frankenberg, Siegel-Hawley, and Wang stated that the charter school movement has been, and I quote, a major political success, but it has been a civil rights failure. Why is this? Well, at least in part, the answer rests with us for not acknowledging and doing anything about the fact the charter authorization process makes it possible for those with the most educational opportunity and access to have even more, while over half of California students struggle just to meet standards. So, even worse, we allow this to happen while we wax on about the importance of local control. Hear that word a lot. And where we talk about how we need to target our scarce resources towards those who need it the most. And even worse still, we authorize charters in high-performing districts like Ross Valley, allowing the wants of a small minority to disrupt the education of everyone else who simply wants their public schools to continue doing great things for kids under the stewardship of a board that they duly elected. So again, there is something in this process that does not seem to be working right. Now, I don't know about you, but I hate it when someone comes to me and they drop a problem in my lap and ask me to solve it and don't give me any kind of idea about what the possible solutions might be. So I want to suggest a possible solution to you. In this particular case, my proposed solution is that you have confidence in the wisdom and the competence and the local decision-making of the boards that evaluated this petition before you, and that you vote as they did. In the bigger picture, my proposed solution is for you and your team to continue reaching out to those of us in the field who are willing to work to help make this process work for all students who need it the most. So in closing, I'd like to share a quote that I heard the other night from President Obama during his final State of the Union speech. And what he said was, and I quote, "Our collective future depends upon your willingness to uphold your obligation as a citizen, to stand up for others, especially the vulnerable, knowing that each of us is only here because somebody somewhere stood up for us." So you have a difficult decision today, and I don't envy you in making it, but I want to thank you as an advocate standing up for all students in the state of California, including and especially those who are susceptible to what is rapidly becoming a segregated system that lopsidedly favors more choice for us, the privileged few, at the expense of those who are most vulnerable. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. I now declare the public hearing closed. So I think this would be an appropriate time to restate the criteria the State Board of Education must use in either approving or disapproving charter schools. This is we're an implementing agency, an administrative agency. We operate under state laws in terms of the criteria that we must use or not use to approve charter schools. And in many of the letters that we've received, I think there was some confusion about the criteria the board must apply to this application. And some of the reasons and arguments are outside the scope of our law in terms of what we must consider. So we're hemmed in. We're not just free agents like a school board. It might be on some of these decisions. So I'm going to ask one of our charter liaisons, Board Member Williams, to go over that and set the stage for this as board listens to the public testimony.
Okay, I'll go over just a couple of things. First, I want to say that I want to say to Dr. Bagley that I have absolutely no doubt that Ross Valley School District is a fabulous school district, and it has tremendous support from its teachers and its parent community, and that's not even a question on the table. That has nothing to do with this. Even within a totally fabulous school districts, and there's a lot of them in California, there can be a case where where parents feel like their children, they want a different kind of instructional methodology and environment for their children that is not a criticism of the school district, but an issue of what they feel like would work best for their philosophy as a parent and their students' own needs. And that is also a legitimate reason for why charter schools get started. I don't know if you were here a few minutes ago when Prepa Tech was here, and saw those students and heard them and their parents talk about how important a high school addition to their K-8 system is. They appeared to me to be pretty close to 100% Latino kids and low income, South Central Los Angeles. Charter schools serve a lot of different really important needs, and not we see here at the state board more often that kind of an appeal. But that doesn't mean that other parents who feel like their kids, they want a special instructional model for their kids, also don't have the right. In the 1992 law enacting charter schools, there were seven reasons legislative intent for the creation of charter schools. Improve student learning, increase learning opportunities for all pupils, encourage the use of different and innovative teaching methods, creating new professional opportunities for teachers, including the opportunity to be responsible for the learning program at the school site, provide parents and pupils with expanded choices in the types of educational opportunities and models that are available within the school system, hold the schools accountable for meeting measurable pupil outcomes, and provide rigorous competition within the public school system to stimulate continual improvements in all public schools. So we have a state law that allows charter schools that are denied at the local level to appeal to their county, and then to allow those to appeal, if denied there, to appeal to the state board. In each case, we have to look at, one of the things that has to be looked at is what's called 13 elements, and whether or not they're reasonably comprehensive. Well, by the use of the term reasonably comprehensive, it sort of suggests that is often at the local level, at the district level, the county level, the state board level, sometimes in the eye of the beholder about what they think is reasonably or not reasonably comprehensive. In other words, there is room for judgment at each level, and that's why there is an appeal process all the way up. So there are only 4 reasons for denial by statute. One is that the charter school presents an unsound educational program for the pupils enrolled. And while it may have been one of the reasons why the district or the county denied it, both the CDE and the ACCS, which, by the way, disagree with each other more often than they agree with each other as they look at it, because they take a different approach. The CDE's is an extensive paper review. The ACCS does a public hearing and gets different kinds of testimony. But both of them came to a different decision than the local district and the county. In addition, it's important to remember that the state board must conduct what's called a de novo review. It is not a review of the district's decision-making or the county's decision-making. It's not a judgment on your decision-making. It is for us to look at the petitions fresh and come to our own judgment about them using the CDE staff and using the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. Both CDE staff and ACCS have come to the decision that this charter petition does present a sound educational program for the pupils to be enrolled. The second legal reason for denial is that the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition. Again, and while the petitioner ran out of time before they finished, they were going to talk more about the kind of staff they had and the kind of people on their governing board. Both the CDE and the ACCS have come to the judgment that the petitioner is likely to successfully implement the program, both based upon the qualifications of the people associated with it and the fact that the teachers involved have been doing this program for many, many, many years, over a decade. The third reason for denying a charter petition is if the petition does not contain the number of signatures, of parent signatures required of meaningfully interested students and parents. Both our California Department of Education and the ACCS determined that they do contain the requisite number of signatures. And finally, the fourth reason, the petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 13 elements required by law. So the only element that the CDE raised a question about had to do with the one on governance. Am I right, Cindy? And that was because there was a teacher on the board. Now, it's not uncommon, actually, in California for there to be teachers on lots of boards that have to do with education, and it's not against the law to have a teacher on a charter board, but it is important to make sure that anyone on a board needs to recuse themselves when they may be facing a conflict of interest between their personal interests and the best interest of the school. So the CDE asked the charter petitioner to amend that so that they would delineate more clearly under what conditions, especially on personnel actions and compensation, under what conditions that teacher would have to recuse themselves from the board. So that was that the condition? So that was the one condition. So when the CDE says, when you say that it's the recommendation is for the state board to conditionally approve it, what it really is the recommendation is for the state board to approve it with one condition and several technical amendments that just make the petition fit with what is necessary to be authorized by the state board. So there are 4 reasons, only 4, for legally denying a petition appeal. And according to our California Department of Education and our advisory commission on charter schools, this petition has met all 4 of them in the state's judgment.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So now we're ready for the public testimony. You have 2 minutes apiece, please. Certainly. Pardon? Oh, Rucker, question.
Okay, I have a question for the superintendent. And I'm sorry for asking you to come all the way back up.
Okay. Use the exercise.
One of the elements and one of the features that was touted by the petitioners on their charter was their desire to increase the diversity of the student population in their charter program. Mm-hmm. And the suggestion or the inference I drew from that, and I may be climbing the ladder of inference, which is why I wanted to check this with you. The inference I drew from their presentation is that they actually wanted to increase beyond what is currently represented at their school. So could you tell me what do you have any demographic information about the students in your district?
Of course, we do. I think what the issue is here is that this is a program that has been in the district for 20 years, and we can call it a startup, if that's what you want to call it. The 6 teachers who are in it, the parents who are in it, and I would imagine if you looked at the students that they have enrolled so far, you will see a high correlation between the program that exists today and the program that they want to be tomorrow, whether you call it a startup or a conversion or whatever you choose to call it. The issue that we have been concerned about is that this is a program that has existed fairly autonomously for the last 20 years, and there has been evidence, as you can see in the Reynolds report, which I think we've sent to you, that shows that there have been discriminatory practices. So the question is, how do you just suddenly change that? Can the leopard change its spots? Now, maybe they can. Maybe they can. And I think that's what the commitment is that they're making, and they're saying that they're going to do that. We're saying there's a 20-year history that doesn't support that. Whether you call what they've been a charter or not a charter, that's neither here nor there. The program has existed for all this time, and there has been a track record that has not been what is being projected for the program going forward.
Okay, but that wasn't the question I asked, but I appreciate
Okay, so ask the question again.
What is the demographic information at your school? What is the percentage of English learners, of students on free and reduced lunch, and of students of color in your district?
So I think they gave some of that information in their presentation. We have about 4% district-wide would be EL. At the particular school that it's housed at, the percentage is actually much higher than that. Oh, okay. Okay. And and then special ed, we're about 12, 13%, somewhere around there. So, you know, if you want to look at the school, you want to look at the district, it's going to vary. The school that they happen to be housed at has a higher percentage of ELs, higher percentage of free and reduced lunch, higher percentage of special ed than perhaps other schools in our district.
All right, so so in asking the second question, let me begin by saying I agree with not only the perception of discrimination, but the fact that there has been some of that creaming that has actually happened that has created a difference in access. But what I'm hearing from the district is something I can't understand. Are you suggesting that they would not be able to meet their projection enrollment for this diversity based on the enrollment of the students at this school site? Because if that's your point, then I disagree with your assertion on that point, because the numbers at your school site seem to suggest that they can.
No, what we're suggesting is that past history matters.
I understand.
We're suggesting that past history
let me just
matters.
say again, I understand your concern on that. I agree with your concern on that. I agree the evidence is there, but that's not my question. What you seem to be also suggesting is that they can't meet those projection goals. I believe they can. Am I wrong in saying, based on the numbers that's in the report, that they can or cannot meet those goals?
Well, I think we dispute a lot of the numbers in the report, but I can't stand here and say that they may not meet them. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That remains to be seen.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I have questions for the sponsors.
Okay.
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 So in regards to the discriminatory claims, I think that is a major concern. However, at that point, even though the multi-age program was running semi-autonomous, according to what you just said, it was still under your governance, correct?
Correct.
So what was Ross Valley District doing to address that? I mean, at the end of the day, that's really the governance structure that they had. So it really falls back on the district.
I know.
You're absolutely right, and I think I said that in the letter that I sent to you, that this is a district program. So ultimately, we bear responsibility. So anytime the responsibility for making a decision is given to a party that's not accountable for it, that is an issue. That's a problem. So when I started as superintendent of this district, that was one of the first things that we moved to change, so that the responsibility and the accountability are properly aligned. Why the district chose to give so much autonomy to a particular program and allow them to create their own board when a school district should really only have one board, not two, I can't answer that. Maybe there are some people here who have a lot more history on that than I do. But we moved very quickly in this past year to change that, because we know that we are the ones that are accountable for that particular issue.
Okay. Yeah, I want to talk. I have the question for the charter.
For the petitioner?
For the petitioner.
Okay. Is that it for me?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Let's have the public comment, 2 minutes.
With the following people, please line up: Jason McCormick, Robin Goldman, Tanya McFall, Lance Martinez, Scott McFall, Ryan O'Neill, John Robb, Lisa DiGirolamo, Angela Barker, Adam Barker, Janelle Ruley, Jennifer Frisk, Rebecca Wicker, Emily Carell, Erica Smith, Tim Heth, Nina Watson, Meryl Machino, Liz Canning, Claire Thiessen, Isaac Garcielazo, Grace Duvalier, Sophia Mothershead, and Alice Treves. And I'll call another group after this.
Please identify yourself. Yes.
Hi there. I'm Jason McCormick. I'm a resident of Marin County. I live in Sausalito outside the Ross Valley School District. Thank you for your public service. State Board of Education's consideration of the Ross Valley Charter School's bad faith today can be very much appreciated by our local and statewide communities. The Department of Education already confirmed that RVCS's unsound petition proposes an undetermined location in violation of Subdivision J of Section 47605 of the California Education Code. Beyond that, RVCS published false information to your commission on charter schools December 2nd. Another official denial of RVCS's illegal petition would forever serve the best interest of what's necessary and right for our entire state. Thank you for your consideration.
So I'm Robin Goldman. We're going to speak as a team. I'm going as a team. Is that better? Hi. My name is Robin Goldman, and I've been a parent in the Ross Valley School District since 2005. I would like to speak about MAP as it is related to Ross Valley Charter. I know you've been going over it, but I'm going to clarify some stuff. Although Ross Valley Charter states it is basing its program on MAP, all its marketing materials refer to MAP, and its leadership consists primarily of all the same people as well as the MAP teachers. MAP and RVC are one and the same community. I'm assuming that you've all read the Reynolds report that details that MAP policies have the effects of discrimination, protected classes of children, and as well as identifying that MAP ran as an autonomous program with very little district oversight. RVC supporters will say that it was the district's job to do outreach and resolve inequities, and they are correct. But what they fail to mention is that during the years of noncompliance, the district was run by a board that includes Con Hickey and Sharon Sagar, who are now part of the Ross Valley Charter Board. To stand there and blame our current board, who've spent countless hours to work with MAP to come to a solution that is good for all the children of the district, is a manipulation of MAP's history. Since 2012, we've had 18 board meetings with MAP on the agenda, right here. We've had facilitated meetings. I have the printouts of the agenda. The board has tried to collaborate with MAP, but time and time again, MAP leaders refuse to compromise anything. They could have changed something in all these years to be more inclusive, but instead they fought even the smallest change to their program. Once the district began to change the governance of this program so it was run legally, not by the MAP board, which consisted of parents and teachers, MAP leaders began this charter movement. CDE identified in this conditional approval. So I'm going to read some excerpts from an email by Jason Morrison, who's the lead petitioner, from 2014, which is when the governance of MAP started with our board. I'm convinced that it's highly unlikely that MAP will stay an unconditional district-wide alternative program of choice with the current MAP board governance structure. My perspective is that as much of our collective bandwidth as possible should be spent trying to understand the viability of MAP becoming a charter school. Time? Right in that email, the RVC lead petitioner states the change of governance is the reason for the charter school. Is the SBE willing to take on the risk and liability and ignore... Time?
Oh, a second.
She ceded her time.
Go ahead.
And ignore the track record of MAP and believe that Ross Valley Charter is something new. They cannot use the history of MAP as a proven track record for success without accepting the discriminatory practices. The charter should be denied because the petitioners will be unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition. Given MAP's history of discrimination, I am wondering why isn't their petition available in Spanish? Why is there no free and reduced lunch program in the petition? Again, are you willing to risk the liability that RVSD, our district, had for almost 20 years? It's lucky we never got sued. Thank you.
Ready? Okay, thank you. I'm Lisa DiGirolamo. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a parent who has 2 children in the Ross Valley School District. We had 1 child in the MAP program, which is the charter proposal, and 1 child in the regular K-5 program. So I'd like to address the discrimination issue which affected our family directly. While the discrimination may not have been intentional, teacher suggestions of moving students out of the MAP program, classroom environments that discourage students with challenges, and a curriculum that doesn't allow students with challenges to succeed creates a discriminatory atmosphere. Both of my children are in special education. When my older son was in MAP program, on which the charter school is based, his teachers, who are members of the charter, would not implement the accommodations in the IEP, would not meet for IEP meetings. After a short while, they recommended that he would do better in a more structured environment and suggested we move him out of the MAP program. When we chose not to, they kept asking. We later learned that this practice is not uncommon for the MAP teachers. Over his time in the MAP program, we witnessed kids with behavioral and learning challenges move out of that program and into the regular classrooms, all done by the parents at the suggestion of the teachers. My younger son was in the regular program, and we saw the opposite movement. Kids that were good students and well-resourced moved out of the regular program and into the MAP program, while kids with behavioral and learning challenges move into his classroom, sometimes mid-year. It got so bad that in the upper grades, by the time he was in 5th grade, 20% of his classroom were IEP kids. If you add in the ELL kids, that's 39% of his classroom were kids with extra need. When we looked across the blacktop at the MAP classrooms, they had zero IEP kids and 0 ELL kids. My son is in special education, and he suffered as a result. When we wouldn't move my older son out of the MAP program, he was continually sent to the principal's office and was even suspended a couple of times. We later learned this practice is used by charter schools to encourage parents to move their children out of the school. Again, maybe it's unintentional, but it has the effect of discrimination. I want to say that now in 8th grade, he has no behavior problems. Please deny the charter petition. The program has existed for nearly 20 years, and a program that cannot or will not teach children with extra needs should not get to use taxpayer money with minimal oversight until first they can prove that they will not discriminate either intentionally or unintentionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. I was asked also to speak because I have a personal experience. My son, John Robb. And my son is Mateo, and he's in the 3rd grade now at Manor. And he was in the MAP program for 2 years, and I had to remove him and hold him back because there was negligence and neglect inside his classroom. He does have some speech delay, but there was no addressing that in his classroom. And now that he's in the K through 9, he is now excelling. And they do address it, and the teachers in that program have worked directly with me to help him through that. And I fear, as the last speaker, that if this MAP, the MAP and the charter are granted, then this will continue, and at the expense of the taxpayers and the rest of California. We have dwindling funds and not a lot at our disposal. So I fear that it will be more distributed and then less available for our children. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott McFall. I work as a San Francisco firefighter paramedic. I live in the town of Fairfax, and I have 2 kids in the public school district. I am here today reading a letter for someone that wants to protect her confidentiality for fear of retaliation. When my son was in preschool, he was clearly advanced academically. He excelled in reading, math, and spelling at a very young age. One of his preschool teachers suggested MAP for him since he was so far ahead. Things were okay during the first couple of weeks, but after that, the honeymoon period, he began to get emotional. Because he was so academically advanced, he struggled socially. His teacher did very little to try and get him socially involved with other students, and he began to get more withdrawn and emotional. Eventually, his emotions turned to frustration, and I found that I had 0 support from his teacher. Instead of excelling in school, he began to drop way behind. When he would get upset in class, his teacher would shuffle all the students out, claiming he was a danger to them. She evacuated the class instead of removing my son to calm down the other students, and they began to be scared of him. He was now completely alienated and not even working at the pace he had been prior to starting in MAP. I got to a point where my child was being sent home multiple times a week because his teacher claimed he was a danger to the other students. His meltdowns were completely self-contained and not directed towards anyone. Toward the end of the year, with no support from MAP, complete alienation from other students via his teacher, we decided it would be best for him to leave MAP. He has left MAP and has had no issues at school since leaving, and has a wonderful support from his K-5 teachers helping him work at his own pace, and he is even excelling socially, having his own group of friends. We were told he is the sweetest and a joy to have in the classroom, a far cry from what he was labeled in the MAP. As a working mother, I was alienated. While it's not legally required to volunteer in the classroom, it is very heavily pushed, and it was frowned upon that I was unable to volunteer.
May I ask a question before I start? My name is Angela Barker. I wanted to ask if you all had seen the Chris Reynolds report.
Yes.
Okay. And are you lacking demographic information of 10-year history of enrollment of IEP and ELL students? Okay. My name is Angela Barker. I'm a parent of a child who attended Manor Elementary School from 2006 to 2012. I was interested in enrolling my son in the MAP program until I attended a kindergarten open house where I was told by one of the K-1 MAP teachers that we had never had a child with autism in our program, and I'm not sure if it's a fit. I knew immediately that what had been said had violated certainly federal and likely California state law. Having battled with my insurance company, the regional center, and my own school district over the course of the previous 3 years, I decided not to start my son's school years off with a fight. In the 6 years he attended Manor, I noticed that all the one-to-one aides were in the K-5 classrooms. I heard from other parents of children with learning differences of being steered into K-5 because those kids need more structure, or this, you'll get more support in K-5. In 2005, a Manor work group was convened, a collaborative effort between MAP and K-5 parents and teachers to address the known inequities between the two programs with respect to these enrollment patterns, but nothing changed. Hence, a bias complaint was filed with the Ross Valley School District in 2014, and a private investigator was hired to research the charge of discrimination. Because the Ross Valley Charter School intends to utilize the same teachers and 2 former school board members in the new charter school based on MAP, it will likely conduct itself in the same manner as MAP, which over the past 10 to 20 years has had significantly lower enrollment of IEP and EL students than K-5. I am deeply concerned about the due diligence or lack of due diligence from the CDE, which will have major consequences on our children and our school district. I hope the information will be helpful for you to understanding that discrimination is still alive 50 years after Brown versus the Board of Education. Please do your part to end it.
Hello, my name is Adam Barker. I attended Manor from kindergarten through 5th grade. I am here to speak to you about my experience with the MAP program. My experience was having the door closed in my face. My mother had expressed an interest of enrolling me in the MAP program, but when she told one of the teachers that I had autism, I got denied. Not officially, since we did not actually apply. But they did not consider me a fit in their program. And they determined I wasn't a fit before they ever even met me. And that is the definition of prejudice. I'm currently a freshman at Redwood High School, where I am learning the difference between a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. A fixed mindset is when you are not open to other people's perspectives, ideas, and differences. Having a growth mindset is just the opposite. It is being open to other people's gifts, challenges, and characteristics. I think it is important for teachers to exhibit a growth mindset because they're setting an example for their students. A fixed mindset believes things such as, a child with a disability brings down my class and has nothing to offer. A growth mindset thinks about what can be learned from somebody with a different experience. Recent research by Sheen Levine and David Stark proves diversity in a classroom actually improves the way people think. You can read the article Diversity Makes You Brighter from the New York Times, published on December 9th, 2015. Public schools should be accepting of everybody. No kid should feel rejected from their local public school. It frustrated me. Adam.
Hi, my name is Angela Vadinsky, and I was asked to speak on behalf of Jennifer Fresh, who unfortunately scratched her cornea today. She writes, greetings. My husband and I are proud parents of 2 children in the Ross Valley School District. We fully support the Ross Valley School District. We appreciate the quality education our children are receiving in this district. We were fortunate to experience school choice before we moved to the district. Previously, our eldest son attended a parent choice school in Edmond, Oklahoma. That experience was transformative for him and for us as a family. I fully support quality public education. My support extends to a family's right to choose the most appropriate educational environment for their child. As superior as the Ross Valley School District is, children aren't cut from a cookie-cutter mold. Not all children learn alike. Not all children need the same environments. Not all children and families are interested in the same educational topics or areas of focus. Choice is simply choice. I want the choice to send my child to Ross Valley Charter School. This is why I'm enrolling him in the Ross Valley Charter School. I make many choices every day for my children. Unfortunately, I do not have the option to make educational choices for my children at this time. My only option is private school, an option literally unattainable to my family. Educational choice should not be limited to only the wealthy. I want my youngest child to attend a school with a multi-age program. This is why I support educational choice. This is why I support Ross Valley Charter School. Thank you sincerely, Jennifer Fresh. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Wicker, and I am one of the K-1 MAP teachers. Our nation is now striving to teach children with the Common Core standards, a way in which the MAP program has since its inception. I have always been grateful for my dream job, allowing me to incorporate a multitude of alternative educational approaches. There has always been a demand for our program, often a wait list of over 100 people on it. In recent years, we have tried to expand our program to meet the demand. For whatever reason, we did not expand. This is when we decided to go charter. As MAP teachers, we have not been afraid to role model for our students risk-taking, problem-solving, collaboration, perseverance, and now resilience. We have a vision and an educational philosophy we believe in. Approval of the Ross Valley Charter petition would mean that families in Ross Valley 20 years from now will have a choice for their child's education. And I will be forever grateful for the opportunity to teach in the Ross Valley Charter until I retire and I am able to pass its legacy on to teachers and families of our future, and I thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Emily Carell. I'm in my 6th year teaching in a combined 2nd and 3rd grade classroom in the multi-age program. Prior to joining the MAP community, I taught in single grade classrooms in 5 other elementary and middle schools on the East Coast. Over the course of my nearly 18 years in public education, I've gathered a great variety of tools in my teaching belt that have enabled me to effectively meet the needs of my students. However, it has been through my experience as a multi-age teacher that I have discovered the most powerful tool at my disposal, and that is time, specifically the time to know and teach my students for 2 years. At first, I viewed this extra time as a luxury, but now, after 6 years, I consider it essential to my way of teaching, and I can't imagine not having my students for 2 years. For me, I will always choose to teach in a multi-age setting for this reason. In my experience, it often takes a whole year to truly figure out a student's interests, quirks, friends, family situation, likes, dislikes, challenges, talents, joys, fears, in a deep and meaningful way. And for me, it is when you really know a student that teaching feels most effective. This is when the greatest headway is made in a classroom. Now, for most teachers and students, this hard work of building a trusting, deep relationship ends with the school year. But for me, the strong foundation I've built in year 1 with my students is just the start. For it is in year 2 that the relationships with my students blossom and evolve, and the depths of learning can be plumbed. In year 2, we move from being teacher and student to something more akin to family. It's in year 2 that the greatest distance is traveled. In my opinion, the 2-year stretch with students is what I want more of for more students. It is what has driven me to support our move to expand our program and to take the step towards becoming a charter school to make that happen. It is that important to me as an educator. I ask you today to help us open our doors to more families who feel this approach to education is the right choice for their children. Please vote to approve the Ross Valley Charter School. Thank you for your time and consideration. Hello, my name is Erica Smith, and this is my 12th year teaching in the MAP program. But before that, I was a mom looking for a kindergarten for my son. My husband and I went to a MAP orientation and visited the K1 MAP class, and we loved what we saw. Hands-on learning, creativity, integrated music and art in the classroom. Kids were reading, writing, discovering, making things, moving about, making decisions, collaborating, building relationships. Older kids were helping younger kids. We were happy we got into the program, but we know that there wasn't space for everyone who applied. 2 years later, I got my dream job of teaching in the MAP program, 2nd and 3rd grade. And now as a teacher in the program, I'm able to see the other benefits I hadn't known before. Kids grow so much when they have the same teacher for 2 years. And teachers benefit from that 2-year relationship they have with students and their parents. I've even had a 6-year relationship with some families when I had all 3 of their children. The community that we create is strong and involved. Kids, parents, teachers, and community members working together. Teachers in the program go out of their way to meet and collaborate, develop curriculum, differentiate for students, help each other with kids' challenging behaviors, and build a 6-year continuum, kindergarten all the way through 5th grade. The commitment on the part of the teachers leads to even more growth for the students and an even stronger community. Having been both a parent and a teacher for so many years, my wish for all parents everywhere is to feel great about their kids' school program, wherever they may be, their local public school, a public charter, an alternative program, a private school. And I believe that parents need the opportunity to make that choice they know is best for their child. With this charter school, we can expand and serve more children. We can offer a tuition-free educational choice. We can focus on outreach and develop a more diverse community. I ask that you please approve this charter and allow us to begin the hard work of building our new school.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Watson, and I have been a 4th, 5th grade teacher in MAP for 15 years. My 8-year-old daughter is also a 2nd grader in the MAP program as well. Struggled a lot with how to articulate the importance of this Ross Valley Charter School for many reasons. One, Ross Valley School District is an integral part of my past. It's my school district from kindergarten through 8th grade. And it's a constant presence in my now. My family lives in the district, and Manor School is home to my closest friends and my respected colleagues. I feel so lucky, though, that my path led me to teach in MAP, to an educational community that has meant meaningful collaboration with my 5 MAP colleagues, a 2-year teaching experience with my students, all students, EL students, free and reduced lunch, special ed, autistic, all students are special need students. That has built a lifelong bond and a community of parents who appreciate a choice in their child's education and support that right to choice with enthusiasm and vigor. Change isn't easy, but RVC will be a school that offers a choice for families, but also a choice for me as a teacher and other educators to teach in a way that inspires and ignites us to stay in this profession. RVC can be a school that will thrive, full of diverse students, committed teachers, and engaged parents. RVCS isn't about rejecting or breaking down what was past. It's really about looking ahead and building something new. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Meryl Machino. I live in Ross Valley School District. I have a son who's been, I have a son who's been on the wait list for the MAP program for 3 years in the same position, just to speak to demand. And I really support Ross Valley Charter and educational options within the public schools. I recently joined the Charter's Diversity Committee and would like to read a letter from Heidi Tomsky, who's Executive Director of the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center. The Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center is a private, nonprofit Title V child care center located in the Ross Valley School District area. The center has a contract with the California State Department of Education to provide child care services to income-eligible families. We serve 65 to 70 K-5 children in our school-age program, all of whom attend school in the district. Approximately 98% of the children and families are income-eligible under the contract. We currently have an excellent working relationship with the Ross Valley School District And if the Ross Valley Charter School petition is approved, Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center would look forward to developing the same partnership with them on behalf of the children and families at the center. Sincerely, Heidi Tomsky. We've had 3 outreach and informational sessions at the Children's Center and 1 upcoming next week. The parents we talked to there were thrilled that the RVC will have a bilingual parent coordinator, which is something they don't have in their current schools. We've laid a solid foundation for our partnership with the Children's Center, and I hope you approve the Ross Valley Charter as a valuable, diverse educational choice. Thank you.
My name is Isaac Garcilaso. I'm a computer science senior student and a teacher assistant at San Francisco State. I have 2 kids, a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old. The oldest just got into math last year, and I've seen a lot of improvement in reading and math. The way they set up the classroom, having a round table where everybody expresses their ideas, has helped him a lot. He's an English learning student, and I'm very happy that he's in math. And luckily, my youngest son, Theo, who is in 1st grade, he's in the waiting list, and I would love for him to do the same, to be in this new type of education. I see the same education at the university. We work in groups, and we struggle in communication and working together, even at San Francisco State, which teaching this to kids at this age is essential for them to be successful in the future. My kids also go to the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center. I feel like I represent many families there and friends that support the Ross Valley Charter School, because it will help their kids as mine, low-income families that are in a protected class. And I think that'll be the helping hand that be nice for us to have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board President Kearse, board members, Happy New Year. My name is Janelle Rulli. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Young, Minnie, and Core. We're here today seeking your support for the Ross Valley Charter petition. I've been working with a petitioning group for RVC for over a year and a half now. I find them to be passionate advocates for public education and opportunity for all children in their community, to be diligent and thorough drafters of written materials, and eager collaborators with all partners. The charter school has appreciated its interactions with CDE staff, which have been professional and direct and open. RVC is gratified to have received a staff recommendation for approval and agrees to the proposed technical amendments and condition. RVC also appreciates the recommendation for approval from the ACCS. Many of the concerns presented by the district have been long settled at the State Board. The law does not require charter petitioners to include specific address in the charter petition. Indeed, very few landlords would be inclined to lease facilities to an entity that does not yet have a license to operate. It's become common practice for charter schools authorized by the State Board to work with CDE staff on a pre-opening site visit once facilities are secured. Further, technical amendments have also long been upheld as permissible non-substantive changes. These changes can be made under the State Board's authority to review the charter de novo, as Board Member Williams explained. The district has leveled some very grave allegations, which RVC certainly takes very seriously. These allegations, though, apply to the program that the district itself operates. The stated purpose of RVC is to provide an excellent educational option to all students who may not have had access to choices previously. We appreciate the board's time and your consideration on this matter.
Hi. My name is Liz Canning. I have twins in 2nd grade in MAP, and I have been on the Ross Valley Steering Committee and the MAP Leadership Council for 2 years. I was lucky growing up to attend some of the best schools in the country, and yet at both annual MAP community meetings I attended where parents had a chance to listen to middle and high school aged MAP alumni talk about how the program had prepared them for life, I found myself in awe. These kids seem to have learned in this public program things that were sorely lacking in my private education. They were so remarkably comfortable in their adolescent skin, even speaking to a room full of adults. They expressed great affection for their fellow MAP students, profound respect for the creative process, and gratitude for the close MAP community that supported them through elementary school and often beyond. Some said their experience in a multi-age environment taught them how to be comfortable with their own failures, strengths, and weaknesses. The emphasis on collaboration, performance, and risk-taking prepared them to express and act on their ideas. What can I say? These kids blew me away. They clearly felt safe in their world. Because you see, while I'm grateful that my East Coast prep school Ivy League schooling taught me how to think, the intense competition and pressure took such a toll on me. By the time I became a parent, I was quite clear. Whatever talents my kids might manifest or success they might have wouldn't matter in the least if they were not also curious, engaged, generous, confident, happy kids. From day one of MAP kindergarten, my twins were learning so much more than basic academics. Ms. Rebecca was teaching them how to grab life and run with it. This lesson is beyond value and one that these 6 teachers are exceptionally equipped to impart. Please authorize the Ross Valley Charter and give these teachers the opportunity to expand their program and share its unique gifts with as many students as possible. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claire Tucson. I'm the mother of 2 children in the Ross Valley School District. I'm here to read a letter on behalf of Lisa Hillstrom, a fellow MAP parent who was unable to attend today. 7 years of silence were broken last year for my daughter, who had struggled her entire life with selective mutism, a severe social anxiety disability that made her speechless every day at school from preschool through 3rd grade. After one full cycle in the multi-age program, 2 years with the same teacher, same classroom, and peer community, she literally had a voice in the classroom for the very first time. She finally felt safe. This is the power of the multi-age program, the power of a community of teachers and parents committed to the whole child. This is the power of the Ross Valley Charter School. Our case was severe. Our daughter was not progressing despite school accommodations, interventions, services, and multiple IEPs. After extensive observations and assessments, the California Department of Education became involved. The department concluded that the multi-age program could give our daughter the stability and support she needed and would be her optimal learning environment. As a parent, I'm forever grateful. This is the best IEP my child ever had. The multi-age program is at the heart of the Ross Valley Charter. Ross Valley Charter is uniquely suited to support socially vulnerable children like my daughter. The bottom line is this: the number of students who suffer from social anxiety is on the rise. Parents need choices. Students need doors to open and not close. And teachers need the tools and the support to do their best work. Just as educators differentiate instructions, we need to differentiate our schools, programs, and learning environments. You have the power to open doors for children and their families and for students like my daughter. It's not a privilege to have options like Ross Valley Charter. It's a necessity. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Tim Heth, and I've been in the program since 1996. And someone said I should start by saying I'm too old for this, but do you have a defibrillator around here? Okay. When I first was hired for the job, and they said, well, multi-age and parental involvement, as a former classroom teacher in the San Francisco, they scared me a lot. And I'm sure a lot of teachers felt that way. And my previous experience with multi-age was just a split classroom. So once I got into teaching with the multi-age, where I'm with the kids, I'm a K1 teacher. I have the kindergartners go up to first graders go to 2nd grade, and I get a new group of kindergartners. And since then, I think this is a great model. Parental involvement scared me a lot at first, and again, it's been a big help to me, and it's a big help to the school. To know the parents so well, the kids so well, having them for 2 years it's really helped me a lot, and I think it's a great educational model. I also grew to appreciate being supported in having art, music, and creativity and theater as part of a daily mix, not just something that happens on once a week or once a semester. And that's a big part of my classroom, and I love it. And to get that support, to me, it's as important as reading, writing, and arithmetic. So to have those in my classroom all the time it's worked well for me. I also have grown to appreciate the value of listening to kids and their ideas, and instead of saying, Johnny, no, you got to move, you got to go, you got to do this, when Johnny's doing something else, and I think, God, that's a great idea, Johnny. You can keep doing that, giving them the time. Okay.
I'd like to call the next group of speakers Michelle Bowe, Danielle DeFiera, Jane Purnell, Lisa Hamilton, Robin Goebel, Anya Bodine, Delia Van Duplass, Liz Pisco, Mark Solomons, Mandy Thomason, Dania Karam, Andrea Long, Ying Porter, Ariel Summits, David DeAndrade, Aylin Yasser, Kim Darcy, Amy Serpicorn, Ivy Lovely, Angela Vidensky, Jason Morrison, Sharon Sager, Raina Barar, Eric Steinberg, Manuel Guzman, Michelle Lowe, Brian Spear, Josh Mooney, Jeff Nelder, and Con Hickey.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Grace Del Valle, and I am the mother of 3 graduates of the MAP program. All 3 of our girls have had different learning styles, and all 3 have greatly benefited from the multi-age program. And it's out of my appreciation for this innovative program, its dedicated community of teachers, and all the parents here and that have come throughout the nearly 2 decades of this program that I'm here to fully support the Ross Valley Charter School. Our family is forever grateful for the opportunity to learn and grow in a creative environment where students have choices. The choice to direct their way of learning, choice of projects, choice of methods, materials, and expression. Our daughters are bright, confident, thoughtful, caring, and articulate individuals that connect with and inspire those around them. Maya, who's now 24, graduated from the School of Visual Arts in New York, and she is living her dream in New York working in art gallery management. We're so proud of Ivy, who's now 21 and just completed her final semester at the New School of New York in Parsons, majoring in photojournalism. And now she has time to pursue her other passion and is recording her debut music CD. Sophia, who's 12, knew that I was coming to Sacramento and asked if she could join me and express her support. And you'll hear from her next. Also, I'd like to say that as a Latina, I am very excited by the bilingual English-Spanish opportunities within the Ross Valley Charter School. MAP has always been very inclusive of myself and our family, and I appreciate the Ross Valley Charter seeking greater cultural diversity within its enrollment. Our family has supported MAP for nearly 2 decades, and I feel that approving the Ross Valley Charter School would allow for expansion of enrollment and greater opportunity of choice for all of the families in our district. So thank you on behalf of the 5 of us.
Hi, I'm Sophia Mottershead. Throughout my 6 years in the program, I've always felt a deep love for MAP. I've been incredibly lucky to have such awesome parents. But if I ever did need it, MAP was there for me. You might say it helped to raise me. Since I was 5, the program has nurtured my creativity and filled my mind with thoughts of wonder. MAP shaped me into the person I am today, not by telling me to be that way or circling my every imperfection in red, but by showing the way. The program allowed me to be myself as well as to grow, engaging me in challenges such as Mr. Tim's Medieval World, Miss Emily's theater productions, or Miss Nina's poetry night. MAP taught me how to go beyond and make something wonderful of what you have. that if you work hard, there's nothing out of reach. MAP gave me the opportunity to be as unique as the program itself. A diamond in the rough, light in the dark, a Fruit Loop in a box of Cheerios. MAP taught me more than just academics, but how to live, to love, and most importantly, to always pursue the things I'm most passionate about. At the time, that just happened to be sea squirts. Despite my strange love for these wacky underwater invertebrates, I was always supported in my interest. Like the best things in life, MAP left me more than ready to move on, and yet never wanting to leave. What started as only a grassroots program has already changed so many lives. To see the school go on to benefit so many more would be a dream come true for all of us. Thanks.
Good job. Good afternoon. My name is Alice Treves, and I have two daughters currently in the Ross Valley School District, one who is in the MAP program in 3rd grade, and one who spent a year in the MAP program and is now in middle school. This daughter was on the wait list for multiple years, and we decided to transition her for her final year in elementary school. We had a real educational journey with this girl, from private school to homeschool to regular public school and finally to the MAP program. I don't think I've ever told her teacher directly, who happens to be here today, that we sincerely wish we had had her in the MAP program all along. This was her consolidating year educationally, and for the first time, we were getting rave reports about her school experience. She thrived with the self-directed learning and exercised the pursuit of her curiosities and passion to gather knowledge. With my other daughter, who is in her 4th year in the MAP program, I see how deeply embedded creativity and a love of learning are in her. At home, she sees herself as an agent of letting her imagination run wild with creations, as well as a sponge for new information about how the world works. I am deeply impressed with this form of education and feel so grateful for the impact on our children and sincerely hope it's available for many children in the future. The last thing I want to say is how refreshing it's been to have the State Board of Education oversee this process. What's happened in our district has been an example of the limitation of local politics, and it certainly has been distressing for many. And I'm glad there's an overseeing agency dedicated to the diversity of choice in education. Thank you for your service.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Berry. My husband and I live near the Ross Valley School, Brookside, in San Anselmo. Our son went to kindergarten there for about 8 weeks in 2012 before we were offered a waitlist spot in the MAP program. The structured approach to learning in that classroom turned out to be less than ideal for our son. Though we didn't have a full handle on Leo's special needs at that time, we could sense that it wasn't a best fit scenario. Despite his challenges, when we were offered the opportunity to move into MAP, it was a difficult decision. Brookside is an excellent school with incredible teachers. Upon moving to MAP, however, the learning environment and his ability to handle school improved dramatically for Leo. That is not to say he does not continue to have serious challenges, but the structure of the classroom and the approach to learning are a much better fit for him. Last year, district resources indicated that our son has specific learning disabilities, and an IEP was put into place to help address the challenges he faces. Throughout the process, his teachers in MAP have been crucial to getting him the additional assistance he needs and have advocated for him endlessly. Happily, the MAP program also gives him many opportunities to shine. The project-based learning approach and performance elements of MAP allow him to recognize and build on his strengths and feel the pride of developing a natural talent. The structure of MAP benefits from the diversity that it promotes by providing students a variety of channels for identifying and building on their talents. My son, with his high energy and outgoing and curious nature, is well suited for learning from the numerous experts from various fields that have come into MAP classrooms over the years to interact directly with the students. The MAP program has been an incredible alternative for our family. The entire MAP community has continually supported our son's enrollment in the program and exemplified their commitment to diversity, which includes students with learning disabilities. Please support the Ross Valley Charter petition and help to find a path where the MAP opportunity can be provided to a growing number of children in the future. My husband and I ask that you please approve the Ross Valley Charter petition. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, sorry. My name is Daniela Ferreira, and I'm originally from Brazil, so I know what having no choice means. My 6-year-old son is attending first grade in the MAP program. I urge you to approve the new Ross Valley Charter School. As a member of the Diversity Committee for the Ross Valley Charter School, I experienced firsthand great interest when I spoke to the Latino families this past Monday at the Children's Center in Fairfax. During our outreach event in their native language, I described the program and how the Ross Valley Charter School is committed to embrace diversity, a diversity of Latinos that work and live in Ross Valley community. The new Ross Valley Charter School will mirror MAP, in which my son is currently enrolled and thriving. It is the perfect fit to his personality and to the challenges his developmental and sensory issues create daily for him. As a bilingual family, we feel lucky to be part of a community that has accepted and embraced us and shows us compassion and love. And I'm quoting from Letha Marchetti. As a shy little dragon entered your classroom, hiding under the table, peering at you out of one eye, she seems unable to participate with the group. Or you may know a little dragon who shows his teeth and claws at any moment. He isn't happy in his own skin. Even though the class avoids him, he causes disruption. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Ryan O'Neill. I wanted to quickly address Board Member Boyd Williams when she said that only 4 items can actually determine denial. I believe if you read California Educational Code Section 47601 A through G, it clearly states that all intent items must be met in order for the Ross Valley Charter to get a charter, of which I may disagree that the Ross Valley petition meets all the intent items. But I love passion, and I know everybody is passionate about their children. The MAP people are very passionate about their children's education, and why not? I'm a former town council member in Fairfax, and I sat through many meetings of contentious debate about location. This is a bigger deal than a charter. This is a deal about location. It needs to be addressed because although there are 222 families here that need a school and may deserve it, the bigger impact is to my community of Fairfax as a whole. In regard to location, if this charter application has no determined location as presented to you, and location is a condition for approval, then simply put at this time, I believe the charter is in default. The possible idea of you giving conditional approval is actually a false condition because all the charter and every charter to come in after this simply needs to apply for a Proposition 39 location, at which time you are forcing every district and mandating them to provide them a location. So what's happening here in this case and every future charter case that comes before you is you're providing an end around to a conditional approval being location. Location is a big deal, but a bigger deal is business. This location and lack of is going to be a huge issue in our community. And like I said, I love these people and the passion that they have. But as a businessman, I have to ask myself, there are many people that I represent in our town that are taxpayers that do not actually have children in the school district. I ask you this, would you invest your personal funds in an unproven administration with unproven management, unproven accounting and oversight at an unknown location with unknown enrollment and an unknown financial plan for success? If the answer is no, I hardly see how you can ask my community to do the same.
My name is Jane Purnell from Ross Valley, and our family is not part of the MAP program, but I'm here to support a program of choice. We have 2 daughters with very different needs. Our journey was so difficult to find a school that was meeting their wonderfully different needs. Our family at that time did not sparkle and shine. We considered leaving the Ross Valley School District and almost moved, and we even homeschooled. After 2 schools, we have found a school that meets their needs. This journey taught me that a program of choice would have helped our family. There were no options for us at all, and it was so torturous. We know that diversity is important. Diversity in people, diversity in ideas, even the way we grow our food. It creates a healthy ecosystem. Creating diversity in education with programs of choice will help our children and our families and our communities. It's a ripple effect. It will help them sparkle and shine the way our family wasn't able to sparkle and shine when we were stuck without a choice. Please help by supporting the Ross Valley Charter. Help our communities sparkle and shine. Thanks.
My name is Lisa Hamilton. I'm a resident of the Ross Valley, and I have a daughter in kindergarten. In the interest of expediency, I'll cede the time for my remarks, except to ask you to approve the charter school. My daughter, to clarify, is not part of the MAP program, but I would like to be part of the Ross Valley Charter School. Thank you.
My name is Anya Bodine McCoy. I am no longer in the MAP program as I attend White Hill Middle School, but getting to be in it for my elementary years has propelled me to be the greatest student I can be, now and in my future. One of my favorite things about the MAP program is the relationships I formed with my educators. Because I was in the same class for 2 years, I got to know my teachers and feel comfortable with them. By the end of my second year in a class, it felt as if the class and my teacher were family. Another thing that really affected these relationships were how all the teachers went by their first names. It made them seem friendly while still maintaining a professional aspect by keeping them Mr. and Mrs. I got extremely lucky because in 2010, when I was in second grade, my K1 teacher moved to 4-5, so I got to have her for 4 years, which made our relationship very strong. She made me feel confident, first for elementary school and then preparing me for middle school. I also liked the relationships that formed between younger and older kids. There were so many activities that we did that involved all grades and mixed them together, besides in a combined classroom. When I was in first grade, I would look at the fifth graders and think about how I wanted to be like them. I could interact with the older kids and have them set an example of who I should be as a person. When I was in fifth grade, I got to be on the other side. I felt a responsibility to be a model and show the younger kids the same things I was taught by my older peers. And because of how much time we spent with the other grades, I had friends younger and older than me. Socially, it was a wonderful experience. I sincerely appreciate my time in the MAP program. I firmly believe I would not be who I am today if I hadn't been in that type of learning environment. I advocate that you approve a charter school from the MAP program so other children can have the same experience as me. Thank you.
Boy, I wish I had gone to the MAP program. I maybe wouldn't be so shy right now. My name is Delia Vanderplas. Our daughter attends the Wade Thomas in the Ross Valley School District. She was 20th on the wait list at the MAP program. And it was a little hard to explain to her why she was not accepted into the MAP program. However, we went with Wade Thomas. We hear it's a wonderful school. It has an excellent reputation, and we believe that it is a good choice for many children. I don't see any competition with the charter school. I just want to have another choice for our daughter. She is a very shy child. Her best friend was even more shy than she, and we just witnessed her perform at the MAP play performance, and she stood on stage and was beaming. And I would love to imagine that my child would feel just as comfortable in her skin in a school where there is, first of all, the multiple age program, I believe, is very beneficial for children who are tending to be a little bit shy. I think she would thrive in an environment where she can come out of her skin a little bit more. I think Wade Thomas is a wonderful school. I'm not sure it's the right choice for our daughter. We would love to have another choice, and we cannot afford to send our child to a private school. So we would love to have another choice. We know that there is a lot of demand for the Ross Valley Charter School, so I would like to plea for support for the Ross Valley Charter School. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Liz Pisco, and I have 2 kids. My daughter is in 6th grade at the White Hill Middle School, and she went through the MAP program. My son is currently enrolled in 3rd grade in the MAP program. The single most important thing for me is that my children develop and maintain a love of learning. I truly believe that they will be able to do anything in life if they remain joyful and curious. Kids don't all learn the same way and don't all learn well in the same environment. Providing multiple different educational approaches is the best way for the most children to develop a deep love of learning. My kids have a solid foundation largely because of the enriching and unique learning environment they've experienced in the MAP program. They are happy and self-assured. My daughter transitioned smoothly into middle school, not only academically, but first and foremost to our family, is that she developed the life skills to make smart choices, think critically, and know the importance of creativity, kindness, and gratitude. Over the past 6.5 years, my children have had 5 of the 6 MAP teachers. I speak confidently when I say that every teacher we have had is completely invested in their job. If given the opportunity today, I have no doubt they will be able to be 100% committed to the children and to the success of the Ross Valley Charter School. With the flexibility and autonomy of a charter school, these inspired teachers will take their creativity and collaboration to the next level for the benefit of future generations of students. I hope you will give them and us this chance. Thank you very, very much.
Good afternoon to all of you at the board. Thank you for your patience, for hearing all of our passion. My name is Mark Solomons, and I'm here to support the program becoming an independent charter school. My daughter is a 5th grader who's been in MAP her entire elementary education. So given the criteria outlined at the start today, it appears the charter would be headed for approval. What remains is how the superintendent and the current board will perhaps now collaborate to house the school. But I'm here to address the area of special education. My child's experience contradicts the claim that MAP program does not serve kids with an IEP. Rebecca Wicker, Lee's kindergarten teacher, identified developmental delays and guided us through the process to obtain an IEP. My family is grateful for her keen observation and willingness to encourage us to seek extra help. All 3 of her teachers have dedicated extra time supporting Lee's visual processing challenges affecting writing, math, and executive function. They coordinate classwork to integrate with study at the Resource Center to address the learning disabilities. All of the teachers' experience, sensitivity, perspective have supported me to pursue an outside consultation for an ADHD assessment. The charter school will emphasize collaboration and student-initiated classwork. The teachers are facilitators. I have watched Lee, my daughter, thrive in dramatic presentations and watched her with pride as she served her younger classmates as an upperclassman during the annual Gratitude Feast. I am confident the charter school will address the needs of children with learning disabilities. And even though my daughter will not be part of the charter, I'm so excited for this core of teachers to create their own school so that more children in our community will have access to this kind of education. In conclusion, please authorize the Ross Valley Charter. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Dea Karam. I am a Ross Valley resident, and my son is 4 years old. He'll be eligible for transitional kindergarten next year. I'm sort of new in town. I was part of the exodus of families from San Francisco with new children. So I'm sure. So this is all new to me, but I can tell you that the reason we chose to leave San Francisco is because we wanted to find a place that had choice. Sorry, I'm super nervous. I've never done this before.
You're doing great.
And I'm
just watch the green light.
All right, I'm there. Okay. Okay, I'm going to focus on the green light and pretend that I'm alone in this room talking to myself. But essentially, I believe in choice, and I believe in going to a place where I can have an impact for my family and, the community at large. And I'm so impressed with these families here today. It's amazing. I want to be a part of it. I appreciate the giggles, too. That helps. My son's shy like I am, and so in his preschool, it took him a year to talk to his teacher. So you just think about it and what your choices are. And I mean, I moved my whole family, my whole life, my whole community, and I came here and I see options. It's important. Sorry, I'm such a blubbery weirdo, but You know, it just happens when you're in this room and there's all this energy, right? And, you know, there's these people on one side and they, you know, I'm so impressed by both sides and I really respect everybody. And I read the research and I'm not, you know, my kid's not even in the school yet. I don't even have, what am I doing here?
Time.
Right? But, it's the time, but I'm here because it matters. And they can do it. I believe them.
That has to be the best I've ever seen.
That's a tough act to follow. My name is Robin Goebel, and I'm a former MAP parent. Our 32-year-old son, Tim, did not have the opportunity to directly benefit from the multi-age program. His ADHD made him a bully's target and a problem that was resolved by Ross Valley with placement in a special day class for years. His experience was the impetus for our family to work with others to create an alternative in the school district for children to learn in a different way. 20 years ago, that alternative was the foundation of the multi-age program. Tim is the eldest of our 7 children. Our youngest 3 became family members through adoption. Our family was able to foster 6 infants over a 20-year period, and because of this, we are a biracial family. Our children were welcomed into the MAP community. Our adopted children's learning was compromised by their very rough start. Along the way, there have been 504s and IEPs. The approach to learning that the Ross Valley Charter embodies, which includes collaborative problem solving, support to take risks, to persevere, and the opportunity to fail and try again, has helped each of them. Our 24-year-old daughter Meredith was able to speak to your advisory committee. She said, "My ability to solve problems creatively and in collaboration with peers is a foundational piece in my learning that I've used in every academic setting since MAP, and came directly from the particular blend of academic, creative, social, and emotional skills that the MAP community provided to me. I am forever grateful that I was afforded the opportunity to be in this type of program and sincerely hope that it will be made available to many others in the years to come." She is currently a 3rd-year PhD candidate in geophysics at Stanford. Thank you. These qualities are modeled and practiced every day by the teachers, students, and volunteers in the MAP classroom. This is also demonstrated by the effort and support you see here today. Ross Valley Charter is the opportunity to educate more children like ours. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for hearing us today. My name is Amy Siraporn, and I'm a parent of a 1st grader in MAP and a supporter of the Charter. But today I'm reading a comment letter written to you by 2 MAP alumni who are currently in 6th grade, so you can imagine me being 11 maybe. This is from Julia and Fawn. We are 2 6th graders at White Hill Middle School, and we are also MAP alumni. We are writing about our 6 great years in this program to support the Ross Valley Charter appeal. Although we cannot be here personally because we're in school, we still wish to share our opinion about the Ross Valley Charter and share our experience in the wonderful program. One of our favorite things about the MAP program is that you have 1 teacher for 2 years. This was really helpful because your teacher really got to know you and how you learned. Because of this, they knew exactly how to help you when you got stuck and how to teach you in a way that you understood. MAP is about learning in creative and unique ways, and one of the things we did in MAP was learn through games, songs, and art projects. We would often be split up into groups and challenged to make short presentations, preferably not a written report, but a song, rap, poem, or an artistic poster. To us, this is a good example of learning outside the box, and we really enjoyed it. Another thing we really enjoyed about our program is that instead of working at a single desk, students were encouraged to work together as a table group, where they learn from each other and share thoughts and ideas. One of our favorite things about the MAP program is the way that the community feels like a family. You know all the teachers and the other students and families. You can always ask anyone for help or support, and everybody's willing to include and play with others. We both strongly feel that a charter school would be great for this program. If the charter is approved, MAP could expand, which would mean more kids who would like to have the experience we had would be able to have it. At this moment, there's a long waiting list, and families have to enter a lottery to get their children into this program's kindergarten. If the charter appeal was accepted, they could make more classes so that less people would have to be on the waiting list, and families wouldn't have to enter a lottery to get their kids into the kindergarten they prefer. Although we are not in MAP anymore, Thank you.
Hi, my name is David DeAndrade. I think the tough act to follow is these wonderfully articulate MAP graduates, the two girls, and as well as Julia and Fawn, friends of my kids who just wrote to you. I'm a parent of twins that graduated from the MAP program, currently in 6th grade, the MAP program at Manor School, and am therefore not directly affected by this proposal. My kids were blessed by being through all 6 teachers who are part of the MAP proposal. Even so, I felt it important to take a day off work to come here in support of the Ross Valley Charter School petition that will expand this wonderful program, permit it to become more independent and able to offer more outreach and other services, all of which will benefit many more kids in our community. The teachers simply want to expand this successful program of over 19 years, I believe, and they should be supported in doing so. This educational approach has been a perfect match for our kids. And I truly believe that many more parents will be blessed to feel the same way if this new school is approved. There are so many things, whether it's the multi-age aspect, where a child has a 2-year connection with the same teacher, or the cycle of alternately receiving and giving support with older and younger kids, which works to provide a community feeling across 3 grade levels, which is quite rare. But mostly I think we appreciated the project learning approach that based on a open, wide awake, curious connection, deep connection with nature and the world around them, that fold in it art and music and other things.
Time.
Wow. I only went through half. Thank you. Thank you for your support and approaching this from the true intention of the petitioners. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for having us here today. I'm Mandy Thomason, and I support the Ross Valley Charter School. My husband and I have 2 kids in the Ross Valley School District. They're 11 and 9, and we're so pleased that they were placed in the multi-age program in Fairfax. Our youngest child, now in 4th grade, had such a positive experience that we jumped at the chance to transfer our eldest boy into a MAP classroom for his final year of elementary school, and it went really well. The teachers behind the Ross Valley Charter taught our kids to become experts by using teamwork, investigation, and discussion. Our daughter appreciates that the teachers are flexible and that there are always bigger kids on hand if you just need a little bit of help. Our son was a big fan of the Critter Carnival. Each class creates and performs a short theatre piece about a particular critter as a way of learning through knowledge sharing. My husband and I enjoy the yearly open house event where the children transform the school gym into a wax sculpture museum, the students themselves being the wax sculptures. After 10 minutes, the sculptures would come to life and the parents would resume their place asking questions of the students about what life in medieval times must have been like and the gold rush, etc. The teachers behind the Ross Valley Charter School have given our kids a rich, creative and dynamic learning experience in a multi-age setting. It's time to broaden the availability of this choice in Ross Valley. This charter school and its amazing team of teaching staff can make that happen, so thank you very much.
Hi. My name is Ivy Levy, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Ross Valley Charter. I'm a psychotherapist. I'm a former school counselor at local Marin private and public schools, and I also design and lead family programs. I want to speak more personally at first, and I'm a little nervous. This is something that people don't normally talk about, but it hasn't been talked about yet. And that's that because although I'm now in a middle-class environment, and I'm privileged to live in the wonderful, school environment and community that I live in, I was I'm from a different socioeconomic group. So my father was a drug dealer. I was raised in a car till I was 5. And now I'm in a position where I get to serve families, where I get to stand on a stage and speak at conferences the way that I do and tell other people how to parent. So it's been a very wonderful but very long journey. The reason that I'm able to do this is because people in my low-income community were close-knit. They came together and said, how can we serve the next generation? I feel more comfortable in MAP because of this atmosphere of we're all in this together, this community feeling. I learned my cultural values when I was younger, and those cultural values are more matched at MAP than from what I've seen more in general in the other schools that I've had contact with. So that's my personal connection to MAP. I'm going to continue with my prepared statement, but that's really why I'm drawn and why my 6-year-old is there and just thriving. So the weft and weave of the RVC Charter is collaborative and cooperative learning. I see this in the classroom, across classrooms, and within the families that attend MAP.
Time.
Thank you.
Can I give her a little extra?
You can see time.
Okay, thank you.
He is.
Yes. This holistic environment serves the social and emotional growth of the students. Their personhood is welcomed, their learning styles are respected, and importantly, their unique gifts are seen, appreciated, and celebrated by their peers and by their community. This creates a pro-social peer culture and helps to inoculate them against the negative effects that can come later in peer culture in middle school. And those effects can lower their confidence and agency. So this holistic environment also creates community resilience. Due to the collaborative and cooperative environment, families are inevitably a few degrees closer with each other, leading to greater community resiliency. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrea Lang, and I have 2 children at the MAP program. And I'm from Germany. I'm living in the Bay Area since 15 years. And I want to quick say that when I went to elementary school, you always had like the same teacher for 2 years. My nieces, who are now 18 and 21, they had the same teacher for 4 years. And this is why I chose the MAP program for my kids, because it was very important for me that they have the same teacher for 2 years. Also, what was very important for me is that they are not just, see, now I'm nervous too. And I didn't really prepare something written. So, like I said, I have 2 sons. One of my sons has an IEP since last year. And he's getting a lot of support from his teacher. He's getting a lot of support in the Learning Center. And I'm very thankful that he can be in the MAP program because the teacher is accommodating so that he has a space for math, that he can have a quiet space for math. And you know, when my son started school, when he went to kindergarten, he had big separation anxiety, and I was really worried about him going to a public school. So when he started public school, after 2 years being in the MAP program with Mr. Tim, he asked me if he can go to the Y, if he can go to the afternoon program, and I was blown away because I never thought that he would have such fast progress. He was also very worried. He didn't like to be in any performances in preschool, and when he was in a MAP program, there were a lot of plays in K and 1, and he all of a sudden opened up and, you know, found his confidence in the body and the person he is. So please, I'm very for the charter school, obviously. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ying Chiu. My experience with the MAP program started 5 years ago. In 2010, at the age of 4, my son was diagnosed with an articulation disorder. He ranked 6th percentile in the structure photographic articulation test, and was 10% intelligible to unfamiliar listeners out of context. He qualified for IEP and attended one-on-one sessions with a speech therapist for 1 year prior to kindergarten. He continues to work with a speech therapist at Manor and is in IEP. My son is of mixed descent. He was raised in a bilingual household, and thus his speech problem was overlooked by his doctors. Many times we wonder if we failed as parents. Would he still have the speech problem if we got earlier intervention? We were so excited when my son was picked from the lottery. When he started the MAP program, he was really self-conscious and was afraid to speak in public because of his speech impairment. From the very beginning, his teacher was very supportive of his situation. She helped him through the process and encouraged him to grow, but never pushed him out of his comfort zone. The teacher in the program made him feel comfortable and provided a safe and nurturing environment for him in the classroom. I still remember the day he went in front of the classroom and recited his favorite book, The Runaway Bunny. That day, my son blossomed into a confident young boy. His speech issues were not gone. He just had the confidence he needed to confront them and grow. The multi-age component, the plays and performances, and the open classroom setting provided him the tools he needed to become successful. Every individual has a unique and different learning style. It's so important to provide everyone the opportunity to become successful, and that means options to choose from. The more choices we have, the more successful we can become. Isn't the freedom of choice what makes our nation great? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aileen Yasher, and I have 2 children in the Ross Valley School District. My son is currently in the MAP program, and my daughter is going to be a kindergartner coming up. I fully support the Ross Valley Charter. My son has always been very shy and introverted, so we were a little worried when he was going into kindergarten. Last year, when he entered the MAP program after being on the waiting list, I saw him emerge from his shell and become a more enthusiastic, self-assured child and student. One of the things I attribute to this positive shift was that he was in many plays during his K-1 class experience. He was able to stand in front of his peers with a couple other kids playing the same roles and happily speak and sing his lines. This was astounding. He was simply beaming each time and proud to be up there. I would never have thought he would want to do that before this. I believe he felt safe, and it fostered confidence in him, starting at this very young age, which I think is incredibly important. Having this educational choice, I believe, is crucial for my child and for all the other children that may learn differently and need an alternative learning environment. My son is currently thriving, and I look forward to having my daughter starting in the MAP program if the Ross Valley Charter is approved. The approval of this charter will allow more opportunities for children in our community to access this type of learning and education, and I truly believe choice is a good thing. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Kim D'Arcy. In all the world, in all the countries, right down to each city and town, people want the best education for their child. People risk lives, cross borders, and pack up U-Hauls, all in the name of opportunity and the hope for the future success of their child. Luckily, in Ross Valley, our physical lives are not in danger to access quality education. However, there are lives, like my younger sons, who would be dramatically different without the multi-age style of teaching and learning. Let me be clear, though, I am not here to speak for my son alone. As a longtime school counselor and educator, I am here to stand up for all children in our area. Everyone in this room knows that children learn and develop differently, and those differences are not dependent on socioeconomic level or race or culture. Our community is known throughout the Bay Area as a highly culturally progressive town. It is the town where the seeds of the Ross Valley Charter School have taken root, and it is a community that highly values choice in all its forms. The fact that educational choice has yet to be institutionalized in our local education remains surprising to me, And as you can see, so many of us here believe that the time has arrived for our larger community to have the choice they are looking for and hoping for. The people involved in championing this choice are high-caliber human beings. My son's K-1 teacher, Mr. Tim, transformed a shy and socially anxious child into a confident, brave stage performer. As we speak, he's at his rehearsal right now for Annie Get Your Gun. His current second, third grade teacher, Miss Erica, had a 5-month social justice unit last year. As a result, our 8-year-old boy can reference Maria Tallchief and Wilma Rudolph in day-to-day conversation. There is nothing more I could want for my son. There is nothing more I could want for any child. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ariel Summits. I'm a single mom of one, and I recently moved to Fairfax from the South Bay area. And one reason I moved was specifically in the hopes that my daughter would have a chance to attend the MAP, participate in the MAP program, and now the proposed charter. I strongly believe in the educational approach of the charter with its project-based learning and also its emphasis on child choice, giving kids the chance to guide their own education and participate in those decisions to a limited extent. The children that I know who have been part of the program have all really flourished, and they all really love learning. They just, it's really fun to see. I also feel that the multi-age aspect of the program would be good for my daughter. She's very young right now, so I hate to label her in a way, but she's very sensitive and shy, and she takes about 6 months to a year to get used to a new person. So enrolling her in a program that allows her to be with the same teacher and in the same environment for 2 years would be just a dream come true, and it would really enable her to focus her energy on learning instead of on social adjustment. So as we've heard here today, not every educational environment is suited to every student, and what works for one may not work for another. So having a choice is ideal, and it seems like this is a great opportunity to expand choice in a district that currently doesn't have a lot of it. By taking a 20-year-old program with a proven track record of success, thriving kids and a long wait list of unmet demand, and using it as a foundation for a new expanded public school offering in Marin County. Thank you very much.
Hello. I want to thank you in advance for your time and listening to all the public comment. My name is Eric Steinberg. I have a daughter in the MAP program. She's enjoying her time there. It's been a good fit for her. I want to speak about diversity, and my professional life has given me an opportunity to travel the world and all around the country for that matter. And I'm nearly a lifelong resident of Marin County, and I think if you look at the room behind me, you'll see that Marin County is not the most diverse place in the world. I have a very strong belief that the creators of the Ross Valley Charter School are committed to diversity, and this is something that is keenly important to me. The fact that there's a Spanish proposal of a Spanish program or a Spanish-speaking employee on staff is huge, and that's not something that's offered by Ross Valley School District. So anyhow, I'll keep it brief. Thank you very much, and please vote to approve.
Hello, my name is Manuel Guzman. My eldest, Manolo, is in middle school, and my youngest, Caden, has applied to the charter for the 5th grade. I want to thank you for hearing our petition. When my mother separated from my father, she moved us from Arequipa, Peru to Wetumpka, Alabama. I spoke almost no English and was lost in school, but I was lucky. Alabama had a public school, project-based learning program in place, and I was able to grow and flourish in that environment, and I grew to love learning. When my wife and I began looking for schools, we were thrilled to learn of the multi-age project-based program. She herself had emigrated from Shanghai to San Francisco, and there she had moved from public to parochial schools before finally finding her place in an alternative school. Over the last 6 years, we've been involved in a program that builds a safe space for children. It is an inclusive program that focuses on developing the child as a whole and gives them space to grow. And I mean all children, of varying language levels and also of learning abilities. Yet over these 6 years, we've also seen the district moving to restrict the program instead of working to expand the program. This is why I'm here today, to ask you to support the charter so that we can help more children that are just like me 40 years ago, to give their parents a public school choice so that their children can blossom and grow. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Josh Mooney, and I'm a father of 2 children in Fairfax. We've been on the MAP waitlist for 3 years. I obviously support the Ross Valley Charter School. Throughout my career as an entrepreneur, I've been lucky to be surrounded by creative, passionate people. And what I've seen in my roles is that people that succeed tend to be collaborative, creative problem solvers with very varied capabilities. I believe that in order for my kids to be successful, their school must foster their passion, creativity, critical thinking, and problem-solving abilities as well. This group of teachers is building something exactly like that. They're building a public school that does this. The style is, as you've heard, is student-centered and project-based. The teachers provide many opportunities for students to explore their own learning and pursue their own interests. Many families have been waiting for years to have a school like this that can accommodate more families and build more passionate, creative members of our society. I urge you to approve the Ross Valley Charter School. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeff Nelder, and I'm here to speak in favor of the great opportunity provided by Ross Valley Charter School. Innovation, creating long-term meaningful value for society, has always been a strength of the American people, and California has become the cradle of innovation for the United States and the world. But as the speed of innovation has increased, globalization has also accelerated the speed of diffusion of innovation, which negatively impacts the value and values which fuel innovation. So how can we join together as a Californian and American society to fuel innovation and protect the value and values of innovation in the face of accelerating diffusion? One way is by fostering the skills and qualities of innovators in our children: creativity, problem solving, resilience, communication, critical thinking, and collaboration, as the previous speaker mentioned. Because no one knows everything, and the wisdom of the collective, properly harnessed, leads to more value and better solutions. This is what the MAP program has fostered in my son Jake, as well as the confidence to act on and the experience to use these skills to create amazing things. Jake is fortunate. He was on the wait list and got into the MAP program. I'm here to advocate on behalf of Jake's younger brother, Ben, as well as other children who will have the opportunity to benefit from the increased capacity and diversity of perspective of a Ross Valley Charter School. In the grand scheme, we're here today discussing increasing access to this opportunity by about 100 kids a year. But if we don't take every chance we get to advocate for choice, opportunity, and innovation for our children, we won't be able to increase capacity for innovative and alternative models across California and the United States that do for kids what MAP has done for my son Jake. I urge a vote in favor of Ross Valley Charter and our collective future. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Michelle Lowe on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. I think I'm one of the last ones, so I'll try and keep it brief. We've been working with Ross Valley since they first submitted their petition, and I think it's been pretty clear today that there is a strong desire for this public school choice in the community. CCSA also thinks that this group of petitioners is a strong group with lots of experience, and that they have a desire for diversity and to avoid discriminatory practices that may have happened in the MAP program in the past. We thank the CDE and ACCS for their recommendations of approval and would ask that you follow that recommendation today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Sager, and I'm the Ross Valley Charter Board Chairman. I also served for over 14 years on the Ross Valley School District Board and in many other capacities before that. I fully support this charter program to serve the students in our community. We have excellent teachers in the Ross Valley School District who do a wonderful job every day teaching our students. But there are families and students who need different options. I ran on a platform of choice over 20 years ago. The full board was elected to provide choice in the school district. And this program has been there to serve the children in our community. But I'm not certain that it will continue to be there to serve the children of our community without this charter. These teachers are wonderful teachers, And just like all of the other teachers in our district, they want to help these children to thrive. And I know they will do it, and that's why I'm here to support them, to make sure that this option continues to be available to the children in our district. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Morrison. I'm a RVC co-lead petitioner. I understand that 18 standalone charter schools have been approved by this venerable body, and I sincerely hope that we're the 19th. A group like ours doesn't get in front of you unless it has two key ingredients: competency and commitment. And I would hope that the hundreds of pages of written submissions to you will demonstrate our competency and our ability to manage a school. The procession of speakers, I think, speaks to the commitment to get this school started. We've been at this for almost 2 years now, and while there may be some in our community that will question the merits of choice, I don't think they would question RVC's resolve. But the commitment is beyond just starting the school. The commitment is about improving education. And when the proponents of RVC came together and asked the question, what can we do to build on MAP's successes and make it even better? One example I'll put in front of you is the idea of having Spanish curriculum introduced K through 5. So imagine 5th grade graduates that come out of the program with a foundational proficiency in Spanish. That's 21st century learning and skills that's really applicable to this state of California. I want to spend the rest of my time, though, going back to a theme that emerged in the ACCS hearing on December 2nd. And that was, how can RVC represent a win-win for the community? And in doing that, I want to go back in time to 2009, when the Ross Valley School District created what's known as the Facility Plan Advisory Committee. And at the time, there were about 2,000 students in the program, and they created this 45-person body of teachers, administrators, town council members, you name it, parents, and they went through an extensive consultative process, including 14 to 15 public town hall meetings, and they said they wanted 5 K-5 elementary schools in the Ross Valley School District. Well, no, you should take it. No, you should take it. Okay, well then I'll go on. Impromptu, a cappella. Rana Barar? Yeah, I'm on the list. Okay, so let me unpack this methodology that was undertaken here, because it was robust. It was a really robust process. And in fact, after this committee had met for 4 months and had a half dozen or so meetings of this multi-stakeholder body, it had its preliminary thinking, and then it went on the road within the community in both Fairfax and San Anselmo, 14 to 15 town hall meetings, and tested their preliminary thinking, refined it, amended, affirmed it, and then they reported back, and the report will be on the RVC website. This is the superintendent, then Superintendent Bryce Sumnick of the Ross Valley School District, 3 primary recommendations for the board to consider, one of which was that the community wanted 5 public K-5 elementary schools rather than the 4 that it had, so they could have smaller schools. And in the end, RVC represents that solution. Thank you for your time.
I'm Con Hickey. Was one of the presenters. I just want to make 2 quick points. The Ross Valley Charter School is a new school. The educational and governance philosophies and the approach to diversity that is in the petition are based on many, many lessons learned over 20 years of experience. But it is a new school. Second, we have a board that is very experienced in public school governance, charter startup and governance, legal compliance, K-5 education, and Common Core professional development. 3 of the 8 charter school board members have never had any affiliation with MAP. 2 others, myself included, have had no MAP involvement in over a decade. Thank you very much.
That concludes the public testimony, so we need to take a break before we deliberate. So I'd like the board to be back at 5 of 3, and then I'll ask Cindy to come back and answer any questions. Could we do that after the break? Okay, go ahead. Ask. Okay, the board will reconvene, and first we have a question from Board Member Rucker, which was left over from the public testimony, and then we will begin deliberating.
So I had a question for the petition proponents, the petition supporters. Yeah. Okay, so this is a curious circumstance that I find myself in. And so you heard the question that I asked the superintendent. And the curious circumstance is this. When you're in a circumstance where the law is against you, argue the facts. And the law is clearly against the position the district has taken because the criteria that has enumerated by my colleague on the board clearly identifies the criteria we should consider in approving your appeal, and you've met the requirements in that criteria. But he presents a set of facts that actually holds your program accountable for discriminatory district practices. And so then in hearing your petition, you know, it's when the facts are against you, argue the law. So your petition is centered on how very competently and clearly you articulated your new program and the work that you are going to do as required by the statute. You also enumerated how you're going to differentiate or try to address the discriminatory practices that were in place in your program by adding these other staff and by addressing how you're going to recruit. Yet I'm curious, I didn't see you holding yourself accountable for the outcome of those practices so that you could show by a demonstration of the numbers of students who are increasing and becoming more diverse in your school program, that you've addressed the discrimination. I didn't see in your narrative where you are holding yourself accountable for that. Now, is it because the criteria don't require you to, or is it because you really did feel you did enough with your plan for recruitment? Now, before you answer the question, you need to know, even in 5 years when your petition is going to be approved today, and in 5 years when you come back to re-up your petition, even if you continue engaging in the discriminatory practices that have been endemic in your program, you still won't be held accountable for it. But I would like to know, just so I can satisfy my own conscience as a person of color, how are you going to hold yourself accountable for that?
The Reynolds report found that there was no intentional discrimination.
Okay, I understand about intent, but again, intended or unintended, there was discrimination. So please don't talk to me about what was not intended. I didn't mean to do it. It happened. Right. I'm asking, how are you planning to hold yourself accountable?
Yes, the answer to your question is yes. We have laid out in the petition targets that we are going to be accountable for free and reduced lunch, as well as English language learners. And those targets are higher than the district's percentages. That's number one. Number two, we have created a preference in our, which the CDE had some concerns about our admissions language, but they did not have concern about the preference that we have stated for English language learners and free and reduced price lunch students. So that's one mechanism we're going to use. We have talked about the partnership, but in terms of being accountable, we have numbers in the petition that we have to live up to, and we intend to significantly exceed those numbers, because the way the unintentional discrimination happened was by lack of aggressive, assertive outreach. If you have a program that people don't know about, and you don't market it into poor communities, there's no way that they're going to know enough to apply. So we see that as what primarily caused the discrepancies that are in the existing program, and we have made ourselves accountable by having standards that are higher than the district average.
Okay, thank you. That is the answer I needed to hear.
Thank you.
Okay, we will, if you would return to your chairs, please. I'd like Cindy to come up and answer questions from the board members or in this regard.
was good.
Are there any board member questions of Cindy? Okay. I think I have a question. The question Board Member Rucker seemed to imply, as I understood it, that these charter proponents had discriminatory. They haven't even problem. Okay. Okay. Good. All right. I just wanted to clarify that. So. Yeah. Okay, good. I just wanted to clarify that. So now I think we're ready for board deliberation. Board Member Williams wants to start.
This is in response to Member Rucker's question. This board is always very, very aware of and sensitive to issues related to inclusion and diversity. And I want to assure you that as I was going through all the materials that I received to read and the ones that I sought out, I was looking for what happened really and what was the perception of what might have happened. So I just want to say that the Reynolds report on their website says the investigation concluded the practices of MAP did not intentionally discriminate against students in protected classes. However, the policies and practices, which were, by the way, both the districts and the program MAPs, effectively created a student mix that was statistically lacking in minorities and students with IEP. So even when LA County Superintendent Art Delgado at the ACCS made the motion to recommend this group for approval, he said in his comments that he did not think that diversity and discrimination were issues with this particular school, that the primary problems coming up till now were communication and tension between the district and the school over the focus and over expansion. So I'm just saying to you that I appreciate your question and your sensitivity around this, and I too looked at it really seriously because I would want to know that as I was thinking about how I felt about the value of this school. And I feel confident that there was nothing that was done either by the district or the school that was intentional. And we're talking about little tiny percentages because they're so non-diverse in that community. And I feel confident that what they've put into their petition in terms of the preferences for EL students and free and reduced price lunch, hiring a Spanish-speaking parent outreach, that I don't think they're doing that to make up for something. I think they're doing it because they're committed to doing it and want that school to be a beacon and will be a more rich educational environment for all kids if it's more diverse.
Okay, so you undid my resolve when you gave that reply, but I respectfully disagree with your explanation, and maybe at some point we can ask our staff attorneys to have a conversation with the board about what is meant by the term disparate impact, because I heard what Adam said. So even if it was unintentional, he was hurt by being pushed out of that program, and he was clearly discriminated against. So I respectfully disagree with that explanation, because minuscule percentage points on a piece of paper has the face of a student named Adam. So I absolutely disagree with that, but I'm still going to vote to support this petition because he gave the correct answer.
And I appreciate his answer too. It was the correct answer.
Yeah, let me see if we can get a motion on the floor here. Board Member Holliday, can you?
I move the staff recommendation.
And I second.
Can I just make sure that to remind you that our recommendation on paper should have 8 technical amendments, not 7. So
I move the corrected staff recommendation.
Okay. All right. So is there further board member discussion at this point on this issue?
Clarify what I said at the beginning. I just want to clarify again. This is a new charter application that was evaluated and meets the criteria under which would be approved. that's why we got the recommendation from ACCS to us. Is that correct?
And
CDE.
Yeah, I would say, some of the testimony here, we wouldn't approve virtually any charter. They can't nail down a facility every time before they start. So there is a matter of uncertainty in the law that the board has to accommodate in thinking about these issues around charters stemming from the statute. So we can't nail down everything in advance because they are startups. Okay, if there's no further discussion, is there any public comment on the motion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, raise your hands. Approval's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're now on to the item public hearing on I don't think there's many coming in, so let's just. Okay, go ahead, Cindy.
Good afternoon again. Cindy Chan, Director of the Charter Schools Division at the California Department of Education. Item 19 is a recommendation by the CDE that the State Board of Education hold a public hearing to consider the final decision to revoke the Synergy Education Project Charter. On January 13, 2016, the SB issued a notice of intent to revoke with notice of facts in support of revocation based on substantial evidence that Synergy has not demonstrated increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils served by Synergy, that Synergy engaged in fiscal mismanagement, and that Synergy committed material violations of the Synergy Charter. As a result of that action, the CDU recommends the following: that the SBE adopt the final decision to revoke and notice of facts in support of the revocation of the Synergy Charter, and that the SBE provide notice to Synergy that revocation becomes effective Friday, January 22nd, 2016 at 4 p.m. And this is laid out in attachments 1 and 2. Also, that the SBE directs Synergy to immediately begin closure procedures set forth in its charter and in Appendix E of the Memorandum of Understanding between the SBE and Synergy, with the exception of keeping the school open until 4 p.m. Friday, January 22nd, 2016, for the purpose of transitioning all Synergy pupils to the resident district or other schools. As set forth in Appendix E, Synergy will immediately identify an individual who will serve as the single point of contact for Synergy regarding the school's closure activities, and will notify the family of each currently enrolled pupil of Synergy's closure and assist the pupils in the transition.
Okay. Let me open the public hearing then. Each side will have 10 minutes. Let me have the opponents of the CDE recommendation come forward to talk. The opponents.
I'll make a comment at some point.
They're against the CDE recommendation.
Good afternoon. So, Lawrence Rushy, the interim director of Synergy. There was some discussion regarding an extension if the board recommended closing for a smoother transition for students with the exceptional amount of IEPs we have, making sure the transcripts are up to par. And our final week is next week. So to have the school officially close on the 22nd would pose a problem in turning that around expeditiously. What I have here is also, I don't know if the board got a hold to these, but those are the courses that have been drafted up for upload for the A through G. that will be available on February the 1st. Once those courses are uploaded, then that allows the opportunity for them to be approved, even if they're not approved the initial attempt. So we're asking for, if the board is in agreement with revocation, that we get some extension. Again, I don't know how that would look. You guys are a lot smarter than I am, but we are trying to do what's in the best interest of the students and making sure that they do not have to, speaking of our high school students, have to redo those courses, night school, summer school, so on and so forth, because we have begun that process. So again, that's my only retort. Again, it's pretty self-explanatory regarding the nature of the upload and why it's taking place at this particular time. So again, that's the only kind of retort response I have at this moment.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll get 10 minutes for the proponents, people in favor of the CDE recommendation. Seeing none, I have the public hearing closed. State Superintendent wants to make a comment.
Thank you, President Kirst. Of course, this is a very unfortunate situation, seriously disruptive to the education of these children, these students who haven't really got either the completeness or the quality that they had been promised. I wanted to let you know that I support the staff recommendation. That is the staff's recommendation. The sooner this transfer can occur and sooner students can get enrolled in their new high schools to begin to take courses to catch up, the better. I did talk to Antioch High School superintendent and Pittsburgh High School superintendent and Mount Diablo Unified superintendent, and they are all willing to take their share of the 150 or so remaining students and enroll them quickly and hopefully get them into those A to G and college going classes that they need. Cindy may want to comment further on the issues raised by the interim director, but it seems that delay just means these students get weeks less of the education they deserve.
Well, did Cindy, you want to comment before she does? Because she.
I believe, as a former high school principal, and you can verify this, if they transfer to Algebra 1 that is accredited at their receiving school and complete the course by passing it, they get the full year credit.
Yes, that is correct. And so I think I need a clarification on this specific issue regarding the school, because if this is the reason, because they feel that their A through G wasn't uploaded or whatever it is, there's a couple of different steps. One is, are you WASC accredited?
Yes, in the state that.
But I understood you're only WASC accredited through 9th grade? You are not accredited through.
But that's all we need, just the candidate status and able to upload the courses. So again, that's what has been conveyed to us.
But the approval process for this year, for courses that would qualify this year, happened last year.
Yes, so, and again, in the explanation, it articulates the reason why that happened. Again, there was another CMO, like I articulated yesterday, and the courses were supposed to be uploaded with that transition of the former school directors and them, so they had a conversation. Unfortunately, that didn't come to fruition. So
whether that did or not, I'm not sure that at this point that,
Well, we have an opportunity to right the wrong. And from my standpoint and from the school's standpoint, if we could have an opportunity for the students, especially our 10th and 11th graders, to have those courses uploaded so that they won't have to go through the opportunity of redoing those courses, I think will be beneficial.
But they needed, even for the only way that I would see that is for their courses that they took in the past, but it needed to have been approved during that year that they actually took the course. So
and they have an opportunity to retro that. According to what we've been told, they have an opportunity to upload the courses, and then they still will be good for this current year. And again, we had a conversation with the Regency, the College A through G, and again,
let me have the CDE people come up. And answer. We're not going to settle this. I mean, what is the, I'm totally lost, but what
Mr.
is?
President,
Yes, you know.
could I make a comment, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Superintendent, I did mention the fact that you had made those contacts with the local districts, and I've been speaking with Cindy. It does appear as though the resident district semesters are also changing over a day or two apart from this January 22nd date. I think it's terribly important that we move ahead and get those students in those courses so they can complete this year successfully. At the same time, I did speak with CDE staff and State Board staff. Part of the recommendation is to have this, if you remember in the recommendation, it says that we are going to direct the CDE to begin immediately working with Synergy administration in order to go through the closing process. And part of that is to tidy up the records. A part of that process is to make sure all of those things happen as best they can. And so this question is in essence a moot point because they're going to sort it out and do the best they can on behalf of the students. And so I would like to move the recommendation, the CDE recommendation.
Is there a second to that? Is there further board discussion on the recommendation? Any public comment on the recommendation? Not, raise your hands. Okay, thank you. Now we're on to the proposed consent agenda. We are adding 7 and 8 items to the proposed consent, and then the rest of the proposed consent items are 20 through 27. So 7 and 8, 20 through 27 are proposed consent.
Move the consent items.
Second, is there any public comment on the consent items?
We have a public comment for item 27. Brian Rivas.
President Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson and members of the board, Brian Rivas on behalf of the Education Trust West. Just briefly want to thank you for the work on the integration of English language development with math and science. It's critically important to supporting the high achievement of all of our English language learners and making sure they have the full range of opportunities to access grade level content and prepare for college. So wanted to thank the department for doing that and appreciate your support.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, the last item is public comment. Do we? These are for items not on our agenda. Do we have public comment?
Yes, Sarah Coleman from Young Money and Core.
Good afternoon, President Kirst and members of the State Board of Education. My name is Sarah Coleman. I'm an attorney with Young Money and Core. I am coming here to you today on behalf of Innovations Academy, a charter school in San Diego that serves approximately 350 students, a large proportion, I believe it's almost 20% of whom are special ed students. On November 5th, the State Board approved item number 13, which was a joint occupancy agreement between San Diego Unified School District and Monarch Developers for the Scripps Ranch school site. And unfortunately, we're coming here to you today to ask you to rescind your approval of that joint occupancy agreement because it was based on a material misrepresentation by the San Diego Unified School District. Excuse me. The joint occupancy proposal is to build a multi-story apartment building on the site, as well as a very small STEM lab and a community garden. At the meeting, members of the State Board asked the district, specifically about what the plans were for relocation of Innovations Academy. At the meeting, the district represented that Innovations Academy had a site it would be purchasing and moving to that site, and that they had helped the school and were working closely with them to develop a transition plan. Unfortunately, those were misrepresentations. Before the State Board meeting, the San Diego Unified School District was aware that the potential site that the school wished to purchase had fallen through, and that the school had no alternative site where it could locate. And the representation that they had substantively helped the charter school, basically that involved 2 meetings where the district told the school it had until June 2016 to move off the site, and then a second meeting where they said, well, now you have until June 2017. As you all may be aware, even 18 months is not sufficient to find a location do tenant improvements, and prepare that site for occupancy, especially given this particular location, Scripps Ranch, there are no available sites. So if the school moves off this site, even in June 2017, it will have no alternative but to move far away from its current location and the students it is currently serving, and it will not be able to prepare a school site in time. Moreover, the community surrounding the area is very opposed to the development. There are two strong community groups who have both taken votes recently in the last week to oppose the development. There's a petition with over 1,600 signatures opposing the development, and you've also received emails recently, State Board members, from two individuals, Emily Dressler and Magesh Hariharan.
Yeah, the
stating,
time is
that
up.
time? I didn't see time. Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Well,
So we'd
how
ask you
can
to
we-
consider
how-
rescinding that action.
Okay, how can we do it? This item was not agendized. I don't know what we can do about this.
It's a public comment on an item.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is an item that was on the November agenda. So she's doing public comment on an item that's not on this agenda
That's
and
fair.
asking you to re-agendize it at a future time to rescind your action.
And I will be sending formal written communication to the State Board making that request as well, but I wanted to come, we've just become aware of this, so I
Yeah,
wanted to come and
give
make
us a
public
heads
comment
up
on the
here
issue.
on-
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for that, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be hearing about this in the future.
Yes, in the very near future, in the next
Very
week or
near
so.
future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
With that, board is adjourned.